A long time ago, on a perfectly peaceful day, the Demon King invaded. And as always, an unknown hero appeared out of nowhere like he'd been waiting for the cue. The hero sacrificed himself, defeated the Demon King, saved the world. The Demon King sank deep underground and fell into slumber. And yes, he would return one day. Go ahead and add that cliché sentence you've heard 1,000 times. The world became peaceful. The hero became a legend. Nobody knows who wrote this story, but it keeps repeating itself forever. Classic. Now the present. A gate leading to a passage lit by countless lanterns. A hand pushes it open from behind. Blinding light pours through. Your Majesty. Something very bad has happened. A strange creature with a massive mouth and hair resembling a ball of snake screams at the top of its lungs. A huge armored figure radiating red and black aura turns slowly. What? Demergos the 666th. He has awakened. The toothed servant drops to his knees trembling. The moment he did, he left the demon realm. The demon monarch says nothing for a moment, just stares. He said, he quits being the demon king. The servant continues reporting with a face full of despair and barely contained panic. What the hell are you saying? The servant hesitates, mumbles, then produces a note. The note Demergos left behind. It literally reads, I refuse to be a demon king. Don't look for me, idiots. Signed, 666. The monarch stares at the note, cannot believe his eyes. Meanwhile, somewhere in the human world, a young man strolls down a city pavement humming with visible pleasure. This is our main character. He approaches a grand light-colored building towering over the square. Pigeons scatter from under his feet. He looks up at it with genuine awe. The Verd Kingdom's Aroma Castle. As expected of the human realm, he thinks, I've heard so much about this place. He closes his eyes and smiles. How convenient. He laughs and starts circling the magnificent bridge with his arms outstretched. Completely blissful. Pure tourist energy from the most dangerous being alive. Then his eyes catch something above him. A massive ornate cross decorated with enormous precious stones. He stares at it with quiet interest. Hey, redneck, where did you come from? He hears the question before he sees the guards. 2 armored soldiers, spears and swords ready, march toward him. You think you can just walk around here? Demergos blinks. He's talking about me, he thinks. Maybe it's the clothes. My face seems fine though. The guards keep going. How dare you loiter in front of Aroma Castle? Seems like you've lost your sense of fear. Why are you looking away? I'm talking to you. Introduce yourself. What is your name? The hero points at himself in genuine confusion. He can't exactly say, I am Demergos the 666th Demon King. A wonderful idea strikes him. Take a few letters from his name. Rearrange them. Done. He smiles brightly. Hello, I am Deos, the Deceiver. His face absolutely glows with happiness at his own genius. A knight in full armor appears beside the guards. Says, claiming the name of an ancient god like that. With visible indignation. One of the original guards introduces the newcomer, Count Bruo. The Count ignores his subordinate completely. Tells the hero he'll forgive the godname thing if it was out of ignorance. But Deos must leave immediately. Is the Verd Kingdom strong? The hero asks. Completely relaxed. Smiling. The Count cannot believe what he just heard. Strong enough to take me as its king, right? The Count draws his sword instantly. Points it directly at the hero. Shouts about insulting the royal family. About paying with his head. A menacing gleam appears in the hero's eyes. The Count receives a powerful blow. His subordinates watch in horror. One of them, single-toothed, stares at the specks of the Count's blood floating in the air. Then it flies toward him. The soldier's head flattens. One eye pops clean out. The hero stands calmly watching the nightmare unfold around him. Survivors try to understand what just happened. Someone notices they simply exploded. For no apparent reason. Demergos extends one finger forward. Smoking with strange energy. The remaining guards' heads fly off simultaneously. From a distance, archers draw their bows. Energy arrows are already flying toward them. From his eyes, he literally looks at them. A moment later, those guards are headless too. Demergos raises his voice across the carnage. Arise, and welcome your new king. Headless corpses in armor hover in front of him. Float over the bridge. Blood flooding beneath them. Bless this body's ascension with your tears. Not the most subtle introduction. but certainly memorable. Near the castle, armed detachments begin gathering loudly. The enemy has forced his way in. Is it a war? Everyone outside is already dead. An entire army approaches. Soldiers reach the gate behind which he stands. Demergos doesn't seem concerned at all. Hands in the pockets of his fashionable jacket. Use your screams as trumpets for me. His eyes glow with eerie devilish light. The soldiers are terrified, but it doesn't last long. Some monstrous force tears through them all. A branch of hell opens near the castle. Screaming, begging, useless. Thousands of corpses in front of him. He still has his hands in his pockets. Still smiling like the most unbothered creature in existence. Then, a prayer reaches his ears from somewhere nearby. The Almighty and Creator of this world. The virtual Our Father God. Nearby, kneeling on one knee, a man holds a sword in front of him praying. Your name shines divinely, and as the master of eternity you decide the start and end. Light pours from him in every direction. In the trial of darkness guide us with the light of bright truth. May we emerge victorious. Prevail against death. Let truth triumph over deceit. He draws his sword from its sheath. Please destroy the evil in front of me and grant me the power to defeat it. Powerful streams of yellow energy erupt from his torso in all directions. Demergos tilts his head. Is that a light aura? Are you the blood I've heard about? The man stands, expression deeply unimpressed. Says he doesn't know who Demergos is, but he uses black magic. Can't believe he broke through Aroma Castle's defenses alone. Bright rays of light shoot from his eyes. But you won't get past me. Someone who has received God's blessing. He launches into the air instantly, sword raised to strike. I may not be pure blood, but I will still defeat you. Sword traces visible in the air as he descends. His eyes blazing with yellow energy. He lands the strike, assesses the result. Demergos is standing exactly where he was, like nothing touched him, and now he extends his own weapon forward. Now it's my turn. He looks up casually. Our Father who's up in heaven, dear God. He's parodying the prayer, word for word, completely deadpan. Please kill this person. Then drops the act immediately. What an idiot, says I prayed too. So now we find out which of us God actually answers. The man stares at him in horror. A series of devastating blows follow. Blood flies into the air. Do not mention the name of God in front of me again. The man cannot believe he was handled this easily. No, he screams. Yes. Demergos finishes him with one fist. The knights still inside the massive reception hall back away in horror toward the throne. Demergos walks in calmly. Hello everyone. Are you waiting for me? He strolls toward the terrified group. Hands in his pockets. The knights whisper to each other in horror. It's just one person. We're the last line of defense. Stand to the last. Who are you? The king, sitting on the throne looking extremely unpleasant, speaks up. Demergos moves casually toward him. Seems like you're the king of this castle. He smiles. Shall we talk? One knight points his halberd furiously. How dare he speak to the king so casually? Demergos snaps his fingers. Something terrible happens to the wall of knights protecting the king. Mass casualties. Again. Will anyone else complain? He asks pleasantly. The remaining knights curse in shock. Not very confidently. Great. He rushes forward. Scatters every last warrior in different directions. A moment later he's standing directly over the king on his throne. The king helplessly tries to cover himself with one hand. Well, shall we start negotiations? What do you want? The king squeals. Money? A title? I'll give you my best. Demergos smiles slightly, closes his eyes. Give me the kingdom. The king screams that it's impossible. Demergos opens his shining eyes. Then just die. When you're dead, I'll claim the royal family is mine. The kingdom will naturally become mine anyway. He yawns, cleans his ear with his little finger. The king stares at him in disbelief, then suddenly thinks he understands. You want my daughter. Demergos scratches the back of his head. Daughter? I don't need her. I didn't even know you had one. Not my daughter. The king explodes. April is the pride of the entire continent. The flower of the royal family. I don't need her. Demergos says flatly. What I need is the royal family itself. The kingdom. The king shouts, why does he want what doesn't belong to him? Demergos raises an eyebrow. Are you saying it's yours? Of course. The king sputters. The kingdom belongs to the royal family. Demergos looks at him with quiet menace. Since when has this world belonged to you? Was it yours since creation? You also took something that belonged to someone else. He leans forward. Your royal family enjoyed itself for decades sitting on that throne. So surrender it. It's my turn now. No, the king shouts, sitting upright on his throne. Do you think the Sanctus Maximus Populi will ever acknowledge you? His eyes are practically bulging out of his head. Sanctus Maximus Populi. Demergos smiles, then starts laughing loudly like he just heard the best joke of his life. Do you understand that I genuinely do not care about any of that? Something like a very powerful explosion follows. The grandiose cross that caught the hero's eye earlier shatters into pieces. A tower collapses. A man screams, burning in pain. Demergos looks down from above at the corpses smoldering beneath him. Turns to the dying king on his throne. Seems like you don't have any pure blood. He stands in front of the smoldering remains. If you did, you would have lasted a few seconds longer. He sighs. How boring. He walks through the ruins with his hands in his pockets. Looks up at the sky. Hey God. I'm very disappointed. These guys were completely unprepared. A ray of light falls from the sky directly onto him. And for the first time, two enormous wings become visible behind his back. The light seems to be an actual response from whatever he was addressing. Demergos looks at it thoughtfully. Still 20 years before a pure blood awakens, he thinks. He really does have a terrible habit of keeping his hands in his pockets. Then, from behind him, a loud scream. He turns his head. A terrified girl. Who the hell are you? She screams in horror. Demergos looks at her. Slightly guilty expression. The question hangs in the air. And here's where the story catches up to itself. The lost demons of the First War descended into the demonic realm with the Demon King's broken soul. Put it into a new body. Poured in magic and curses for 100 years. Resurrected him. The new Demon King came. The Second War began. They thought there were no heroes anymore. They'd finally take over the land. Another hero showed up. So they lost. Again. They resurrected a new Demon King. Waited 100 years. Another hero showed up. Resurrected again. Another 100 years. Another hero showed up. Again. This repeated 665 times. For a whopping 66,580 years. The story of the hero saving the world became the most obvious cliché in existence. People grew numb to it. Assumed the hero would just show up when needed. Meanwhile, underground, the demons gathered around a crystal containing their newest hope. Dozens of clawed hands reaching out pleadingly. This will be the final last one. They poured everything they had into resurrecting the 666th Demon King. His name, Demergos the 666th. The bringer of despair to all humans on Earth opened his eyes that day, and immediately wrote a farewell note, announcing he had absolutely no intention of being the Demon King, and calling everyone who pinned their hopes on him idiots. One can only imagine the despair of those he left behind. Back to the present. What did you do to my father, you evil mage? The girl glares at the hero surrounded by fire and ruins. Demergos looks at her silently, thinks what's wrong with her, then remembers what the murdered king said. The pride of the continent. The flower of the royal family. So you are Princess April, he finally says. The king is dead. Which means it is time to take his daughter and ascend to the throne. His eyes emit reddish energy. April stares at him in horror. Demergos snaps his fingers. The girl's eyes freeze immediately. Her body is enveloped in a purple-green haze. She kneels, places both hands on the ground. This lowly body of mine belongs to you. She looks down submissively. Please take me away, my master. Demergos rises above the burning ashes. Lands in front of her. Lifts her chin gently. Good. From now on, you're my first human. Thank you, master. April answers obediently. Demergos leans toward her, then stops. His eyes shift sharply to the side. Stop peeking. Come out of the shadows before I tear your eyes out. A violet glow appears nearby. As expected of you, my lord. Space tears open. A crack appears in the air and through it facial features. A long-haired character with painted nails steps through holding a hat on his head. He removes his headdress and places it against his chest. Your loyal subject Alex greets you, my lord. Most polite tone imaginable. You've been watching me this whole time, Demergos says flatly. You disappoint me, my lord. Alex replies, I am always with you, wherever you go. Bull. Demergos answers without hesitation. You served my father, not me. Alex lowers his eyes obediently. Your body was passed down by your ancestors themselves. Now you are my only master. Whatever. Get lost. Demergos points irritably at exactly where Alex should go. I don't intend to return to the demon realm anymore. Okay, sir. Alex says. The answer alarms the hero immediately. Too agreeable. Something's off. I will carry out all your orders, sir. Alex declares with a smile. Ignore me and continue doing whatever you were doing. Demergos gives him a menacing look. And what exactly was I doing? Weren't you trying to plant that woman with your mighty seed? Alex asks. He points at April, who is still gazing at the hero in complete fascination. A hand with painted nails appears, holding a glass of wine. Alex begins his story. Alex, who has never left your side for 80 years of demonic soul period. He pauses dramatically. Would you listen to me about my sacrifice for you? A story that cannot be heard without wine or tears. During your childhood, I essentially raised you, changing my own body. That was your nasty doing. Demergos mutters. I became the perfect teacher through affectionate education. I remember you beating the life out of me. I am the only demon who gave you genuine affection until you entered the egg of awakening. So it was you who put me in there. Demergos snaps furiously. Alex ignores this completely and continues. Memories from the past float up in his mind. It feels like only yesterday you were toddling around with your tiny hands and feet. I can't believe you've grown up and opened your eyes to women. I'm so emotional. You wouldn't know. Shut up. Demergos cuts him off. Enough with your nonsense. He interrupts Alex firmly. Let me be clear. I am not doing the Demon King stuff anymore. As of today, I've been reborn as a normal human being. Of course, my lord. Do whatever you want. Alex tells him, with a very specific ironic grin on his face. Demergos stares at him. What's the matter? He narrows his eyes. What are you scheming? Tell me why you're just letting me be. Speak up. Quickly. Alex laughs. Asks his master to calm down. Promises to explain everything. My lord. Was there a special reason you chose to attack this particular kingdom? Demergos looks at him thoughtfully. Doesn't understand where this is going. Like, did His Highness invade your territory? Covet the riches of the demonic realm. At the very least, were you unhappy about something? Anything works. Give me a reason. Demergos thinks. No, he says. I don't really have one. I just figured I'd rather live as a king if I'm going to live as a human. Alex claps his hands. How fitting of the Demon King, he says, cupping his hands in front of his face with theatrical admiration. As soon as you came to Earth, you took over the largest kingdom, killed the king, even took the princess. How evil. What more could you do that's more befitting of a Demon King? Demergos is beginning to understand what Alex is getting at. A normal human, or even a high-ranking demon like myself, could never dare imagine something like this. Alex continues. So this is it. Demergos thinks, a predatory expression crossing his face. Since a great lord like yourself says you'd abandon us and not be the Demon King. Alex's eyes sparkle. I shall take your son down to the demonic realm and raise him as the Demon King. Demergos stares at him. He did not see that coming. And on this day, 20 years later, Alex continues. Your son shall be Demergos the 667th. And I'll make him descend to this world. We see what that future looks like. Fire. Destruction. Screams of horror. A real nightmare. Demergos does not look happy about this. He stares into the distance thinking. Then he looks at April, who still hasn't snapped out of her daze. The girl has essentially turned into a very pretty statue. He looks at her with genuine surprise, then moves away from her quickly. I almost got screwed right here, he says, then starts laughing loudly. I almost became a father at the young age of 80. Alex calls out to his master, not understanding what's happening. Demergos looks at him. The laughter stops. Shut it. He throws a powerful stream of red-yellow energy directly at Alex. A beam shoots from the surviving tower and explodes everything in its path. Alex covers his head with his hat and watches in terror. Two massive craters form on the Earth's surface not far from the tower. So you were going to set me up, you bastards. Demergos shouts, fists clenched. Alex looks at the hero quietly, thinks to himself he's different. His Demon King field isn't even complete yet, and he's already this strong. The 666th is definitely different from his predecessors. He looks at the hero with quiet awe. Perhaps this time they might actually win. We might finally do it. Demergos seems to hear his own thoughts clicking into place. He's right, he says. Kings stand out too much. Alex tries to understand what he means. Let's go with that. Defender of justice. Demergos says, raising one finger. Alex stares at him blankly. What? An ally? The hero explains, an insidious glint in his eyes. A hero? Alex is already breaking out in a cold sweat. Asks Demergos to please explain what on earth he's talking about. Demergos lights up. Actually drools a little with anticipation. I'll be in cahoots with the hero, so I get acknowledged. But I'll stay one step behind so I don't stand out. The kind of position nobody would ever suspect could be the Demon King. The hero's ally. With the stupid hero up front doing all the work. I'll be enjoying the sweet ride right behind him. He laughs like a man who has just solved the greatest problem in history. Alex kneels in front of him trying desperately to reason. Without the Demon King there is no hero. So how exactly are you going to be his ally? Please come to your senses, my lord. Demergos ignores him completely. Then let's find the hero. He's already walking. Alex tries to call after him to explain something. Demergos waves him off. Someone mentions, what about the princess? I don't know. Deal with her yourself. Wasn't she supposed to be the female lead? That was a bluff. Move on. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, inside a magic ball, a character still unknown to us is watching everything unfold. Watching Demergos with quiet calculation. Looks like the 666th is faulty goods. Not only are his origins at the bottom, his intelligence is too. Pause. Well, great for me. All I need are his powers anyway. A predatory reptilian eye becomes visible. Thanks for showing up at the right time. A blonde with a giant snake perched beside her smiles to herself. I'm just going to borrow your powers for a bit. I'm sure he'll forgive it. After all, everything exists solely for the scenario. Horse hooves on a road. Someone is humming a very strange song. Sir Hero, Sir Hero. The singer's legs are propped up on a barrel. Our pushover hero. Where could you be? You should show yourself if you don't want to die. Dumb hero. Put him in front. Let him do the hard work. Let me enjoy the glory. Demergos is lounging in the back of a cart driven by Alex in his wide-brimmed hat. It is Alex who is singing this deeply unhinged song. Demergos yawns and finally lets Alex speak. My lord. Why are we riding in a cart when we can simply fly? What a dumbass you are. Demergos throws his hands behind his head. Do you want to immediately announce to everyone that you're a demon? Alex points helpfully at the castle burning down behind them. Asks if that isn't already enough for people to figure it out. Come on. Demergos answers indifferently. Alex turns back to face him. Are you really going to become the companion of some hero? Demergos raises one finger with a smile. Yeah, they said it's fine to be a companion even without the blood. I just want to live a simple life in the top 2% of wealthy people. Have a decent stand-in up front killing monsters. Alex warns him, even as a hero's companion, getting to the top 2% won't be easy. Demergos looks completely unbothered. The previous Demon King and one of the greatest 7 in the demon world is right here. What's there to worry about? If we help a little from the sidelines, the hero could kill a dragon like it's a chicken. Alex asks, didn't he want to live as a human? Is he going to use magic? The cart rolls quietly along green fields. Why wouldn't I use it, stupid? Demergos says irritably. Then he pauses. Now I understand why you lost 665 times. He sighs. Okay, tell me, is there a ranking system here? Alex confirms one exists. Do they have ranks A, B, and so on? Something like that, Alex says, continuing to drive. First is DR rank. Dragon Slayer. One who has the power to slay a dragon. Demergos asks lazily, so they actually slay dragons? Alex shakes his head. Currently dragons are neutral to both demons and humans. Dragons only attack villages in old stories. It just means they have the power to kill one. The next rank is G rank. Giant Slayer. What's next? Demergos asks with mild interest.
Elle rank.
Lick Slayer. Why so many? The hero doesn't understand. After that, they're just in alphabetical order. They named them however they wanted. Why are the rest so plain? Demergos asks from his comfortable position, legs still on the barrel. I don't know. Alex replies. The hero management department decided. The last one is FR rank. He pauses. They are called the failed products. If they were fruits, they'd be the fallen ones. Since they don't sell, they're ground up and made into jam. A failed product. Demergos repeats thoughtfully. Alex continues, the higher the ranking, the more noble support you receive. The card is illuminated by bright sunshine. Failed products receive no support. They're an unwanted rank people hope will simply disappear. The human world is pretty cutthroat. Demergos notes. However, Alex says looking back, there is something more important than hero rankings. It's blood. The closer you are to being a pure blood, the stronger you are. He explains, the first ones who saved the world 66,580 years ago. The two saviors, the hero and the priestess. Their children, and their children's children. The holy bloodline. The purer the blood remaining in a family, the stronger the aura they can use. The one with the purest blood became the hero, fighting and winning 665 times. So whoever has the purest blood gets the hero rank? Demergos asks. There are exceptions, but generally yes. Purer blood means stronger power. What's up with all this blood nonsense? Demergos mutters, still holding his hands behind his head. Still not tired of it. It's not like there's a blood spoon. I was stuck in an egg for 80 years because of that war. Alex replies. Everyone is taking it seriously, putting their life and pride on the line. The hero seems to be getting tired of this conversation. Well, okay. He yawns. We can sum it up. He settles even more comfortably in the cart. The hero and the Demon King will inevitably fight. This has been happening for 60,000 years and nothing has changed. That was the promise. Alex reminds him, sitting with his back to the hero. Demergos hums thoughtfully, closes his eyes. The cart continues through endless green fields. Can't everyone just live in peace? The hero asks. How calm and serene this cart is. He seems to notice something. Alex, what is this? He points somewhere in the sky. A leafy thing flying around. Alex looks around. It's a butterfly. The insect lands on the hero's index finger. He stares at it, takes off again and flies away. He reaches out after it. Too late. Who was that just now? He asks excitedly. Something flew past my face and ruffled my hair. It's the wind. Alex replies thoughtfully. Wind. Demergos repeats the word, then looks up again. What is that up there then? That thing that's been hanging over our heads this whole time? He stretches his palm out to shield himself from the brightness. What is this round thing that hurts my eyes when I look at it? That is the sun. Alex answers, also raising his head. What is this sweet smell? Demergos asks, sniffing the air. It makes my heart flutter. That is the scent of spring. The servant says. The cart continues through the green field. The scent of spring. Demergos repeats quietly. This is a Demon King experiencing seasons for the first time. And it is somehow the most unexpectedly wholesome thing in this entire story. Alex, have you lived a long life? Yes. Alex answers thoughtfully. I was born after the First War. One of the 7 dukes born in the demon world. So since the First War, you've been here every 100 years? Demergos asks. He's still looking at the sun. Lucky you. He places his hands on the side of the cart and looks around with genuine delight. This is a wonderful place. Alex glances back at him. Previous Demon Kings probably didn't feel anything like this. Demergos says, looking up dreamily. The cart passes along a riverbank. If things had gone on as usual, I wouldn't have been able to set foot here for another 20 years. And then I would have been killed by a hero I'd never even met. He smiles.
I'm glad he escaped.
He laughs cheerfully, resting his head in his hands. Being the Demon King is a job that should just disappear. Don't you agree? Alex glances at him, says nothing. Demergos lifts his legs in joy. Okay, I'll sleep. Wake me up when we get there. He yawns sweetly. Just so you know, if you bring me to the Demon Kingdom, we both die. Alex glances sideways at him again. Okay, my lord. The cart heads toward high mountains on the horizon. The cartwheel rolls to a stop. We are there, my lord. Already, Demergos is genuinely surprised. You described just such a place. The servant says, a remote corner where there is no war. The definition of an average place. A countryside village called Zorks. Zorks. Demergos repeats, yawning. Not bad. The cart starts moving again through the village streets. What about the heroes? Demergos asks. There are only 2 families. Alex tells him. An A-rank family close to G-rank. And a fallen family. Looks like there isn't a D-rank family. Demergos observes thoughtfully. Alex notes reasonably, if there was a D rank at every castle, the demon army wouldn't dare set foot on the surface. The hero looks at a high tower with multicolored flags stretching down on ropes. Asks if these are truly strong warriors. Alex confirms and continues driving through the streets. Then, fragments of conversation from the townspeople reach them. Did you hear? Trier Castle was attacked by a dragon. The villagers look at each other anxiously. They haven't caught the dragon yet. Don't go anywhere near Trier Castle. Half the castle was burned down. Didn't dragons go extinct a long time ago? Is the era of dragons making a comeback? If so, it'll be hellish. Demergos sits up and points at the talking townspeople. I thought dragons were neutral. So did I. Alex answers. The last time I was on the surface was 80 years ago. Something has probably changed. One of the townspeople declares loudly. They should notify the Sanctus Maximus Populi and request a D-rank hero immediately. The cart pulls up to a nice building decorated with flowers and blue flags. This is the best hotel in this village, my lord. Alex reports. I suggest you stay here. This is a hotel? Demergos asks, looking at it. Well, not like we have a choice. He steps down. Also, from now on stop calling me your lord. Call me master instead. Alex asks again incomprehensibly and calls him master. Demergos makes a remark and sends him to rent a room. A fat gray-haired old man sits at the counter. Welcome to our golden pavilion. The old man greets them joyfully. Alex steps forward politely, hat held in front of him, and asks for the penthouse. Says his master is a very picky person. The old man eyes their strange clothing suspiciously. What village did these 2 crawl out of, he thinks. But he stays professional and mentions, very politely, that the penthouse is quite expensive. A chest opens in front of him. Treasures looted from Aroma Castle spill into view. The hotel administrator is immediately covered in large drops of sweat. He screams something extremely enthusiastic at his staff. A young receptionist comes running, hits a colleague on the way in, and immediately bows deeply. My name is Zeke Panhollet. Please call me Zeke. I'll take the luggage. Please head on up. The trio climbs the stairs. Zeke drags the enormous chest behind them with great difficulty, still smiling the entire time. He mentions, it's a little rowdy right now because of the news about Trier Castle. A dragon from the legends apparently appeared. But don't worry, there's a renowned A-rank family in this village that's almost G-rank. How reassuring, Demergos says, completely dripping with sarcasm. Zeke opens the door to the penthouse with a wide smile. Welcome. This is the highlight of our golden pavilion. He admits it's his first time attending to someone this noble. He'll do his absolute best. Feel free to call on him at any time. They bring the chest into the room. Hey! Demergos addresses the receptionist. Yes. Zeke answers, still smiling, waiting. You've got the blood, right? Alex looks around in surprise. Zeke, not expecting that question at all, confirms. Yes. No wonder you felt different. Demergos says, a smile on his lips. Your physique is bad for someone of the blood. And since you're here doing busy work, you must be from the fallen family. Out of the 2 hero families here in Zorks. He puts his hands in his pockets. Completely casual. Zeke gasps at the accuracy. Your family must have had nothing but low-purity descendants for generations. Demergos continues demonstrating his deductive abilities. What's your blood purity level? Zeke, who for some reason still hasn't put the heavy chest down, stammers. Says unfortunately he only has an F rank. A failed product. He smiles apologetically, and then, within a second, everything above his head begins to burn. Zeke tries to dodge the flames and drops the chest. Demergos, Alex, Zeke, all 3 look up at the sky in amazement. A massive dragon with terrible sharp teeth is spewing fire across the village, burning everything in its path. Absolute panic erupts on the streets below. People screaming, mothers shielding children. everyone running. Young master. You have to get away quickly. Zeke shouts, flames blazing behind him. You said dragons were neutral. Demergos turns to Alex indignantly. I said I wasn't sure about that. Alex replies with a deeply dissatisfied expression. Zeke has no idea what is happening in front of him right now. Demergos looks at him. Well, it's fine. He opens his mouth wide. Zeke panhalit. I'll become your supporter. So become a hero. Zeke has absolutely no idea how to react to this. I was looking for a hero anyway. Demergos declares smiling. I guess this is fate. Accept my offer, and I will give you wealth and fame beyond anything you've dreamed of. I'll get rid of that failed product curse for you. Zeke listens with his mouth hanging open. Do you want to live the rest of your life as an F rank who's never even held a sword? Or will you accept my offer and change your destiny? The hero looks at the guy searchingly. Tears appear in Zeke's eyes. This is the kind of opportunity you only get once in your life. Demergos says solemnly. Memories flood Zeke's mind. The whispers around him his whole life. What kind of blood is an F rank? Why are they even having children? They'll just be failures. Failed products. It'd be a miracle if they don't starve to death. His sister's face appears before his eyes, asking when mom and dad are coming back, saying she's hungry, and now, standing in front of a burning village, he gets a chance. He drops to his knees. Please give me your support, he begs. I may just be an F rank, but I will give everything I have. Demergos and Alex look down at him with matching arrogant expressions. I'll make sure you won't regret giving me this chance. Zeke's face twists with emotion. If you want, I will give you my soul. Demergos, eyes glowing with deceit, chuckles quietly. I would have taken it sooner or later anyway. Then this will be your debut stage. He grins. Let's go hunt that dragon. Zeke looks at the enormous monster. His knees start shaking immediately. Can't we start with something simpler? He yells. A goblin, maybe? Then let's make a contract. The hero says. A contract appears before them. Party A Deos. Party B Zeke Panhitch. 1. Party B will take Party A as his hero companion. 2. Party B will exercise absolute obedience to all orders from Party A. 3. The relationship continues indefinitely for as long as Party A wishes. Only Party A may terminate. 4. Fame and fortune from adventure will be shared with Party B in accordance with however much Party A wants, whenever Party A wants. 5. Party B may not raise any objections to the above conditions. Zeke stares at the contract, thinks this is incredibly unfair. State your name if you accept. Demergos says. The contract will then be finalized. Zeke is overwhelmed, looks at the demon with wide round eyes, fame and fortune spinning in his head.
Zeke panholit.
He shouts it before he fully decides. The contract seals. Demergos looks satisfied. Then this will be your debut stage. He points. Go slay that dragon. Zeke looks at where he's pointing. Horror. Alex steps in gently. Master, humans normally can't just slay a dragon. Demergos raises one finger. I know. He laughs joyfully. Zeke will just pretend to kill it. We do all the real work. Everyone present stares at him. So first, Alex will actually fight the dragon. He gestures expansively. After that, drop him in front of the failed product. The failed product who is standing in place will swing a sword at the falling dragon. The people watching will think he killed it. They'll praise him as a great hero and savior. Alex and Zeke exchange strong doubts about this plan. Zeke is still kneeling, sweating profusely. People will become suspicious if an F rank like Zeke suddenly slays a dragon. Alex argues. And wouldn't being a D rank hero's companion make you stand out too much to live in peace? They both look at the demon strangely. Demergos stares back. Then, in one sharp movement, rips off his outer clothing.
Grabs a pan.
Fires twin rays from his eyes straight through it at eye level. A pan with 2 perfectly placed holes ends up on Zeke's head. A cloak, which is just the receptionist uniform, is thrown over his shoulders. And now we have a masked hero. He steps back to admire the result. A man, in his underpants, with a holy pan on his head, and a uniform cloak. A hero has to wear a cape and undies. Demergos declares. Now, nobody will notice the sudden appearance of a mysterious new hero. Doesn't that sound nice? Zeke thinks to himself, what is this? Then I'll kill the dragon. Alex says, holding the edge of his hat. Great. Demergos tells him. Alex heads off to fight the monster. Demergos invites Zeke downstairs. Zeke stands with a saucepan on his head, tears streaming down his face, asks if he really has to fight in this form. The hero looks at him, notices something is missing. Take the holy sword. He pushes something toward him. Zeke picks it up. It's a mop that somehow perfectly completes the fighting image. Just stand there holding that. Demergos says, even if the dragon is right in front of your face. Reddish energy emanates from his pupils. Then I'll give you fame and fortune far beyond what you can handle. Something strange happens to Zeke in that moment. A feeling he can't explain. His grip tightens, like he could destroy whatever comes his way. Deep in his blood, something stirs. The instincts of a hero that had been sleeping in his hemoglobin. The blood of the hero, wanting to destroy the Demon King standing before him. But not knowing any of that, Zeke probably thought something more like this. Seeing Sir Deos's eyes. I'm starting to feel like I can actually do this. Fame and fortune. Yes, master. The receptionist shouts, happily clenching his fist. Good dog. Demergos says. And Zeke storms off. In his underpants. Pan on his head. Mop in hand. Uniform cloak flapping behind him. He also barks. Like a dog. Nobody planned for that part. Meanwhile, the dragon continues burning everything in its path. People screaming, fleeing, begging to be saved. The monster roars deafeningly. The whole village is on fire. Then, a purple spot appears next to the dragon. A mini portal. Alex steps out, landing on top of the cathedral cross. He stands in silence looking at his opponent. The dragon flies higher, still spewing flames. Alex places his right hand on his left shoulder. And dozens of far more threatening hands crawl out of it immediately. One holds his hat. He flies upward, higher than the dragon. He raises one hand to strike. Every extra hand copies the movement exactly. They all strike together, reaching toward the dragon's heart. The hands wrap around it like barbed wire. I have your heart, Alex tells the dragon. So you must not resist me or my orders. The monster squirms in protest. First, I'll ask you something, Alex says. His eyes glow pink. Why did you appear in this place? Didn't dragons and humans make a peace agreement? He notices something unexpected. A strange purple creature crawling out from inside the dragon. From the monster's mouth come terrible curses that no reasonable person would repeat. Alex stares at it. Can dragons really swear that dirty? He asks. What are you? There's clearly something very wrong here. The dragon makes a sharp jerk. Continues spewing fire. Tries desperately to break free and climb higher. Zeke stands in the middle of the burning village, looking up at where Alex is battling the dragon. He looks absolutely ridiculous. Less like a hero. More like a very confused man having the worst day of his life. People peek out from their windows wondering, who is this man? Why isn't he hiding? Is he trying to fight the dragon alone? Is he a hero? Zeke meanwhile is desperately trying to pull the pan off his head, so he doesn't cook himself alive. The people watching have slightly different thoughts. In that outfit he looks like a real pervert. What is this crazy person doing out there? Zeke thinks to himself. I am scared and very embarrassed. Demergos sits on a nearby roof and calls out cheerfully. Come on, masked hero, act. Save our Zorks. Zeke looks at him desperately, and somehow public opinion shifts. Cheers begin rising from the windows. Masked hero. A hero has come. Is that really a hero? Zeke laughs with joy and waves his mop at the people. Thank you. Thank you all very, very much. He grabs the shaft with both hands. That's right, he thinks. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He stops trying to remove the pan, starts swinging the mop like he's actually fighting someone. He is not going to miss this chance. Fame, fortune, he thinks. Above, the dragon spewing flames roars across the sky, violet fire visible in its eyes. Alex's expression shows exactly how difficult this is becoming. The dragon is nearly impossible to control. He makes his decision. Hundreds of his arms wrap around the dragon's entire torso simultaneously. 100 demonic hands. The limbs constrict completely, a prison of arms. Constricting prison. The dragon stops roaring, starts wheezing. And now the last thing, Alex says. Heart piercer. A powerful jet of white energy drives straight through the dragon's heart. The monster emits a terrible roar, still spewing flames. Alex senses immediately that something is wrong. The purple mass he noticed inside the creature crawls out and begins taking over his many arms. Prepare, the many-eyed creature says, individual words forming something meaningful. The one who was thought to be dead has returned. The dragon's eyes emit purple aura. The creature activates, its mass absorbs Alex starting from the head. So that's what it was, Alex says, now almost completely surrounded by the purple enemy. Below, Demergos watches his servants battle from the ground, looking frankly bored. Why are you taking so long? Are you making a dragon by hand? How long does it take to kill one? In the sky, a desperate battle between Alex's hundreds of arms and the purple creature lurking inside the dragon. The monster is exhausted and starting to fall. Failed product. Demergos calls out. Zeke responds immediately. Get ready, he'll fall soon. The hero says, pointing upward. Strike so everyone can see you did it. Zeke looks very ridiculous in his underpants. He picks up the mop and says nothing. The dragon's head is engulfed in yellow flames. Sir Deos, Zeke finally says. The hero indicates he's listening. I don't want to die. Demergos makes a very strange sound. Zeke has absolutely no idea what it means. Then the hero looks at him thoughtfully. Do, he says. I promise, with my name on the line. No matter what happens, I won't let you die. Zeke looks at him through the hole in the pan. A bright flash somewhere. He clutches the mop tightly. That's right, he thinks. I can do this. He screams with everything he has. Moonlight glow. First chapter. Meanwhile in the sky, Alex is still fighting. The purple creature's tendrils are penetrating under his skin. His hands keep resisting regardless. The creature's eyes glow, trying to hypnotize him. Its own hands cling to Alex's, trying to overpower them. Alex roars from unbearably intense tension. This is a bit troublesome, he says. The tendrils actually penetrate his body. A bird's eye view of the village square, purple entity visible above it. Alex casts his counter. 100 demonic hands. Then, 1,000 glows whip. It works. Alex grabs the purple mass with his hand. Tears it away from his body with enormous effort. Below, Demergos watches them slowly descend. Then notices something. The falling dragon's body might crush the receptionist standing in his shorts. Alex continues pulling the vile purple creature off his face. It works barely. The dragon descends fast. People screaming from windows it's gonna crash into the square. Children calling for parents. Parents driving kids into basements. Zeke, sweating profusely, still holds the mop at the ready. The dragon is almost on top of him. People scream for him to run. Demergos runs up from behind. What are you doing? He shouts, looking anxiously at the almost naked receptionist. You should slow. He stops, looks up in fascination. Alex is still tearing the purple mass from himself. The dragon is already very close. It may seem like it's falling directly on Zeke. Zeke holds the mop tight and thinks, I will not move. No matter what, I'll strike it down in one move. Wild eyes looking through the pan holes at the dragon. A memory surfaces. A tiny Zeke with a small sword. A baby on his back, looking up at his mentor. An elderly man with another child on his back. Standing in a green field of tall grass and yellow flowers. Moonlight glow. Watch carefully, Zeke. The old man's face hidden by the bright sun. This sword art is a secret passed down in our family. Learn this for when the Demon King's army invades our world. Young Zeke's voice, small and uncertain. The kids in the neighborhood said I won't be able to participate in the subjugation. Zeke, the man interrupts him gently. No matter what anyone says. Our family has the holy blood of the hero running through our veins. You will without a doubt be a great hero. So learn well. Then a heavy cough into his fist. Okay, Dad. Young Zeke smiles. Back to the present. Pan on his head. Sweating. Standing in his underpants. Moonlight glow. First chapter. He screams with everything he has and swings. Hits the ground with the mop. At that exact moment, Alex finally tears the terrible purple creature away from his face. Demergos casts his spell simultaneously. Dooms. A devilish glint in his eyes. Guillotine Demon King Splitter. Something flashes brilliantly in front of the charging creature. The dragon lands directly in front of Zeke. And Zeke strikes at the perfect moment. The dragon spewing flames falls sideways. A massive amount of purple spray rises into the air. Stones and bricks fly from nearby buildings. Violet splashes land on the pan. On his eyelids, Zeke opens his eyes. What he sees shocks him into screaming. He turns his head and realizes he is standing inside a massive black crater that has splattered the entire area. Then screams reach his ears. Hero! People lean from windows, cheering. The hero has slain the dragon. The hero has saved us. He was sent to us by God. Zeke, pan still on his head, stands in the middle of it all, and listens, and frankly enjoys every single second of it. He is absolutely delighted. Then a cough from behind. Demergo's trying to get his attention. Shouldn't you get changed and hide, Sir Masked Hero? Zeke screams in fear, remembering what he's supposed to do, and sprints away from the square. From above on the cathedral cross, Alex watches him go. The left side of Alex's face, a black spot with strange symbols creeping across it, sparks falling on him from the ongoing fires below. The dragon burning out beside the houses. Its enormous sharp teeth the most visible thing left. The one who was thought to be dead has returned. Blue morning sky. How well I slept, Demergo says, smiling and stretching sweetly. Are you awake, master? Alex asks. Please have a drink. The hero looks at the servant in surprise. Alex holds a tray with a coffee pot and sugar bowl. They say humans start their mornings with a cup of coffee. The hero is pleasantly surprised, ready to appreciate this local tradition. Then the door bursts open. Sir Perrier, there's trouble. The hero looks in bewilderment at whoever just said that. Naturally, it's Zeke, covered in dirt, grinning. The whole village is out looking for the masked hero. He beams. They want to make him this village's hero. What's wrong with your clothes? What's wrong with your clothes? Demergos asks. Zeke looks down at himself, laughs loudly. The village is in ruins after yesterday, and he helped restore order. They pay well here for manual labor, he reports cheerfully. Well, great, the hero says, sipping his coffee. Everything is going according to my plan. He closes one eye and looks out the window. Demergos enjoys life, waking up to refreshing sunlight, drinking fragrant morning coffee. The mornings on the surface are pretty good, he says peacefully. The conversation is taking place in a penthouse missing an entire wall, and most of the roof. It's coffee made from a dragon's tongue and left eyeball.
Alex mention.
I'm glad it suits your taste. Below in the square, the village is already buzzing with activity. People clearing rubble, carrying stones, calling to each other. Move quickly. Need help over here. My house. Mommy, where are you? Why is this so heavy? Stop complaining and move it. Someone puts a heavy stone on a shoulder box. Come on faster, Zeke. There's still a lot of work here. The hotel administrator waves his hand at the receptionist below. Zeke, in dirty shorts and a t-shirt, laughs and says he'll do everything in the best possible way. The Demon King sits in his ruined penthouse drinking eyeball coffee, watching a village rebuild itself below him, looking deeply satisfied with how retirement is going so far. Demergos watches everything from outside. They're working so hard trying to rebuild this unremarkable village. The failed product is working hard too, he notes. Alex, standing beside him, confirms. Says he talked to Zeke yesterday. He's been doing hard labor since childhood. His family was poor and raising a hero is expensive. We see Zeke smiling happily, carrying an enormous load. Laundry, cleaning, lumbering, grave digging. Alex lists everything. He's even worked at a shady bar. Demergos listens thoughtfully. Then, it's decided. Alex looks at him questioningly. Demergos sits on a hill looking down at the destroyed settlement below. Since we found a hero and traveling around is annoying, let's just start in this village. The lovely little settlement sits below them. Greenery everywhere. Houses next to the sea. Seagulls flying overhead. It's small and insignificant, but I somehow like it. He smiles, looking down at the bustling villagers with something almost like warmth. Start of the Deo's era. He hums. Well, he says. Alex glances at his master, waiting. Let's go. And let Zeke work if he wants. Alex doesn't understand where they're going. The hero laughs joyfully, sharp fangs on full display. We are going to sell dragon skin. It must be expensive since armor is made from it. Have you forgotten? We need to get into the top 2% of this world. Alex reports the Bureau of Heroes took all the skin last evening. What? Demergos is beside himself instantly. Alex explains. Dragon corpses are so durable that normal people can't even touch them. The Bureau handles it. The hero shakes his fists, jumps with anger. This means we killed it for nothing. He calms down slightly. Okay, let's go. I beg your pardon, where? Alex clarifies. Devilish anger reappears in the hero's eyes. To tear down the hero's bureau. Alex thinks, absolutely not. Wait! He shouts. Trembling with both anger and panic. The hero's bureau is the main base of all heroes. No matter how strong his lord is, fighting all heroes alone would be catastrophic. And if they discover the Demon King isn't in the demon realm, it's over. Master. He calls, fake smile activated. Didn't you say you'd become a companion of the hero? So what? Deos doesn't follow. In the human realm you have to register at the hero's bureau to become a hero's companion. If the bureau disappears, who would acknowledge Zeke as a hero? Deos is confused. Scratches his chin. Alex thinks, did I just accidentally prevent the destruction of the demon race? Then let's go there. The hero says, raising one finger. What? Where are we going now? Alex asks in amazement. I can just recoup my losses from the country next door. Deos declares, grinning predatorily. Alex cannot believe his ears. I thought you were Deos. Man, I'll start tomorrow. The hero answers. Alex asks timidly, maybe they should go back underground. He drives the cart again through idyllic meadows. Sun shining. Flowers blooming. Butterflies fluttering. Sir Deos. Alex calls. No answer. Sir Deos. Still nothing. Sir Deos. The hero jumps slightly in surprise. Alex looks sideways at him from under his hat. You've enjoyed the surface long enough. Why don't we head back down? The whole demon realm is waiting for your return. The fated day is 20 years from now. You have to learn the Demon King arts completely so you can take over the world. Deos yawns, puts his hands behind his head. That's your problem, he replies. I won't do it just because you want me to. Alex tries a different angle. A Demon King will appear and attack the human realm. 665 Demon Kings before you, the entire demon realm, the humans to be attacked. All accept this as naturally as breathing. He pauses. His face goes slightly sad. If everything works out according to whose wishes, why would God even be needed? Deos closes his eyes. Good experience. Think it over. There's no Demon King anymore. Alex turns sharply. It doesn't matter who the girl is, he says insistently. At least have a child to fill the 666th Demon King position. What? Deos tries to laugh it off. How dare you use such language in this day and age? Nobody would doubt you're a demon. Shoo. Go away. Alex looks at him with the most serious expression he's ever made. In any case, I will not leave until you produce an heir to the Demon Kingdom. Well, great. Deos smiles. This only means you'll remain here forever as my servant. Alex smiles back. Maybe I should find you a wife then. I can find the woman who suits you best. If you don't stop, I will go to the Demon Kingdom and destroy it with my own hands. The hero answers calmly. The cart continues through flowering meadows. But does that even work? Deos says unexpectedly. What are you talking about? Alex turns around. Does that princess from before work? The hero says something fragmentary. Alex asks which princess. Deos turns his head dreamily, blushing slightly, and gives out another portion of half-sentences. Alex turns around to ask again. I'm talking about pregnancy. Deos suddenly shouts. I'm asking you, can humans be impregnated by demons? Alex is startled by the emotional explosion, then almost cries with joy. Naturally, he says, we interbreed very well with them. He begins enthusiastically explaining the biological process in full anatomical detail. Deos does not want to hear any of this. He turned red. A stream of saliva escaped his mouth. Skip the sex education part. He orders, hand outstretched. Okay. Alex smiles. He looks intently at his master. Anyway, if my lord really wants to, your demonic sperm flows automatically into the other party's body. Deos opens his mouth in surprise. So any direct intercourse leads to pregnancy with a 99.999% success rate. If it's just a deep kiss, the chances are 50%. A peck has a 25% chance of getting a girl pregnant. You can get pregnant through just a peck. Deos shouts. Even just holding hands with a woman can get her pregnant. Alex says, showing his thumb. The hero who cannot process any of this sits in shocked silence. What kind of body is this? He says finally. It suddenly became disgusting to him. Demonic seed. He mutters, unable to get over the shock. I almost got in serious trouble. This body is clearly designed for reproduction. Kill and have descendants. That's all this thing was built for. He looks ahead thoughtfully. The more I learn about it, the more I dislike it. It's a blessed body. Alex objects, glancing sideways from under his wide-brimmed hat. You are the hope and savior of the demon realm. A perfect body bestowed by God. Blessed my ass. Deos answers irritably from his favorite spot in the cart. I'm just a part that gets printed out every 100 years. He looks up at the sky thoughtfully. I don't like the feeling of having so much expected of me. The sun shines brightly above his head. What about my feelings? Then, a loud scream nearby. Deos and Alex look toward it. A girl in a raincoat and stockings sprinting ahead. Behind her, a crowd of monsters armed with axes and swords. She cries and begs to be saved from the mountain bandits chasing her. Oh, a beautiful lady in distress. Alex says, shouldn't you go help her? Why should I? Deos replies, completely indifferent, still lying in the cart. You never know. Something good might happen. Don't you think this is suspicious? The hero asks. Alex asks what exactly. She's suddenly running toward us asking for help. Deos explains, watching the scene unfold. The situation where a beauty asks for help while being chased is the #1 cliché of the fantasy genre. Alex doesn't understand the problem. Bird's eye view. Nothing is blocking the wide-open surroundings. Where did they even come from? Deos says. The forest is all the way over there. He raises his feet onto the barrel. And more importantly, do you think they wouldn't notice us? The monsters chasing the girl. The entire time they're chasing her. Somehow never noticed the cart. Neither you nor I noticed them either. Wait. Don't jump ahead just yet, eyes. You're watching part 2. And trust us, this is where things get really interesting. But if you haven't seen part 1, head over to our channel first because you're missing a big piece of the story. Also, if you're enjoying the content, take 1 second to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell icon so you stay updated every time we upload. Alright, no more waiting. Let's dive straight into part 2. Deos says. He looks at Alex. Is it you who set up this terrible plot? What are you talking about? Alex asks in genuine surprise. Aren't you the one who wants to give me a girl, so I'll leave an heir? Deos clarifies. Just what kind of person do you think I am? Alex asks, smiling slightly. I'm Alex, the greatest strategist of the demon realm. I wouldn't allow such a bad plan to pass. The girl runs up to the cart and grabs the edge. Sir Hero, mountain bandits are chasing me. Please help. Tears streaming down her face. I'm not a hero. I'm a companion of one. Deos answers, not even looking at her. She sighs in disappointment. Then, with renewed energy, begs the hero's companion anyway. We're a high-level party that hunts dragons. The hero says, we don't do minor quests like mountain bandits. The girl lets out a very specific word under her breath. Lowers her eyes. Why are you so picky? Deos becomes enraged instantly. You just swore. He shouts, pointing directly at her face. She trembles. What the F? No, Sir Hero's companion, please help this weak young maiden. Deos points at where she should go. At that exact moment, a large sharp axe embeds itself into the side of the cart. The hero stares at it. Hey kids, don't play around. He tells the bandits. Look at his pale face. The bald, gray-bearded bandit leader shouts. Get out of here with your crippled cart if you don't want to die. What kind of clothes are those? Another criminal asks. Did you come from the future? A sad expression appears on the hero's face. They damaged my precious cart. He says very quietly. Burned for eternity. It sounds exactly like a spell. Because it is. The bandits who almost reached the girl are surrounded instantly by purple glow. One of them screams from unbearable pain. Begs desperately for someone to put out the fire consuming him. It cannot be extinguished. Deos says in an ominous voice. The bandits stare at him in horror. No matter who you are, no matter what magic you use, it will never stop burning. Nor will you ever die. Simply burning away for eternity, until the end of this world. He raises his fingers, smoking with purple haze, to his face. Who's next? Who else is going to join him? burning for eternity, apologizing, begging for forgiveness. Nobody damages the cart. Nobody. One of the bandits screams that they've met the devil himself. Another yells that they need to run straight to hell. The girl watches her pursuers scatter in absolute terror. She smiles joyfully. That's it. I saved you, Deos says. Now get lost somewhere. The girl looks at the hero with warm glowing eyes, asks him to wait just a moment, then reports the temple she serves has been captured by mountain bandits. She grabs the edge of the cart, sobbing, pleading. All the priestesses have been enslaved. The holy relic was lost. Please drive away the bandits and save the temple. Low-level quests don't interest me. The hero answers, picking his nose. Let's go, Alex. He orders his servant without removing his finger from his nose. Alex says he understands. Wait. The girl screams. Deos looks sideways at her. She smiles charmingly. You mentioned dragons earlier, right? Do you happen to be in the company of a hero dressed with a piece of cloth? The temple currently occupied by the bandits is the peak of the dragons. The true gold dragon temple. If you help drive away the bandits, we'll reward you with the true gold dragon's helmet. Deos picks his nose thoughtfully. Gold dragon's helmet. His finger stops moving. Scene shift mountain path. What are you doing? Why are you just standing still? Alex, breathing heavily, is climbing rocks up a steep mountain. He calls out to his master. Deos stands on a large stone above him, completely unbothered. The servant slowly approaches while the hero climbs with ridiculous ease. Why can't we just fly where we need to go? Alex asks. Are you crazy? Deos asks back. How can we do that? I'm not a demon king. Then could you at least carry me on your back? Alex begs. Mister, I cannot go on. My legs are about to explode. They're climbing a steep staircase up a very high mountain. The demon king cannot compromise his dignity. Deos replies. But you said you're no longer the demon king. This is also very suspicious. Alex adds, face drenched in sweat. He looks up at the top of the staircase where the girl they saved has already arrived. She's been running for half an hour without stopping. Up a steep staircase. With a human body. She's smiling. Humming a song. It doesn't matter who she is. Deos says calmly, towering over his servant with hands in pockets. He turns with ominous lights flickering in his eyes. I don't know what she's up to, but if she lied to me about anything, I'll rip her head off. Alex opens his mouth in surprise. Deos watches the girl running ahead. He remembers her earlier words. What did she say about the god of dragons? He asks Alex. Do dragons worship God? No. Alex answers, barely able to stand. He explains it's similar to worship in the demon realm. The true gold dragon stands at the peak of all dragons. Demons. Dragons.
Humans.
Every living being in this world has only one God. The one who created this world. The Creator. Deos looks thoughtfully at the sky. So God favors only people? He asks, contemplating the snow-white clouds and bright sun. Demons and dragons are just minor characters? Don't doubt him. Alex says. God is the only truth and ideal love. If we can take over what is personally blessed by the light of God, we will be favored. Deos looks into the distance thoughtfully. A very strange way to show love, he says. Alex's legs are shaking from exhaustion. We are there, he announces, and falls face down on the steps. A weakling, Deos states indifferently. He walks forward, stepping directly on his servant's head. Alex quacks muffled into the stone. I'll be relying on you on the way down as well, Deos says. Alex doesn't answer. He tries to peel himself off the steps. They pass through two huge gates into the temple grounds. Deos calls out loudly for the priestess. His eyes glow menacingly. He was absolutely not joking about taking someone's head if he was deceived. Where are the mountain bandits and the true gold dragon's helmet? He demands. Hand it over while I'm still speaking nicely. Alex, trailing slightly behind, asks the hero to be careful. Something doesn't feel clean here. Then something happens behind them. They look around. A familiar voice. Qo, a girl, snake eyes, sitting cross-legged. Almost her entire body wrapped in chains and necklaces with large diamonds. You've done well to get here, she says. Looks like your lackey has better intuition than you. She smiles. So you're the mountain bandit who captured the temple, Deos says. And what about the helmet? Before them, a girl and a couple of demons against the backdrop of a starry sky. How dare you run your filthy mouth? The girl says. Do you understand the situation you're in? Bow down. This body in front of you is the god of all dragons, Law. The one who rules over all dragons and the mother of all dragons. Her face freezes into something quite terrifying. The one and only golden dragon. The true gold dragon, Golden Law. Deos opens his mouth. Alex stands behind the hero. My lord. We've gotten ourselves into a bind. Deos hums thoughtfully. The girl laughs loudly. Were you surprised because it was beyond your lowly expectations? Foolish mortal. Yellow haze appears in her eyes. Beg if you're afraid. I am not one to be petty. Deos rubs his chin. The god of dragons, Law. That's amazing. She asks, do you finally understand now? Then, as your sign of apology, I will command you to do something for me. What are you talking about? Deos asks, starting to pick his nose again. Law of the dragons. Mother of dragons. Or something. I'm just saying, I want a cool title like that too. Law clearly did not expect to hear that. I've always felt something's lacking when I introduce myself. The hero continues, watching over everything from the world's darkness. The top 2% of deep dark alpha males. How's that, Alex? The demons giggle. Alex claps his hands. It was cool, my lord. Law calls out to them with a strange gesture. Tells them to stop talking nonsense. Ask for forgiveness quickly. Don't you have anything to apologize for? Deos pretends to think. Says he doesn't remember having any guilt toward her. Law angrily points a bent finger at him. Didn't you kill the dragon yesterday? I am the mother of all dragons. You killed my child. You're causing a ruckus just because of that? Deos asks, smiling. Apparently he just crossed a line with the goddess. A whirlwind of fire, light, and diamonds erupts around the hero. Just because of that, she says, looking him straight in the eye. I hope you have a dying wish. This place is the Golden Jade Realm. The whirlwind intensifies around him. Her eyes shine brilliantly. Even if you're Demergos, you stand no chance against me in this place. The Golden Jade Realm. Alex shouts, trying to hold his hat in the middle of the fiery whirlwind. My lord. This is the territory of the true Golden Dragon. We're inside her domain. Fighting her here is extremely dangerous. A disgusting smile appears on Law's face. Your lackey is very smart, she tells the hero. Hurry up and kneel before me. 666th. Are you doing this even though you know who I am? A questioning expression appears on her face. The hero's eyes burn with red devilish fire. Predatory smile fully deployed. If you're the true golden dragon, he says, I can just take your face to use right now. Prepare yourself, since I'll be ripping the skin right off your face. Law stares at him in complete surprise. Then, genuine fear flickers behind her eyes. But first, Deos says, putting his index finger to his nose. Would you like to apologize for deceiving me? What are you talking about? The goddess asks, furious. No, honestly. The hero begins explaining. He stands directly in front of Law. She seems ready to listen despite herself. I didn't come to Earth to cause trouble, Deos says. I just quietly came with the intention of becoming a hero's companion. He stands completely calm, hands still in his pockets. But all of a sudden, your child showed up in the village, started a fire, destroyed all the buildings. What should I do? We had to defeat it in self-defense. The goddess listens in silence, not with the most pleasant expression. You didn't show up when your own child was making a mess. Deos continues. And now you show up to deal with us, who are just sitting still. You fooled us by pretending to be a shaman and a bandit. Then you suddenly claim to be the goddess of dragons and demand I apologize. He looks boldly into the eyes of the goddess. Do you really think, he asks, that I'm going to fall on my knees in front of you and beg? Oh, goddess of dragons, forgive me. I won't do it again? He shakes his head. I won't do it. He tilts his head slightly. If you are the god of dragons, is it okay for you to do whatever you please? Are dragons really like that? The fiery speech seems to genuinely impress the goddess. She asks confused what? Alex steps forward from the side. He is right, he declares. It is extremely arrogant to think that what you say is always right just because you have power. The same fire burns in the servant's eyes as his master's. It is natural for anyone in the world to fight for their own safety. Moreover, The dragon side was the one who forgot the peace agreement and violated it. This is a situation where you should be asking for forgiveness. So, as the dragon goddess, you owe an apology to the villagers of Zorks. The goddess really wants to escape from these two impossibly eloquent demons. She asks helplessly what we all understand perfectly well. Deos continues that if a child commits a crime, the parent bears responsibility. I'm not their real mother. The goddess tries to justify herself, sweating. Are you trying to evade responsibility? Alex asks. The goddess gasps, not knowing where to look. Strange. You don't want to be responsible for anything. But at the same time you want to enjoy power. Two demons standing in the middle of a fiery whirlpool, literally driving the enemy insane with their speeches. Hey, have you seen the Golden Realm? Deos asks casually. Just because the kids are a problem doesn't mean the parents are always the problem. But don't you know, parents who don't care about their children at all on a regular basis, when something finally happens, they suddenly take their children's side. It's because of parents like you that all parents get cursed. This is not an issue to just ignore. Alex picks up seamlessly. As the representative of dragons, the god of dragons, you should apologize for violating the peace agreement. As the one responsible, you should take responsibility and resign. Blood flows from the goddess's ears. She scratches her head. That's all. Why do I have the feeling that I did something wrong to these demons? That's right. You did something wrong. Deos says. And now, with your permission, we will leave. He turns around and walks. Alex follows immediately. Wait. The goddess shouts after them. Shouldn't you at least listen to my request while you're still here? She seems to be slowly coming back to her senses after the verbal assault she just endured. Deos turns his face toward her. First, apologize. He demands. He looks at her with honest eyes. Law gasps in surprise. Don't be afraid. The hero says calmly. It's not scary at all. You won't lose anything. A long pause. Wait. He waits.
I'm sorry.
The goddess, the vortex around her almost completely gone, stands guiltily in front of two demons. Deos puts his hand on her head. Law clearly did not expect that at all. Okay. He says, I don't really need this, but since you were forced to apologize, I will gladly accept it. He keeps his hand on her head. This is of course a little strange. Law says, but I'll pretend I didn't notice, because I'm generous. The hero laughs. Okay. What do you want, dragon head? He says with a welcoming smile. The goddess is not happy. Very serious face. In short, she says, you have to hunt dragons. Deos is genuinely surprised. He looks at her. The true gold dragon. God of dragons. The law. Mother of all dragons. His face turns slightly red, either from the listing of titles or from the sheer absurdity of what she just asked. Asks me, the demon king, to hunt dragons. Her own children. Yes. The goddess says hesitantly. Do you think I'm an idiot? Deos says. This is obviously a trap. You want me to believe that nonsense? You're really out of your mind, you little punk. He screams and waves his fists. No, it's not like that. The goddess cowers, trying to convince him. Is it because of that purple melium thing? Alex asks quietly. Hearing those words, Deos turns to his servant in surprise. Alex explains calmly. It was attached to the dragon's body. Something like a strange parasite. It seemed to be taking over the dragon's consciousness completely. The goddess pulls her hand away from the hero and hits Alex in the chest with her elbow irritably. Then starts talking. Something is wrong right now, she says. These hardliners, the ones who reject the peace agreement signed with humans. Deos asks who she means. The goddess explains. The dragon killed yesterday was one of their victims. The hardliners are a group who have suffered deeply at the hands of humans. She looks up at the sky. Losing beloved ones. Having their children hunted for weapons. But we still have to remain neutral. The demons listen silently. These ones, blinded by anger, they're attacking towns. Infecting dragons living in peace with powerful and strange magic I've never even heard of before. To start a war between humans and dragons all over again. So you have to catch them first. The demons listen quietly to her story, so that innocent children no longer die miserably while being used as tools of war. She says sadly. Deos smiles, still not taking his hands out of his pockets. I understand what you're talking about. He says, it's called hunting. but a troublemaker called a hardliner is manipulating an otherwise peaceful dragon, driving it to madness, sending suicide attackers at humans. And you want me to catch them before the humans kill them. Is this right? He looks at the goddess. Yes, she answers, straightening to her full height in front of the demons. How are you going to repay me? Deos asks immediately. The goddess is silent, not knowing what to answer. He smiles and insists. There must be a fee for my services. What do you want? The goddess asks, irritated. 5 dragon scales. Deos replies. He duplicates the number with widely spread fingers. Since ancient times, it has been said that weapons are made from dragons. He shows off his hand proudly. Every time I catch one, I take 5 scales. That's fair, right? In addition, weapons and armor worth 1,000 gold refined with dragon breath, based on selling price. How about it? The goddess, surrounded by her precious necklaces, is silent in confusion. You're a complete fraud, right? She finally asks, tears rolling down her cheeks. Think what you want, Deos says. He snaps his fingers. Contract appears. Deos will do the job. The golden dragon will pay. 1. Job description. Catch and punish dragons causing trouble in human towns. Hand them over to the golden dragon. 2. Price. 5 dragon scales per dragon and weapons worth 1,000 gold. Paid by the morning after completing each task. 3. If this contract is violated, you become Deos' slave. The goddess reads it, tries to understand what it means for her. If you say your name, the contract is concluded. The hero says, smiling, it's a deal with the devil. Don't try to cheat, because your soul is on the line. The goddess looks at him angrily. I understand that perfectly well, she says. Damn you. She identifies herself. The god of dragons. Golden dragon. Deos grins predatorily. The contract is concluded. The demons turn and head for the exit. Open the door. The hero says, we'll handle the work in a few days. Devil. The goddess calls. Deos turns around. Please, she says, lowering her eyes. Catch them alive. She looks at the hero with pleading eyes. No more deaths needed. Deos smiles. The client's desire is law for me. He giggles and leaves the temple. The demons begin descending the stairs. Well, that all went unexpectedly well, Deos says. Yes, Alex answers. Then suddenly, Deos turns around and sprints back to the temple. Alex stares after him in complete surprise. Goddess of dragons. The hero shouts, indignant. The temple doors are already closed. What are you doing? Alex asks. SHE didn't give me the true gold dragon helmet. He shouts, literally losing his mind with rage. We can't go back to the golden jade now, we're not dragons. Alex explains. Deos jumps, spins, screaming. Sneaky dragon. You fooled me again. The demon's cart waits at the foot of the mountain below. Someday, I'll definitely rip your skin off your face. Deos shouts at the closed temple doors. Scene shift. Inside the destroyed hotel. An arms dealer. Someone asks angrily. Yes. Deos answers happily, folding his hands in front of his face. But why? Alex asks. Zeke stands beside them trying to understand what they're arguing about. Why are you suddenly an arms dealer? Alex shouts, enraged. Did you abandon us all and come to Earth just to sell weapons? Zeke tries to restrain Alex before he does something regrettable. Did you feel nothing when humans hunted dragon babies and made weapons from them? Alex shouts, pointing his finger directly in his master's face. It's just business, you brainless idiot. Deos replies calmly. Dragon scale monopoly is the weapon the true gold dragon gives me. His eyes light up. How many kills will this get me? I knew it right away. Am I already in the top 2%? He rubs his finger under his nose, making rapid calculations in his head. Already seeing himself as an extraordinarily wealthy demon. She said she'll give me weapons if I just catch dragons. Isn't this a total freebie? War breaks out every 100 years. Isn't the arms trade the best business that can never fail? No, if there is no devil, there is no war. Alex shouts, come to your senses. He grabs the hero by the shoulder and shakes him. Zeke watches the exchange, scratching the back of his head. Thinks, catching a dragon was free? And you idiot! Do you still not know who I am? The hero starts screaming back. The familiar devilish fire lights up in his eyes. The arms dealer is just a source of funds for the real plan. I have no intention of living as a businessman forever. Did you forget? Deep dark. Watching from the darkness. A man who controls all the weapons in the world. He looks intently into his servant's eyes. As expected. That's what it is. Alex thinks. Now quickly take the defective product and find a useful store. Deos shouts frantically. Depart. Alex grabs the receptionist and sprints off to carry out the order at surprising speed. Why do I continue to do business? Deos thinks to himself. The ultimate goal, naturally, is to own buildings. He imagines it with a deeply satisfied expression. The best building owner in the fantasy world. Alex, I'm glad you're an idiot, he says happily. He spins his boots off and climbs into bed. Lies with his hands behind his head. Sun shines brightly through the massive hole in the roof. He lets the rays fall on his face, and remembers everything that happened. The flying cross on the cathedral roof. The receptionist who talked about being F-rank. Just a defective product. The fight with the dragon. The meeting with the goddess who asked him to catch her children alive. Deos seems to be drifting toward sleep. He looks at the sun through the crack in the roof. Thinks he's already created a stable stream of cash income. Saved a hero. His original goal has largely been achieved. Now he can do nothing. Just get rich. But what is this emptiness? A whisper somewhere deep inside. Blood and carnage. Would it make me feel any better if I killed and crushed all the humans in this town? Deos sees the crossed-out face of the receptionist flash through his half-asleep brain. Thoughts and images flicker rapidly. Kill them all. Destroy the world. Make mankind your slaves. Make Earth into hell. Then you'll end the reincarnation. Being reborn and dying every 100 years underground where the sun no longer shines. Deos seems ready to finally fall asleep. His eyes close. Get some sleep and shut up. Morning comes. Here it is, says someone whose legs we see first. A dilapidated building with cracked walls. Stairs leading up to it. A new weapon shop. Alex stands on the stairs beside the stretching hero. The owners died during the dragon invasion. We purchased it at a low price. Not bad, Deos says, still stretching. You found it quickly. Once I heard the real plan. I couldn't sit still with excitement. Alex says, smiling. Deos laughs. Says they are indeed fighting for the real plan. Alex inspects the purchase thoughtfully. I think our store would look very nice if we asked Zeke to renovate it. Can he do the job? Yes. He said he worked as a carpenter. The hero looks at his future store. Admits, for his young age Zeke is truly remarkable. Then he turns to Alex. But isn't blood level passed down from generation to generation? I mean, even if pure-blooded people have children, the child can still be F-grade, right? Yes, Alex answers. On the contrary, there are quite a few examples where a child born between an F-class hero and a saint becomes the last hero standing. The demons still stand in front of their dilapidated purchase. In general, everything here is random, Deos says. Alex confirms. Then there's no hope for defective products? The hero asks. Just because the family is great. Shouldn't an F-child just be labeled as grade F? That's also ambiguous. Alex answers, looking very impressive in his wide-brimmed hat. Although it's not skill, property is inherited. A family that frequently produces high-ranking warriors or saints will have wealth equivalent to a king. He smiles. With that money you can raise your child's hero level or blood level in various ways. So on the other hand, if you get an F, it's hard for your child to shine. Unless you get an F, is that right? The hero asks, looking up. Yes, Alex answers. And since Zeke himself said he was F-grade, but he must have already been ranked as a hero. Deos looks ahead thoughtfully. Do you know what I'm thinking about right now? He asks. No, the servant answers. About why demons are always defeated by creatures whose heroism is determined by such a pathetic and insignificant factor as money. He becomes enraged. Grabs Alex by the throat. Why? Speak up. Bastard. Alex screams, loudly begging for forgiveness. Deos calms down slightly, face still red with anger. Let's end this conversation. He straightens up. In any case, the demon world doesn't interest me anymore. He looks around. By the way, where did our hero go? Noodles. A steaming bowl of noodles with all the additives. Looking extremely appetizing. Part of a sign visible, something like Warrior Noodles. Selling the food, none other than Zeke. He spots the hero and smiles. Asks why he woke up so early. Deos and Alex approach the counter. Why did you suddenly start selling noodles? The hero asks. I had a little time. The guy answers. Why not? The pay here is pretty decent too. The hero is immediately drawn in by the aroma. He sits down on a barrel being used as a chair. Give me some noodles, he orders, placing his hands on the counter. Yes, master. Zeke drops noodles into boiling water, throws in vegetables, pours the finished dish into a bowl and presents it. These are noodles? Deos asks in surprise. He picks up the pasta with chopsticks, puts them in his mouth, swallows, pause. This is incredibly tasty. He shouts it enthusiastically. This is a real delicacy. Is it true? Alex asks. Then give me some too. Having received his portion, the hero's servant greedily devours the noodles. His face says everything. Complete and total delight. Both demons unanimously praise the young cook. Zeke, you don't have to become a hero. Become a chef. I take that as a compliment, Zeke says, smiling, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment, clearly very pleased by their reaction. Master, thank you very much, he says to the hero who is happily choking on his noodles. Thanks to you I was able to buy school uniforms for my younger brothers. They just started warrior school, and it really bothered me that they were the only two without uniforms. He smiles sincerely. Deos keeps inhaling noodles. These guys act all nonchalant, but they genuinely become happy when you do something for them. Warrior school? Deos asks, sucking in another strand of pasta. Yes, this may sound presumptuous, Zeke says, smiling, but I'm sending them both to a private warrior elementary school. I may not be strong, but I'm confident they can become real warriors. So I'll invest in them. Then, from somewhere to the side, look, there's a fly in my soup. Deos and Zeke turn toward the voice. An angry middle-aged man, very unpleasant face, holding a bowl of noodles at arm's length. Damn it, he yells. I always try to avoid this nasty restaurant, but today I was hungry and decided to stop by. So what did I get? The girl next to him says she warned him not to eat in this pigsty. Sorry, sir. Zeke tries to justify himself. There are no flies here. At that same second, a plate of noodles flies at Zeke's head. He barely covers himself with his hand. Deos looks sideways at the man. What are you saying, that I'm lying? The man shouts, mouth wide open. His companion smiles with satisfaction. You bastard. Do you even know who my father is? If I tell him what happened here, this filthy place will be closed today. Then he recognizes Zeke and freezes for a second. Wait. Isn't this the Holich family? You mean that family that was important? The girl asks. The other customers at their tables look over in surprise. Start whispering to each other. Holich is still around. The holy Holich family. When did heroes become chefs? It's not Beach, it's Holich. Zeke says sadly, noodles still on his head. I knew it. The dissatisfied client shouts, laughing maliciously. A poor family. His father came to my house begging for work. His companion is in complete ecstasy over this man's behavior. And now you little bastard are selling slop on the street. Like father, like son. Zeke, not knowing where to escape from the humiliation, simply stands still. Doesn't even try to remove the noodles on his head. You're a hero too, right? The man keeps going. So you sell hero noodles? He laughs loudly. Then, a loud slam of a hand on the table. What kind of fly is here preventing me from eating properly? Deos turns to face the man. Zeke calls out to him, trying to prevent what's coming. Too late. You called me a fly, right? Deos says. Maybe you want to slap me? He extends his hand forward. Fingers spread. The man and his companion look at it, almost hypnotized. Let's kill some flies, the hero says. His eyes begin to glow. The man who abused Zeke twists into a shapeless lump. Arms and legs protruding in completely unnatural directions. Zeke looks at what happened in pure horror. The companion screams, mouth wide open, then runs away sobbing and begging to be saved. One runs away. Deos notes. A black hole with a purple edge appears inside his outstretched arm. The girl who was just reveling in her companion's cruelty now lies beside him, arms and legs broken. We see a clenched fist. The heroes, people who don't respect the heroes risking their lives to fight on their behalf, don't deserve to enjoy this earth. Alex looks at his boss silently, then turns back to the counter and continues finishing his noodles. Let's eat. Ah, yes. Zeke answers, not understanding anything. Then a sheet of paper appears above the hero's head, falls directly into his bowl, forces him to stop eating. He reads it. Dragons have appeared in Lee Castle. Depart immediately. Law. Deos decisively places his chopsticks on the table. Defective product. Close your restaurant. He smiles. It's the first mission for our VIP customer. Let's go make money. Yes, sir. Zeke answers happily. Night over the mountains. Horse legs visible. Pulling a cart somewhere through the darkness. Deos. Alex. Zeke all sitting inside. Zeke has his saucepan on his head again. Alex notices the guy shaking, clutching his mop shaft with both hands. Zeke glances back at the hero, and sees him lying calmly in the back of the cart, picking his nose. As usual. I don't know if you'll believe me, Zeke says to Alex, but when I look at the master, for some reason I feel an absurd sense of confidence. Something like, I can defeat any dragon. He smiles, holding the pan on his head. Although I know I'll shake with fear the moment I actually see the monster. It's a good mindset, Alex says, smiling. Zeke. No matter what you think of yourself. He looks at him seriously. The master chose you as a hero. I don't know about other times, but when we're on an adventure. Zeke looks at him with wide eyes. You are our leader. So be brave. Yes, I understand. The guy answers. You speak too quietly for a leader, Alex says, smiling. Oh, we've almost reached the castle. Hold on tight. The cartwheel spins quickly. Zeke screams, trying to stay on. Then his eyes go round, either from surprise or pure terror. Above the castle, against the backdrop of the moon, a gigantic dragon. How huge! Zeke shouts. A purple parasite visible on the monster's head, eyes glowing brightly. Zeke turns to Alex, trying to say something. The castle has already been captured, Alex says. What happened to the residents? Don't panic, Deos says, quiet until now. He looks at Zeke calmly. They're gathered over there. The hero points. In a castle this size, there should be several G-class warriors. So apparently the evacuation was successful. Alex confirms his master's assessment. What a relief, Zeke says, looking at the snowy landscape. The stage is ready and all the onlookers have gathered. Deos declares enthusiastically. Legendary product. It's showtime. Get ready. What? Zeke asks, joy in his eyes. He can't believe he was just called that. Meanwhile, from nearby rocks, the sound of a loud cough. A decent number of people have gathered here, freezing in terrible cold, trying to warm themselves however possible. Their voices reach the cart. Suddenly a dragon. The world is in ruins. Give the blankets to the injured. I feel like I'm going to die from cold. Don't fall off. Stick close. God. Please give us the hand of salvation. Can you stop praying? The loudest voice cuts through everything. An old man, desperately interrogating God about the blizzard. Please stop this. He begs, tears and snot flowing freely. God. You've really left us. People tell him to shut up. It doesn't help. I don't know what it is about God, but at least the king has decided to leave us alone. The old man screams and sobs even harder. Nearby, a massive army gathered around a barrier sphere radiating heat. Oh, how hot it is. Someone says inside it. A king with an enormous belly sits above them all. A priest beside him, raising his hand, muttering spells. What happened to the heroes sent to the fortress for the rescue request? The monarch shouts, enormous crown askew. I want them back at the castle immediately. The priest in his pointed headdress reports grimly. They've all apparently fallen victim to a terrible frost. He cannot contact them through magic. The monarch sputters with saliva, demanding the priest do something. Anything, before he loses his mind completely. Then sounds from ahead. The king clings to the priest and glances toward the noise. He sees a hero. Shorts. Strange cloak. Armed with a mop. The hero is here. Deos shouts. Zeke's eyes through the pan-holes, very determined. The cart launches into the air. Flies directly over the king's head. The monarch screams. Bare belly completely uncovered. Looking up in utter amazement. Horses. An archaic vehicle. Flying over his head. Everyone around him is equally shocked. No, he's just a pervert who likes to walk around in his underpants. Comes from the cart. He is running away, catch him. The king shouts. Zeke thinks to himself. I am so deeply ashamed. It's a little cold here. The king shouts at the kneeling priest. Activate your magic again, quickly. Then turns back toward the retreating cart. How dare you jump over the emperor? He sputters with saliva. I really hope the dragon kills you. Among the freezing refugees, a child in his mother's arms raises a tiny finger, points at the sky. What is this? The woman asks in amazement. Is he going to fight a dragon? In his underpants? The cart rushes toward a giant dragon towering over a castle on a high rock. The freezing refugees watch in complete disbelief. Can't be that this is a hero, they think. Looking at Zeke charging toward the monster in his shorts, holding out a very ordinary mop. The guy is absolutely freezing. He looks at Alex from under his saucepan. Says he is cold and experiencing tremendous shame simultaneously. Thank you for your hard work, Alex replies. Zeke looks in shock at the images floating past him. People who froze to death without making it to warmth. He opens his mouth, looks up, a white flash above the castle. The dragon is already very close. The battle will begin any minute. Legendary product. Get ready. Deo's orders. The guy turns his head toward the hero through the panholes, clearly scared. We act like last time. The hero says, Alex will catch it and throw it in front of you. Then you swing the mop at the right moment, just like before. And we'll end this performance. It's clear. Zeke says, streams of something from his nose, looking at his commander in amazement. As for you, Alex, Deo says quite calmly to his servant. Don't make me do what I did last time. Don't worry, master. Alex answers, smiling. He extends his finger. A crack appears in space where he points. The demon rises and steps aboard. Last time, he says, eyes sparkling. I was a little confused because I didn't immediately understand what state it was in. But now I won't repeat that mistake. Deos calls out to Alex. He silently indicates he's listening. The hero looks at his servant with a stern expression. Don't kill it, he says. Capture it alive. Okay. Alex replies. I'll only kill it halfway. His eyes glow ominously. Zeke. Alex calls the frozen guy. This one is very big and I think it's going to be very loud. He smiles. Please stay still and find a good position. I knew it, Zeke thinks. Okay. See you later, Alex says. He disappears into the crack he created. Zeke tries to call after him. He no longer hears. Legendary product. Stop the carriage. Deo's orders. The guy looks around in surprise. I want to sleep a little. The hero says, turning on his side. Make sure everything is fine. Zeke is confused but tries to say something. The hero opens one eye to listen. An incredibly loud dragon roar erupts from above. Alex has apparently already arrived. Could you come with me? Zeke begs. I think I'm about to wet myself. As expected, the guy was genuinely horrified meeting the dragon in person. The parasite that had taken over the dragon's body moved its red eyes in every direction. All eyes froze and looked upward when a loud scream rang out. Alex appeared high above, emerging from a portal, and dropped straight down toward the roaring dragon. The parasite stretched its limbs forward like tentacles, directed the attack at Alex. The man skillfully maneuvered through the tentacles, simultaneously landing magical blows on the dragon's body. The dragon roared and crashed onto the cold ice. Zeke watching from a distance, his mop hand shaking from the cold, eyes going wide, face red with embarrassment, puffs of steam coming from his mouth. He thought enthusiastically, this is simply amazing. After the dragon hit the ground, white smoke mixed with snow rose everywhere. Zeke couldn't see anything through it. He frowned and began looking around sharply. He needed to find a position where Alex could spot him quickly. Then, a loud voice suddenly rang out calling him something very specific. A round wooden shield flew at him. Without expecting it, he caught it with both hands. Deos had thrown it, hands behind his head, completely relaxed expression. He noted Zeke had already forgotten the shield he'd been carrying the whole way. Said a hero should at least have a shield. Added, these were instructions from the boy's father. The Demon King moved his palm forward. A bolt of energy appeared from his index finger, heading straight toward the shield. Zeke jumped in surprise. Deos said he forgot to do something. Violet energy began sparkling throughout the entire shield's surface. Zeke looked at it, surprised and completely delighted. Deos looked at him and opened his mouth wide. It's a protective barrier, he said. This should withstand a direct dragon strike. Zeke smiled joyfully, tears of joy appearing on his face. He opened his mouth to say words of gratitude, and saw Deos already sleeping soundly in the cart, snoring loudly. Zeke stood there for a moment, then mentally wished Sir Deos sweet dreams. He kicked off from the cart and ran toward the battle. Shield in one hand, mop in the other. He thought excitedly, this time he would definitely not screw up. He had to hurry, he couldn't keep Sir Alex waiting. Running hard, Zeke looked around rapidly. He needed somewhere high and central, visible from everywhere. A tall ice formation with a rounded ledge caught his attention. Perfect spot. He accelerated toward it, then screamed in surprise. He slipped on the icy ground, fell face down, slid a considerable distance with a loud cry. Above, standing on the fallen dragon's head, Alex struck the parasite with his hand. The parasite let out a loud roar from the wound. Alex stepped forward directly onto one of the many eyes, plunged his wrist into the parasite's body again, pulled it back out. His gaze showed both confidence and intense dissatisfaction. The parasite's eyes widened and glowed red. Alex spread his fingers, long claws extending wide. A moment later the dragon opened its mouth and attacked with magical spit. The dragon rose to its feet, spread its wings, soared skyward with a thunderous roar. The flapping wings created a cloud of dust and snow. Then through the cloud, a long clawed purple hand pushed through. With a sharp movement it stretched to an enormous length and grabbed the dragon by a thong. Stopped it cold. The magical creature was thrown into complete confusion. Alex, red hieroglyphic spots already appearing across him, held on tight and rose with it. He pulled himself up and delivered a powerful kick directly to the creature's head, disorienting it completely in midair. Alex climbed onto the dragon's head, planted his feet firmly on its long fangs. One hand already replaced by several purple claw limbs, he raised them sharply to strike. Eyes burning brilliantly, he drove the limbs directly into the parasite's body. From the impact, the dragon lost all control of itself, and crashed into an icy mountain. Alex took a few steps and stopped near the fallen creature's head, the dragon emitting a quiet roar beneath him. The snowstorm blew through the man's white hair as he held his magical hands ready in every direction. He noted with displeasure, the magical creature was extremely tenacious. Asked if it was because of its size. As he moved closer, the dragon opened its mouth and roared with flashing eyes. Alex raised his hands to attack, said it was time to finish this. A moment later, from a considerable distance, Zeke watched a powerful blow send pieces of the mountain flying in every direction like enormous cobblestones. He thought, just wonderful. Broom and shield in hand, he climbed onto the ice ledge. He was terrified to be here, but mentally he couldn't help admiring the fact that Sir Alex was handling a dragon alone. He stared with a flushed face and wide-open eyes, wondered, is Alex actually a dragon hunter himself? Then a loud sound from behind. The local residents, hiding on the mountainside from the dragon, were shouting and clapping. The crowd pushed each other aside for a better view. People cheering, waving hands, calling for the hero's victory, saying God had heard their prayers. A fat man nervously tapped his teeth, asked, is this boy really a hero? Zeke looked at the locals with wide eyes, face flushing red again. He thought happily, everyone is cheering for him. He turned back toward the battle, but the loud cries of belief and encouragement didn't stop. Standing on the ledge on shaky legs, he watched the fierce battle continue on the mountain ahead. He thought, who is the real hero here? It's definitely not me. Shaking with fear, he thought with burning jealousy he wanted to be just like Alex. He wanted to become a real hero, save people, give them hope. Then, a quiet voice from behind. He turned in surprise. Two people, freezing, huddled in each other's arms. The man, no signs of life, hugging his wife tightly. Thick ice growths already forming across their bodies. In a trembling voice, the girl asked the hero for help. At that exact moment, the dragon's long tail swung out and struck Alex hard. He flew sideways from the blow. Zeke snapped his head around with a frightened expression. Alex caught himself mid-fall, landed neatly on a block of ice, burning eyes flashing. He shook his magical limb with visible displeasure. The dragon dug its claws into the stone and descended after him, spreading enormous wings, roaring deafeningly. The parasite continued spreading further across its head. After the long roar, a spell began emerging from the dragon's body. Alex landed in a crouch, clutching his large limb in a fist. He asked aloud, does the parasite regenerate as long as the host lives? is that its real strength. Red hieroglyphic spots spreading increasingly across his face. He looked at the creature with deep displeasure. Said it looked more like a zombie dragon. The ice dragon straightened up, spreading its wings, burning red light reflecting off everything. Alex narrowed his eyes. Since killing the dragon was impossible, only one option remained. Cut off all the excess. The dragon pushed off the stone and soared skyward, rushing toward Alex with its mouth open wide. The man squatting on the hill, angry gaze blazing with bright red light, cast his spell loudly. 100 hands. Many long-clawed limbs began forming behind his back. They rushed toward the approaching dragon. Alex commanded all of them together, the long arms intertwined, forming one single enormous limb. He shouted for them to merge into one. The massive purple hand clenched into a fist. It swung with a sharp, powerful movement toward the ice dragon. The fist connected directly on the head, right where the parasite existed. The huge hand pulled back, splashing blue blood. Alex cast again immediately. 100 demonic hands. Behind his back, many giant limbs formed simultaneously, all directing their fists at the dragon. He shouted the next spell. A hellish hammer of hands. A giant hand rushed in and grabbed the dragon's head. The arm formed from all the merged limbs squeezed the dragon's neck with everything it had. The dragon began accumulating energy in its mouth for a magical strike. Noticing this, Alex began wrapping his arms around his own body, creating protection. The dragon tilted its head and fired a stream of powerful ice energy. It hit everything in the surrounding area. Zeke, struck by the shock wave, flew upward with a loud cry. He rolled head over heels down the snowdrifts, hit the ground hard, coughed loudly, covered one eye. Alex, completely wrapped in magic, remained uninjured. He peered out from between his hands with an evil burning gaze. Said in a low voice it was time to end all this. The dragon, head held in Alex's grip, opened its mouth wide. A loud spell began forming within it. Alex's eyes widened. He fixed his gaze on the creature. He began chanting, ordering hundreds of demonic hands to merge into one. Then commanded one hand splits into three. 3 enormous purple arms appeared behind him, sticking out in different directions. One hand reached out to the dragon's left wing and grabbed it. Another grabbed the right wing. The side hands began stretching both wings in opposite directions, injuring them, while the central hand continued holding the dragon by the head. The dragon's eye, engulfed by the parasite, lit up with fierce light. It roared loudly. Alex darted sideways. The central hand sharply pulled the dragon toward the ground, forcing its head down. He cast the next spell, ordering his hands to perform a backflip. The side hands swung their fists to strike. Many large hands began taking turns hammering the dragon lying on the ground. Alex chanted again, summoning a great demonic strike, ordering a hail of blows to be unleashed. The local residents crowded together, watching with fascinated wide eyes. Meanwhile, Zeke, sitting on the ground resting on his shield, watched the giant hands deliver powerful alternating blows. Then he turned his head sharply, eyes widening in concern. Now was not the time to be idle. He stood up suddenly and sprinted toward the freezing couple. He had to save them. Quickly, he ran to them, frantically grabbed at the ice block that had formed around them. The woman, in a quiet, exhausted voice, asked him for help. "Don't worry," Zeke said loudly. "I'll free you right away." He grabbed the ice, pulled back immediately with a grimace, shouted the ice was impossibly cold. He exhaled and looked at them with forced confidence. The man was completely encased in ice, only a lifeless face visible, frozen tears accumulated on it. He had frozen to death. Zeke thought he had to at least save the girl. Then his eyes widened when he heard a loud, prolonged cry. In the girl's arms, a baby, crying loudly, choking with tears, ice crusts already forming on the girl's face. She asked in a trembling voice, "Save at least the child." Zeke drove the wooden side of his broom into the ice block, started hammering at it furiously, shouted to the girl, wait a little longer, he would handle it. He would save them. In the back of his mind he already understood. He would probably have to cut through the father's frozen body to reach both of them. Not far away, the fierce battle between Alex and the possessed dragon continued. Zeke thought Alex would be wrapping up soon. He had to hurry, get the people out, return to position. Then, a huge blue crystal grew from the dragon's back, began glowing with blinding white light. Alex stared at it in visible surprise. The local residents who saw it immediately became alarmed. A man, lower face covered, blood oozing from one eye, screamed at Zeke. "Move aside, quickly. That same light destroyed our entire castle." The crystal pulsed larger and brighter. A blinding flash, an icy shock wave began covering everything in cold. Zeke, still hacking at the ice block, froze when he saw it rushing toward him. He raised his enchanted shield, protected him from the initial blast. Then the shield shattered into pieces. Zeke screamed and flew to the side. The locals watched the shock wave reach them, screaming, closing eyes, covering faces. The fat man jumped from the icy draft hitting him, shouted indignantly that he was very cold. The dragon rose to its feet and roared, enormous ice growths spreading across its back. Alex took a few steps toward the creature. He laughed. Just like last time, his body began taking on a completely red hue, the boundaries of his body parts blurring, becoming one glowing red mass with hieroglyphs pulsing across it. He said grimly, it was becoming difficult to maintain this skin, the one he had preserved specifically for the war 20 years from now. Added irritably, it was tiring. Zeke lay on the cold ground, body covered in snow, thinking about what just happened. After some time his eyes opened. He wondered why wasn't he dead. Mentally concluded, it must have been Sir Deos's magic and the enchanted shield. Then a loud baby cry. His eyes widened in surprise. The child. He raised himself on his elbows and found where the crying was coming from. The child lying in the arms of its dead mother, whose frozen body had broken off below the waist, crying loudly, choking with tears. Zeke thought with relief the child was still alive. He braced himself on his elbows, clenched his teeth, tried to stand. He fell. Something was wrong. He glanced back. 2 legs below the knee gone. His left arm up to the elbow gone. Frozen so completely by the ice wave that they had simply broken off. He stared. This couldn't be real. Above, the huge crystal on the dragon's back began pulsing again. Glowing white light building in intensity. The local residents, still recovering from the first blast, noticed it immediately, began moving away with frightened eyes. The man with the bleeding eye shouted, another outbreak incoming. He leaned forward, eyes widening, eyebrows furrowing, screamed at Zeke urgently, get away from there. Get away now with whatever you have left. Zeke, one remaining hand already reddened from cold, began dragging himself forward, teeth clenched tight, moving toward the crying child. He tried to help himself with what remained of his arm, broken off below the elbow, freezing in the cold air. He thought he had to save this child. He had to, because he was a hero. Slowly but surely he continued crawling through the frozen corpses, toward the screaming child, not caring about the missing limbs. While locals shouted loudly for Sir Hero to come back toward safety, Zeke thought he was still a hero, even if he was a bad one. Even if he couldn't save everyone the way other heroes do. He had to save this child. He had to. Alex stood in front of the glowing dragon crystal, stretching his demonic hands toward it. He asked, did the parasite really not understand that this wasn't working for him? Said that's exactly why people get used over and over again. Called the creature a stupid lizard. An ice wave burst from the crystal again, far more powerful than any before it. Zeke, covering the child with his own body, closed his eyes and screamed when the blast hit. His body was thrown high into the air. He flew a considerable distance, but he never let go of the baby. When he landed, his body was covered in snow. A moment later, a sound. Something landed on top of him. A fur cape. Zeke opened his eyes slowly. He raised his gaze upward. Deos. The white-haired demon crouched in front of him, red eyes flashing, resting his head on his fist. He said quietly, he really doesn't understand anything. He asked rhetorically, how do all these people hope to defeat him? Added, they are all too weak for that. He stared intently at the boy with red eyes, opened his mouth slightly, sharp fangs visible. Said thoughtfully, they are all like candles he could easily blow out. And yet, these people sacrifice themselves for each other. He noted, he couldn't understand how they had lost to people like this for 66,500 years in a row. Zeke smiled weakly looking up at him, stammered an apology for not being there on time. Said he could definitely do better next time. After those words, the boy passed out, face buried in the snow. Deos stood up slowly, quiet long groan. Zeke, face bandaged, slowly opened his eyes. His eyelids drooped again almost immediately. Then he jolted upright with a shocked expression. Shouted, "Where is the dragon? Where is Sir Deos? What happened to the dragon?" He looked around. He was in the penthouse bed of the hotel, the same one whose roof had recently been missing. He began scratching his head, then froze abruptly, trying to understand what was happening. How did he end up here? Then something caught his attention. His eyes showed simultaneous shock and fear. The arm that had been broken off during the snow attack was back in place, covered in large purple scars from stitching. He tore off the blanket with a sharp movement. His legs, same scars, also back in place. He stared at the stitches slowly, remembering the terrible state he was in, unable to understand how this was possible. Then a laughing voice nearby, a second voice agreeing. The boy, still in shock, realized the first voice belonged to Sir Deos. He rushed to the edge of the wreckage and peered down, called out loudly, then froze in surprise again. Below, a massive pile of swords, shields, and daggers. Deos and Alex standing around it, looking up at him with smiles. Deos asked if he slept well. The guy held out his hands in front of him in complete disbelief, stammered what happened to his body, then stopped and asked what happened to the dragon, then stopped again and asked what happened to the baby. Deos thought, this guy is interested in a lot of things. The corners of his lips curled up into a smile. He looked up at Zeke calmly, said, "Both the dragon and the child were taken care of. No need to worry." He added, if Zeke had rested enough, come down and help with cleaning. Time to open the store. Zeke, who had been waving his arms this whole time, froze, mouth open, gasping. Then as soon as he saw Deos's face, his cheeks turned red. A sweet smile stretched across his face. All the anxiety just went away. He shouted back loudly, "Understood. At the master's decree." And so they continued fulfilling the requests of the golden dragon. The cart clattered loudly over stones, moving at great speed. Zeke, saucepan helmet on head, frowned and clenched his teeth, looking at a large dragon destroying the city below, dousing everything in flames. Local residents running in every direction screaming for help. Deos pointed his index finger at Zeke and told him to attack. Zeke's eyebrows narrowed to the bridge of his nose. His face went stern. He shouted to Sir Alex, "Ready?" Alex leapt from a portal in the sky and descended fast toward the dragon. Struck it with a powerful concentrated blow. Every time they defeated a dragon, it somehow disappeared. The next morning, a pile of weapons appeared outside the hotel. Zeke, looking up at the broken wall of the penthouse, called out to Deos, who walked out in his night pajamas, rubbing sleepy eyes, picking his nose. A long sword flew right past his head. He looked up. Various types of weapons and shields raining down from the sky toward the hotel entrance. He looked down. Alex and Zeke standing in a pile of weapons below. Zeke with a shield over his head, swords stacked on top of it, smiling widely. Morning after morning, a mountain of weapons appeared in front of their house. Deos, fighting the urge to fall back asleep, extended his thumb forward. "Good work." The cart rushed at great speed through green thickets. A huge multicolored dragon, body covered in yellow, green, red, and purple feathers, appeared and roared. Zeke smiled confidently and called Sir Alex. Alex soared into the sky in one leap, dropped down toward the dragon with sudden force, defeated it with a powerful strike. Even that roar couldn't wake Deos from his nap in the cart. They continued. Deos quickly defeated a night black dragon with a flashbang grenade. They continued. The horses pulled the cart at great speed, Zeke grabbing the edge as they launched off a cliff toward a sea dragon flying over the ocean. Every day more weapons rained down. The orange sun settled toward the horizon. People sat happily eating noodles prepared at Zeke's shop. Right in front of him at the counter, Deos and Alex eating just as enthusiastically, slurping loudly. A satisfied smile stretched across Zeke's face watching them. Then a piece of paper dropped into Deos's plate. He glanced at it. Shar Fortress. Signature, the Golden Dragon. Deos, noodles halfway to his mouth, sharply raised his hand. Index finger extended. "We need to move out urgently." The cart approached a bone dragon hovering above the city. Deos lounged with his hands behind his head, eyes closed. In front of him stood Zeke, armed with a broom, eyes sparkling with focused anger. Deos opened his eyes. They flashed red. Zeke jumped from the cart toward the sea dragon, mouth open, growling. He always did this when Deos told him it was time. Same with the black night dragon whose parasite had settled in its mouth. Zeke covered himself with his shield, heading straight toward the fire-breathing creature. Eyes burning, running at full speed, he shouted his attack name at the top of his lungs. The Dispeller of the Demon King. He struck the multicolored dragon. The creature howled in pain. Their hotel was sprinkled with another pile of weapons. He dealt a crushing blow to the blue sea dragon too. Another pile in front of the house next morning. He defeated the parasite-mouthed dragon with a wide grin on his face. Covered himself joyfully with the shield as weapons rained down from the sky around him. He took a few steps forward, trails of blue blood left behind him. Covered in blood. Burning eyes. Broken broom in hand. A defeated dragon lying behind him. Then voices from the side. People leaning from windows and balconies. Cheering. Waving. Shouting praise. Dragon hunter. Sent by the gods, defender of the Doria fortress. Screaming how cool he was. Begging him to look their way. Deos appeared in front of the confidently walking Zeke. Called out to him. Offered his palm. Zeke, with a wide smile, struck it loudly as he passed. Deos said the fake hero did a great job. Zeke laughed and thanked him loudly. And just like that, the Zeke squad became the most famous team in these lands. Sometime later, 3 young men stood in their village, looking ahead with satisfied expressions. Is the work really finished? Deos asked. Alex quietly confirmed. Before them, a 2-story shop. The road leading to it decorated with lanterns and flags. A large sign at the top. The first of the Devil's Gun stores. The shop was finally open. Various types of daggers hung on red and white walls. Shelves lined with every type of weapon imaginable. Zeke stood with arms outstretched, looking around the tall golden-surfaced room with pure joy. Told Sir Deos this was simply incredible. While Zeke fluttered happily around the room, Alex raised his index finger with a smile. Agreed with whatever Deos said. Adding their store should be unrivaled even among shops in large cities. Deos looked sideways with a malicious glint. From now on, Alex and Zeke will be in charge of this store. Alex and Zeke froze, turned their surprised gazes toward him simultaneously. Zeke asked, "What does this gentleman mean?" Deos serenely put his hands behind his head. Alex and Zeke lined up around him, satisfied expressions slowly forming on their faces. Whether they liked it or not, this was apparently the plan all along. The Demon King, retired, weaponless, hands behind his head, running the most famous dragon-hunting arms business in the land. From behind the counter he didn't actually stand at, absolutely living his best life. Deos asked, have they ever seen shop owners actually working in their own stores? Alex asked irritably if Deos thought it would be too much trouble for him. Deos agreed slowly and deliberately. 2 demonic hands reached out, clasping both young men by the shoulders. Deos pulled them in and pressed them against him. Said simply he just wanted to be rich, not a store owner. Added, if they weren't satisfied with this arrangement, they could always discuss their wishes regarding store management. Alex and Zeke, faces already red from the pressure, replied that they understood everything completely. Deos released them, eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Index finger raised. Enthusiastically noted. Since that was settled. Time for the guys to work hard and make this store truly great. The 2 young people, still recovering from the near strangulation, muttered quietly that they understood the boss's order. Then Deos turned when someone called him. Zeke stood in front of him, scratching the back of his head in confusion. He asked, could he sell noodles after his shift at the store? He still needed to earn money for his junior's education. Deos folded his hands under his chest. Said he didn't care. Zeke could do whatever he wanted. The guy thanked him happily. Deos glanced behind him and called Alex. The man startled and asked what it was. Standing half-turned, Deos told Alex to bring what they had discussed. The orange-red sun set behind the walls of the gun shop. Zeke smiled happily standing between the 2 men. On the floor before them, a large blue scaly shield decorated with gold. Red eyes at the bottom. Zeke noted that the shield looked incredible. Deos bent down and picked it up, raised it and told Alex to read what he had written. Alex said, the shield is called Doom Ligura, created from scales obtained as rewards during dragon hunts, combined with blue and black stones as well as chaos scales. An SS rank shield, forged by the best blacksmith of the underworld, Hermes. This shield can withstand 3 or 4 direct attacks from the Demon King himself. Deos held the shield with fake surprise on his face. Zeke spread his arms wide with enthusiasm. Happily said, the skill of the dwarves was truly incredible. that the fruits of their labor could withstand even the Demon King. By underworld, Alex meant the demon world. Zeke took it completely literally. Deos abruptly handed the shield to the surprised boy. Said he wanted Zeke to try it on. Zeke screamed slightly as purple magic began sparkling before his eyes. A moment later he found himself in complete darkness. Hanging in weightlessness. Looking around in fear. Trying to figure out where he was. He called loudly for Alex and Deos. Then his eyes widened slowly. He turned his head. In front of him, a massive red eye, 20 times larger than himself. The eye said, "My name is Fatal Moon." From now on, the boy would be its master, until the flame of life extinguished. Zeke stared at it with his mouth completely open. Asked, "What does it mean to be a master?" A blinding flash erupted in front of him. Zeke shouted, covering himself with his hands. He looked around in surprise, returning to reality. Asked, "Where did Mr. Doom Lagoon go?" Then froze and turned his head toward Deos when he was told. Raise the shield. He waved his hand instinctively and fired a magical attack toward the boss. He caught the blow with his shield, but the impact still pushed him backward. Zeke flew backward through the walls of the newly built shop, crashed into the street with a loud scream. Alex approached the hole in the wall, waving his hands in displeasure. Said no normal owner would destroy his own store on opening day. Deos put his hands in his pockets and replied, "It was just a small test." Then noticed the boy lying in the rubble raising his hand. Zeke climbed out from under the debris and sat on top of the pile, smiling. Shield in hand. Said happily the shield was really something else. Added A rank and G rank heroes would absolutely love to get their hands on something like this. Deos and Alex looked at the completely intact boy with surprised eyes. Deos noted that attack was only 1/100th of his full power. And yet Zeke blocked the Spear of Doom with such ease. He glanced at Zeke and called him something very specific. The boy's face turned completely red, eyes and mouth wide open in surprise. Deos said, "This shield is now his." He glanced at the boy, corners of his lips curving up. Said since Zeke was so weak, he would just have to keep supplying him with equipment. Starting with this. One more thing at a time. Zeke asked, was he serious about all this? Alex and Deos froze in surprise. Drops of tears began falling onto the shield. Zeke held it tightly in both hands. Lowered his red face. Tracks running down it. He asked quietly, was Sir Deos really sure he wanted to give an F-rank hero such an incredible shield? Seeing the boy's reaction, Deos froze. Answered briefly everything was correct. The boy's tears continued falling onto the magic shield. Then he grabbed Deos tightly and pulled him close. Continued crying loudly, clutching the gift against himself. Said he could not have imagined he would ever hold something like this. Said in a sweet voice, this was the best shield in the world. Deos shook his head and called the boy a fool. Said he had no reason to cry, he didn't even hurt him with that last attack. Somewhere far away in a large ruined hall, people drinking and having fun. Laughing loudly. Kingdom of Verd. Oma Castle. A man extended a hand decorated with many rings. Noted they are very heavy. Looked at the decorations with predatory eyes. Said this time the catch was just right. A gray-haired man with a thick beard and expensive clothes admired the jewelry. Eyes burning with greed. In a rough voice he noted the king didn't need so much gold anyway. Couldn't take it to his grave. Called the deceased king a shameless old man. Then threw his arm over the shoulders of Princess April, whose face showed absolutely no emotion. Cheerfully asked if she agreed. Sat on the royal throne and laughed, holding the girl on his knee by the neck. The rest of the hall drank and celebrated around them. Then a wooden mug hit the floor. A man appeared in the hall, wearing a cape, peeked around the corner looking around. Walked a little further examining the floor, completely ignoring the surprised looks of everyone around him. He moved toward the stairs, wandered back and forth through the hall, stopping at each spot for a few seconds, humming thoughtfully. Everyone in the hall watched him silently, saying nothing, as he declared there was nothing here either. He stepped onto the red carpet in the center. People froze watching him with blank expressions. He walked forward along it without paying attention to anyone. Crouched down and touched the floor with an ornate hand. Said thoughtfully, from the fortress gates to here, not a single trace of battle. The man reclining on the throne shouted indignantly, demanding to know who this person was. The man with chin-length emerald hair and a scar on his face smiled widely. Said people can ignore him and continue doing whatever they were doing before. He stepped forward, pushed off the floor, rose into the air, and moved forward rapidly. Said aloud he needed to jump here. Landed directly at the feet of the shocked man on the throne. Said, let's look here. Touched the broken floor with his hand. His green eyes opened wide, sensing the energy. Said he had finally found it. Everything from just one explosion. He stood and straightened, not paying attention to the surprised faces around him. Said this was a very interesting turn. He noted the blow hadn't just destroyed the palace walls. It had taken out several mountains behind them as well. All of that from a single strike. His dissatisfied eyes lit with a green flame. He asked, could one person really do this? The gray-haired man, mouth hanging open, sputtering, demanded the emerald-haired man leave immediately. The rest of the guests grabbed their weapons and loudly agreed. The emerald-haired man turned sharply, anxiously put his hand forward, told everyone, do not move. It was dangerous. Said, even though they were pathetic cockroaches who had taken over this place, their lives still had value. The armored men in the room shot up from their seats at that. Shouted that this man should die for such words. The emerald-haired man exhaled displeasedly, began moving his fingers rapidly, suggested they really should not quarrel. They were all God's creatures. Suddenly, long luminous threads appeared throughout the hall. People who caught their feet or hands on them began losing limbs. The emerald-haired man stood with his arm extended, looking at the crowd now lying around screaming in pain. Said, those who don't want the same treatment should not move. The man on the throne jumped up indignantly, demanding to know who he was. The man with dark brown hair smiled widely, pointed upward with his index finger. Said, some figures from above had taken an interest in the events here. As if something very bad had happened. He had been sent to investigate. He hoped for cooperation. The man on the throne stared at the finger pointing upward. Did he mean heaven? The emerald-haired man closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. Confirmed. Said, representatives of the Lord had taken an interest. Specifically, the saints. The old man's eyes went wide with shock, drool forming at the corner of his mouth. He asked in fear, was this man really sent by the saints? The young man leaned forward, burning eyes fixed on the frightened man. Predatory smile fully deployed. Said, the man had already figured it out himself. No need to explain. Better to go straight to the story. Tell him what happened that day. Who was it? What did they do? What was the reason? He leaned lower and lower, the man pressing further back into his throne. Said this didn't fit into his head at all. In his memory, this was the cleanest disappearance without a single trace after destroying a fortress in the blink of an eye. The man rolled uncomfortably and said he didn't know much. Only that the city's merchants called the man white-haired. The emerald-haired man froze in sudden realization. Asked again. The old man furrowed his eyebrows, a drop of sweat running down his forehead. Said, some unknown white-haired man came into the fortress in the morning. Shortly after, people heard loud screams, and then the fortress simply exploded. The emerald-haired man's face frowned with displeasure. The gray-haired man raised his confused gaze again. Said loudly he didn't know anything else. Everyone in the fortress died. Only God knows what really happened there. The emerald-haired man said nothing, but the corners of his lips crawled upward. He turned his back to the throne and walked down the stairs. Thanked the man for his answers. Said goodbye. Then stopped. Froze in place. The man on the throne was shouting after him, declaring that the white-haired man had become their savior. That the tyranny of King Verd had been simply unbearable. That the palace wasn't the greatest castle. It was built on the bones and blood of the people. That God had sent a white-haired savior to overthrow the evil king and return the fortress to the people. He shouted that the white-haired man was the real Messiah, far more inclined toward the people than the saints, who pretending to be gods lived in luxury. The young man with emerald hair turned his head, flashed a deeply dissatisfied look, said irritably that was a pretty good speech, added, it would be the saints who would determine whether that person's origin was evil or divine. He waved his ringed hand and began moving his fingers, started to say also, then turned away and snapped his fingers. The man's head, along with the top of the throne, flew to the side. Said, people who say such things about saints do not deserve to live. Back to Deos. He kicked the eye of the creature parasitizing the dragon's head with his foot. Said indignantly, even this dragon had that stupid bacteria. Alex corrected him, it was not a bacterium. It was a parasite. The two stood near the head of the defeated dragon lying on the ground. Deos said, to him they were all the same. Either way they needed to call the golden dragon to handle the rest. Alex quietly agreed. The two men walked through green grass. Deos threw his hands behind his head. Said at first he was glad they had so much work. Then asked, was this going to be a serious problem for the dragons? Asked, shouldn't the golden dragon as goddess of all dragons be handling this herself? Alex directed his calm gaze toward him. Replied, perhaps it had something to do with the human body she was using to exist in this world. Deos asked, does that really matter? Alex said he wasn't sure, but it seemed information about this was stored in the interdimensional library. Deos continued walking, hands behind his head, throwing a surprised look at Alex. Asked why would that information be in the library? Alex explained, the interdimensional library was one of the most important aspects of the Divine Court. It stores evidence of everything. While memories and facts can be distorted through hallucinations caused by magic, the history stored in the library is the only indisputable evidence of anything. The facts reflected there cannot be altered. Deos turned away and yawned. Asked, so the Golden Dragon doesn't want to take part in these events out of fear of leaving a trace of herself in the interdimensional library. Her presence here, in other words, is a secret she doesn't want revealed. Alex replied calmly, it seemed that was actually the case. They both approached the cart left at the edge of the forest. Deos asked, why was she hiding her presence here? Alex replied he had no idea. Someone as humble as himself couldn't possibly understand the thoughts and reasons of a dragon deity. Deos grinned. Said it looked like adult things that children weren't usually told about. He let out a quiet chuckle. As he and Alex approached the cart, they saw Zeke, sitting on the ground, head hanging, back leaning against the cart. Deos asked, had the guy really fallen asleep? He glanced at Alex in surprise when he heard his response. Alex noted the boy must be exhausted. They watched as Zeke, stained with blue blood, snored peacefully with a smile on his face. Alex said it may not be obvious from looking at him, but he just stood up to a dragon that would give even a G-rank hero serious trouble. Perhaps only Zeke could do something like that because he's used to holding on and pushing through hardship. Then Deos noticed something. His face twisted in surprise and he chuckled loudly. A demonic shield, wrapped carefully in cloth, was standing on the ground right next to the sleeping boy. He chuckled and asked, why was he carrying his shield like that? Alex laughed and said, Zeke said the shield was very important to him. He planned to pass it on to his younger brother when the time came. When the brother grew up to become a hero, Deos stretched and laughed loudly, told Alex to pass along a message. Tell this fool to just use the shield freely. He could always make another one for the younger brother later. Alex grinned and said he would convey the words. Deos turned and walked away, hands behind his head. Said loudly, time to move out. Alex should throw the boy into the cart, but gently, without waking him. Alex quietly replied that he understood. Two men sat on the cart as coachmen, moving slowly across the clearing under the night sky. Alex glanced at Deos in surprise when he heard the question. Deos asked, how are things going with Zeke? Is anything falling off? He clarified he meant the reattached limbs. Alex turned and looked at the boy sleeping soundly in the cart. Said everything seemed fine. Zeke lay surrounded by his broken broom and pan, hugging them tightly, shield pressed against himself. Deos said he thought the doctors of the underworld would do an average job, but it seems to have turned out quite well. Alex replied, to properly reattach a limb you need to know how it was cut off correctly. And he was more than certain they had enough practice on human bodies. The wind blew through Deos's hair. He smiled contentedly. Said anyway, didn't Alex think Zeke would make a great hero if he were D-class? Added, the boy has a strong sense of responsibility. He thinks the boy did well. Deos gave Alex a surprised look when he heard a loud laugh in response. Alex asked him not to jinx the boy with such talk. Still laughing, he looked at Deos and said in 20 years he and Zeke could become enemies. Deos asked why would they become enemies? Alex jumped up indignantly and attacked the question immediately. Shouted because Deos was destined to be the Demon King. Deos smiled happily, pointed his index finger at his own cheek. Said in a good-natured voice that couldn't happen. He was just a noble companion of the hero, not some kind of demon king. Alex was loudly indignant, calling that complete nonsense, while Zeke continued to snore loudly in the back. Deos looked at Alex with a smile, joyfully asked, in his opinion, could the boy cope with the role of the last hero? Deos froze when he heard the answer, eyes widening in genuine surprise.
Alex replied impossible.
The boy was not from the Zero generation. Deos asked what did Generation Zero mean exactly. Alex's red eyes narrowed. He explained, according to the rules of this world, the last hero is born in the 5th generation. People generally have children around the age of 20. Their children, 20 years later, have children of their own. And so on. By the time the 5th generation reaches its 20th birthday, exactly 100 years have passed. Alex said, that is the same year the Demon King's invasion occurs. The generation of heroes that faces the demons in that year, that is the beginning of a new cycle. The 0 generation. Alex looked ahead at the road with a calm expression. In the 0 generation, only one last hero is born. Zeke, as a native of the 4th generation, could not become the last hero. Only his descendants could. Alex glanced in surprise at Deos when he heard a loud laugh. Deos looked at him with a contented smile. Quietly repeated, every 100 years when the Demon King invades, the last hero is born. He asked rhetorically, is this the rule of this world? Quietly noted, this whole game looked like some kind of bad joke. His lips stretched into a grin. He laughed quietly, catching Alex's thoughtful gaze. The man's red eyes narrowed with displeasure. He asked in a low voice, maybe the gentleman would finally let him in on his plans. Why did Deos abdicate the throne of the Demon King? The white-haired guy threw his hand over his knee, turned to the side with a distant expression. Asked in surprise, hadn't he told him about this before? Alex looked at Deos with a loud and disorderly expression. Replied loudly, he had heard absolutely nothing about it. Deos rubbed his chin thoughtfully, looked up at the sky, began thinking out loud about why he hadn't said anything. Alex protested loudly, he had no idea. Deos replied quietly, there was nothing special about his decision. Cast his thoughtful glance to the side, opened his mouth slightly, began to say the whole reason he abdicated was that. Then, a loud explosion in the sky. He raised his head. A burning airship, falling toward the ground, trailing fire behind it. Deos looked at the falling object. Asked, was that an airship by any chance? Said, it looked like it must be somewhat important. They saw a red fire-breathing dragon hovering around the airship, spraying flames from its mouth. Alex noted, another dragon. Deos was indignant, saying there were really so many dragons in this world, they were encountered at every step. Alex spoke quietly, asking how this was possible. His eyes widened in shock as he peered at the flying ship, fearfully asking, was this what he was thinking? Drawing a surprised look from Deos. The man spotted a slowly burning white flag, carrying a huge coat of arms. Alex shouted, this was holy spruce. That meant pure bloods were aboard. Deos looked up, eyes lighting up with delight. Joyfully asked, were these really pure bloods? Alex confirmed with a short yes. He looked at the sky with a worried expression. Said, this was the family that had produced more than 100 recent heroes. Their blood was the purest, even among other pure blood families. He said irritably. He didn't understand why two sides that had fought together for centuries were now fighting each other. What was happening in modern times was completely beyond comprehension. Deos called Alex loudly, pulling him from his thoughts, as the flying ship flashed with a bright burst and disappeared behind the mountain. Deos turned to Alex with a joyful smile, said enthusiastically they urgently needed to go there and watch the show. A crowd of people who had escaped the burning ship were descending the mountainside, dragging behind them on a large cart a massive load wrapped in white cloth and tied with rope. A man shouted loudly at the knights, hurry up, but make sure nothing gets burned. The knights screamed indignantly about the weight. Several men cried out as the cable in their hands suddenly snapped. A cartwheel came off the rock. A short man stood on a stone ledge, sword in hand, looking down at the knight who had fallen next to the broken wheel. He shouted indignantly, he had just asked them to be careful. The knight whimpered and apologized loudly. The short, plump man with a monocle clenched his jaw, deeply displeased by the mediocrity surrounding him. He watched as the knights encouraged each other and pulled the cart. He thought, did they even understand how much this cargo was worth? If there was even the slightest scratch, all their heads would fly off one after another. He narrowed his eyes and turned when he heard a loud roar, raised his head. The dragon was rapidly approaching. He muttered in a frightened voice, they were all in trouble. The dragon opened its mouth wide, preparing a fiery attack, roaring deafeningly. The man shouted loudly, the dragon was coming. His face twisted with displeasure. He pointed at his subordinates, shouted, the dragon was aiming for the cargo. All magicians and archers prepare to attack. Armored men raised their bows, arrows drawn to strings. Men in long white robes put their hands forward, opening scrolls with glowing hieroglyphs, reading spells. The man with glowing eyes waved his palm, folding his fingers into a magical gesture. Casting. The dragon growled loudly, concentrating flames in its mouth, preparing to strike. The man sputtered and shouted, "Attack!" Archers released, arrows flying. Magical energy poured from the glowing scrolls. Magic surged from the folded hands. All three types of attacks rushed simultaneously at the dragon. The dragon spat a stream of flames back. A column of fire hit the crowd. People were thrown backward, flying up screaming. The fat man crashed to the ground, crying out in pain. He raised himself on his elbows, looked up at the dragon circling overhead, still spitting flame. He swore loudly, stood up, walked toward the load, screamed, "Was the cargo intact?" Light hieroglyphs flashed around the huge bundle, a magical barrier holding. Knights spun around it, recovering from the attack. They shouted back, "The cargo was fine." Screams of pain from everywhere else. The man cried out in relief that the goods had survived, clenched his teeth, raised his head again with an angry expression. The dragon had flown some distance, then turned sharply, gathering fire in its mouth for a new attack. The man shouted it was coming back, face dripping with sweat, mouth wide open. He shouted this dragon was still young. They should finally deal with it properly. He ordered another attack. Subordinates loudly confirmed. Knights drew their bows again. Magicians raised their scrolls. The dragon approached with a loud roar, fiery mouth open wide, fierce expression locked on the cargo. And somewhere, not far away, Deos was watching all of this with his hands in his pockets, looking very interested indeed. The man shouted, "This attack should be the last for the dragon." Loud footsteps from behind. A voice made him turn around in surprise. "Step aside." The man jumped. Someone pushed off using the round hat on his head as a springboard, launching upward. The man cried out in displeasure and looked up, adjusting his hat in shock. Said in surprise, "Is it really, sir?" A blonde-haired young man with flashing blue eyes waved his hand, activating his magic. Said quietly, "Cut." He was already above the dragon. He swung his sword, a stream of green energy erupting from it, a powerful slash tearing through the creature. His spell, cutting the camellia branches, hit with full force. The fat man's eyes and mouth went wide. He shouted enthusiastically. He was incredibly happy to see Servarius. The blonde landed on the ground, watching the dragon he had defeated fall lifelessly. He stuck his sword into the ground and folded his hands on top of it. Said indifferently, with its behavior the dragon was begging for death. Only escaping after the first attack would have saved it. This stupid creature decided otherwise. Varius waved his hand and tossed the sword to the fat man. The man caught it, smiled joyfully, said Servarius shouldn't have bothered. But cutting a dragon in half, even a young one, with a single blow was worthy of great admiration. The blonde replied indifferently, "A dragon is a dragon, young or not," ordered the man to take care of his sword. The man happily replied he understood and would do his best. Then opened his mouth in surprise, holding the bloody sword, as Varius pointed him in a direction. Varius ordered, "Restore order here and send someone for help." He turned to the man and looked at him with burning angry eyes, lowered his voice, said, "If anyone suddenly found out what they were carrying, his father would blow his head off his shoulders in the blink of an eye." Varius turned and walked forward. The man behind him lit up nervously, said with a laughing voice, "Understood." Servarius could go and rest in peace. The blonde stopped abruptly. A rude voice from behind. "Is this the cargo you mean?" Deos and Alex, standing on top of the huge bundle in the cart, peering from nowhere, surprising everyone. The fat man looked up, holding the sword, shouted indignantly asking who they were. Deos swung his leg, cutting the ropes, tearing the white fabric. Under the cloth, part of the muzzle of a red dragon, growling loudly at the sight of him. Deos said, they had been talking about something earlier but it turned out to just be another dragon. His eyes widened in surprise. The roaring dragon looked at him with ordinary eyes, vertical pupils. Normal eyes. Deos said, "This dragon looks completely normal. Not infected with any parasites." He looked at the raging creature with surprised eyes. Said he understood why the dragon was pursuing these people. It wanted to save its mother. Alex quietly replied, he believed that was actually the case. Deos raised his glowing red eyes to the people around them, smiled, grinned, asked hadn't they established a truce with dragons. Noted, the blonde was part of a heroic family. But this already smelled like some kind of conspiracy. Various flashed his blue eyes with a deeply dissatisfied expression. Ignored the question entirely. Noted, it looked like he would have to take care of a couple more bodies. Alex leaned toward Deos's ear and covered his mouth. Quietly asked, why was he provoking this man? Deos smiled widely. Asked, wasn't Alex interested in seeing what abilities purebloods actually had? Various turned and walked away, surprising the two young men. He ordered the fat man to deal with these two immediately. The man perked up, loudly replied he would handle everything. Gripped Varius's sword tightly, turned around, opened his mouth with an angry expression. Said indignantly, he didn't know who they were but they saw something they shouldn't have. Ordered his knights to capture them. The knights responded loudly, holding swords and shields, began approaching the cargo. Deos stared after the pure blood walking away. Asked, did he really just leave? His face turned red. He pouted with great disappointment. Said, he thought since this man was pure blood something interesting would happen. But in reality boring. He offhandedly told Alex to kill everyone here. Alex turned with a surprised and offended look. Objected, they were supposed to be playing the role of heroes' companions. Deos asked, then what did Alex propose to do with all this? Alex asked, didn't fighting a pure blood family go against Deos's original plan? Deos looked back at him. Said, now that Alex mentioned it, he was starting to doubt it. Said, in essence that blonde guy was just as blessed as Zeke. Both young men stood looking down at the knights trying to approach. Alex noted that was a good point. Added, hero families always had the prefix saint in front of the tree name in their family names, to show they were blessed. Deos asked, why did they all use tree names? They continued talking to each other, completely ignoring the loud curses of the fat man below. Alex explained, people take the name of trees that grow on their territory. Deos jokingly replied, he wouldn't be surprised if they also had a general tree planting day. The fat man shouted indignantly at his knights. Capture and kill these people immediately. They still had the impudence to mock them. The magicians put their scrolls forward and began reading spells. The archers grabbed their weapons and drew back the strings. They launched a simultaneous attack. The two young men standing on the dragon's body disappeared. Appeared instantly behind the backs of the magicians and knights, causing immediate shock. Deos looked at his companion and said, since they'd already been attacked, they needed to sort this out quickly, otherwise these people would wake up Zeke. The magicians and knights scattered to the sides. The fat man exclaimed in surprise when he saw the two young men. Screamed indignantly asking how they got there. Alex noted with concern, it wouldn't be difficult to kill them all. Asked, was that really necessary? Deos was loudly indignant, saying Alex was asking too many unnecessary questions. Alex asked, hadn't he said before they were just playing the hero's companions? Deos's face flushed with displeasure. Said irritably, in that case let the man run and fall on his knees asking for mercy so they could leave calmly. Alex pointed at the dragon. Said it was too late for that. They had seen the big secret. Deos got angry, loudly indignant. Asked what did Alex want to hear from him then? Alex asked, could they just run away? Deos asked, was he scared? Alex grinned and said he wasn't afraid of anything. Deos laughed loudly and called him a coward. The fat man had been boiling over this entire time. Steam literally emanating from his red, displeased face. He muttered, these two had started some kind of farce here. Screamed loudly, kill them now. The magicians and knights responded with loud agreement and rushed forward. One magician waved his hand preparing to attack Alex. Alex glanced at him irritably. Said, until the very end he did not want to get involved with a hero's family. Added, in this situation there was nothing to be done about it. He flashed his eyes, puffed his cheek with a loud unpleasant sound. A stream of magic burst from his mouth, aimed at the magician, burning his face alive. The magician screamed. Behind them, the horses tied to the cart browsed the grass peacefully, while a violent clash erupted over the mountains. Zeke, smiling, snored loudly in the back, shield in arms. The knights charged with loud battle cries, weapons swinging at Alex and Deos. A magician pushed off the ground, jumped into the air, raised his palm accumulating magic, shouted the flaming hand spell. Alex cast a stern look at him, spat another blast of energy, making the man scream loudly. The two young men turned to see a knight swinging directly at them. Alex's red eyes flashed. He darted to the side, rushed past the knight, taking the man's head clean off his shoulders, splitting his axe in half simultaneously. The other knights froze in fear watching. Alex rushed through the crowd at lightning speed, his demonic hand cutting through bodies. Severed limbs scattered in every direction. An archer aimed at Alex's back. Released, the arrow glowing yellow rushing forward at lightning speed. He shouted the mighty shot spell alongside the release. Alex extended his blood-stained hand forward, folded his fingers into a click. The wounded knight fell to the ground with a loud cry a moment later. Another wizard appeared next to Alex immediately, waving his hands. Released energy from both hands, the lightning bolt spell, summoning a portal. Alex formed a square with his index fingers and thumbs. A purple circle appeared between them. He created two portals. One received the magician's attack. The other directed it straight back at the magician. The man was struck by his own electric shock, screaming loudly. Alex watched silently as the magician fell, convulsing in death throes. He extended his blood-stained hand to his mouth and licked off the red drops. His eyes sparkled. He chuckled quietly. Deos standing behind him at that moment yawned lazily, watching everything with burning eyes. Alex, covered in blood, turned back to look at the fight with slightly startled eyes, started stuttering, loudly asked, "Who are these people?" The blonde pushed his foot against the fat man's head again. He screamed in pain. Varius appeared directly above Alex and Deos, swinging his sword, beginning to cast the concussion spell. He lunged forward sharply. His sword released many magical cuts across the ground. The camellia branch's spell shook everything on impact. The ground began splitting. Huge boulders flew in every direction. Varius landed feet first on the ground, began inspecting the area, now filled with a massive cloud of dust. Then a voice from behind him. He turned around, irritated expression fully visible. Deos noted loudly, the guy had made a huge mess here. Varius turned, saw two young men standing completely unharmed on a high ledge. He frowned, glanced at them from under his brows, angrily asked who were they, noting how easily they had killed soldiers, and dodged his sword. The protagonist wonders if every hero in the world is as questionable as the ones they've encountered. He admits it's a bit rich coming from him, but he's not afraid to call out a total jerk when he sees one. Those piercing crimson eyes lock onto the target with lethal intent. The hunt is officially on. He questions the shady alliance of blood families, monopolizing dragon materials and crushing the competition. Talk about a hostile takeover. Apparently, to a hero, the only thing that actually matters is having the flashiest gear. By controlling the supply chain, these families maintain their iron grip on power, keeping the hero world in a constant state of flux. It's a safe bet that all the so-called famous families are just puppets in this massive, corrupt organization. The illusion of the righteous, fair hero is shattered, leaving him to wonder if all his idols were just frauds. Even the monsters are judging the humans now. You know you've hit rock bottom when the villains start taking the moral high ground. A chilling silence hangs in the air as she flashes a mysterious, unsettling smile. What kind of dangerous game is she playing? It's no mystery why they've won 665 times. When you rig the game, winning becomes a hobby. Cold sweat beads down her face as an overwhelming pressure takes hold. The tension is absolutely suffocating. He offers a sarcastic congratulations on becoming the latest target of a high-stakes manhunt. The secret is out. The clan's higher-ups are officially gunning for the masked hero. Panic sets in as he realizes they're being hunted by a D-rank family. What is a hero to do? He shrugs off the threat. If those punks show up, they'll just be added to the inventory. Priorities, people. The plan is simple. The masked hero needs to lay low, much to his utter confusion. They've got one final, chaotic task to finish before the night is through. A sinister, dry laugh echoes into the darkness. The goal is to dismantle the Holostuarsha family and their dragon poaching cartel to secure a massive payout. Greed is a powerful motivator. The moon hangs high, casting a silent, ominous glow over the stillness of the night. A storm of secrets is brewing beneath this tranquil sky. An indifferent "oh" escapes his lips, perfectly capturing his lack of concern for the impending danger. He's genuinely jealous that the Holostuarsha family has a private lake at their castle. Some people really have it all, don't they? A nervous check-in from his companion breaks the momentary distraction. A quick question is raised about whether or not they are currently committing grand larceny. They are, in fact, breaking and entering to find a dragon corpse. It's not just thievery. It's aggressive investigation. He confirms it with a smile. Being smart is a dangerous trait in this line of work. The infiltration continues, but the destination is still a mystery. They aren't even sneaking. They're strolling down the center of the castle like they own the place. Subtlety clearly wasn't on the syllabus. A sudden, heavy step halts them in their tracks. Tension spikes as a mysterious newcomer arrives to crash the party. The armored guards close in with a menacing clatter, leaving our protagonist frozen in absolute shock. Caught red-handed with a bucket, there's nowhere left to run. The realization hits hard. They have been spotted. The guards lock and load, their eyes burning with lethal intent. There's no turning back now as the tension hits a breaking point. Desperation fills the air as he looks to his leader for a miracle. Surrounded and cornered by heavily armed guards, our hero stands his ground with icy nerves. The trap is set, but the tension is about to explode. He points out the invisible magic that was supposed to keep them hidden. A simple, confident confirmation. With a pot on his head and sparks in his eyes, he's ready to cook up some absolute chaos. This hilarious disguise hides a grin that spells nothing but big trouble. He charges ahead, leaving his partner to scramble after him. Our hero stands frozen in terror before the imposing gates of the grand estate. Will he dare to step inside and face what awaits? A frantic knight sprints through the shimmering palace grounds, desperately chasing down his stoic target. The tension is palpable as the chase begins in the heart of the royal estate. They confirm the lack of a dragon, leaving their next move in jeopardy. A quick head count reveals Sir Alex has vanished to get to work. He's always been the proactive type. A label of failed product hangs over the conversation like a dark cloud. He questions whether his companion's family ever enjoyed a life of luxury. A tragic history of poverty is revealed, spanning back as far as his grandfather can remember. He coldly suggests that the family simply lacked the hard work required to succeed. The reality is that the cards were stacked against them from the start, with low-ranked heroes for parents. They discuss the bureaucratic nightmare that is the Hero University. It sounds like a scam, but unfortunately, it's a necessary one. The hero management are nothing but shrewd businessmen, selling the hopes and dreams of people for a profit. A firm step lands on the balcony, signaling the arrival of a dangerous new player. The tension spikes as the stage is set for an epic confrontation. He acknowledges the failed product label with a calm, eerie focus. The morality of their mission is called into question. Is stealing from a hero family actually heroic? He wonders if his partner can still call himself a hero after breaking every law in the book. The truth is acknowledged without hesitation. It's a crime, plain and simple. However, a recent meeting with Sir Solus changed his entire perspective. He realizes that his leader is the only truly righteous one, taking down criminals who monopolize the industry. The pieces fall into place. His erratic behavior was a calculated move to force the truth into the light. He doesn't confirm the plan, but he doesn't deny it either. Believe what you want. The conversation takes a deeper, more personal turn. He brings up the very first words they exchanged. A confession is made. He had completely given up on his dreams of being a hero. He felt he was simply too inadequate to ever succeed. But thanks to the D-rank hero and a legendary shield, he found a new purpose. He feels unworthy of the help he's received. The word steal hangs in the air, redefined by their mission. It's not about greed. It's about ensuring his siblings don't suffer the same fate as he did. He is determined to break the cycle of poverty once and for all. He wants a legacy to be proud of, a portrait of his family fighting in the wars for the future generations to see. For eternity, he wants his family name to mean something. He turns the spotlight back on his leader, curious about his own motivations. Does he have a dream, or is he just sacrificing everything for his family? The atmosphere shatters as a tense standoff begins. With a clenched fist, He prepares for a clash that will shake the very foundations of the city. Ending the poverty of the Hollybush family is the only thing that matters. He's even willing to make a deal with the devil if it means securing their future. A chilling grin spreads across his face as his fangs glint with malicious intent. Whatever he's planning, it spells absolute disaster for his enemies. He confirms he chose his ally well. They're going all the way to the depths of hell together. A sharp shout calls out to Alex. The loyal subordinate immediately responds to his master's summons. Success. He has finally tracked down the objective. It's time to raid the bastard's secret stash. He asks if it's time to move out. He confirms the find with a nod. He reveals the clan member list. A massive, damning pile of evidence. The list of complicit families is endless, filled with prestigious names across the land. 76 families are implicated, all with deep history and high standing. He's shocked. These are the very families he studied in his hero textbooks. But where are the dragons? The answer is terrifying. They've been hidden underwater. A brief, cold confirmation. The scene shifts as the truth of the conspiracy is laid bare. The ambush is on. Our hero dives into the water just as the mysterious assassins strike from the shadows. A desperate call to Sir Deus rings out in the murky depths. Trapped in a metal bucket and blushing like crazy, our hero is caught in a totally mortifying moment. The panic is real, and there's absolutely no hiding from this embarrassment. He pleads for his leader to wait for him. Our hero launches into a wild, high-stakes leap with a manic grin. There's no turning back now as he dives straight into the chaos. A violent plunge sends our hero spiraling into the dark, crushing abyss. Will they surface, or is this the end? He's surprised to find he can still breathe, thanks to the magic bubble. The hero plunges into the depths to confront the chained monstrosity. With the beast stirring in the darkness, a lethal clash is inevitable. A loud, ominous crack echoes through the water. The records are a nightmare of systematic abuse. They keep the dragons alive, healing them just to harvest their scales over and over again. It's not just hunting. It's a living, breathing scale factory. The operation is ancient, dating back to the very start. It has been running for 230 years of pure, unadulterated torture. A low, guttural growl vibrates through the water. The horror of the situation is almost too much to comprehend. He wonders if the higher-ups know, or if they've simply given up on their gods and decided to play deity themselves. It explains the parasites. They're desperate for power, even if it means fighting a losing war against the demons. The tension is suffocating as they lock eyes in the deep, silent abyss. One wrong move could trigger a lethal confrontation. He decides it's time to get a scale and get out of this underwater hellhole. With a flash of lethal speed, the predator lunges and sinks its claws deep into the target. There is no escape from this brutal, bone-crushing strike. With a sickening crunch, the armor is ripped apart like wet paper. The enemy's defenses crumble as dark, viscous ichor sprays into the air. He orders a retreat before things get even worse. Something feels wrong, a gut instinct that shouldn't be ignored. A colossal, chained monstrosity looms from the depths as a mysterious figure drifts toward certain doom. The tension is palpable. Will they survive this underwater nightmare? He questions if they're actually leaving, sensing the danger is far from over. The hesitation is real. Something isn't sitting right at all. The environment shifts as the hidden truth is revealed. The chains, they're failing and the seal is breaking. A lethal barrage of crimson energy tears through the air. Our hero braces for impact as the deadly assault closes in. A lethal flash of crimson steel descends, cutting through the shadows. The hunter strikes with blinding speed, leaving her prey no room to breathe. The hunter unleashes a blinding volley of energy, binding his target in inescapable, glowing chains. No one can escape this lethal lockdown. Deep beneath the surface, the ancient seal begins to crack. A terrifying power stirs as the chains struggle to hold back a nightmare. The beast roars in defiance as iron chains erupt to crush it. Total chaos unfolds as the monster struggles against its binding shackles. The beast breaks its chains, unleashing a deafening roar of pure, unadulterated rage. Terror takes hold as the monster descends to tear everything apart. A gasp of pure shock escapes him. The dark waters erupt as something massive stirs beneath the surface. A deadly power is rising to claim the night. A nightmarish beast descends from the heavens, shattering the sky with pure terror. The city trembles as the monster unleashes its overwhelming power upon the helpless soldiers below. Terror strikes as a swarm of winged nightmares descends from the night sky. The soldiers are frozen in pure, unadulterated dread. A monstrous, crimson dragon descends upon the city, striking absolute terror into the hearts of the helpless knights. The sky turns into a nightmare as the beast prepares to unleash total devastation. The realization hits the crowd. The dragons have finally escaped. The monstrous beast unleashes a devastating roar of pure destruction. Everything in its path is about to be reduced to ashes. The monstrous beast descends, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that shatters the city below. Total chaos reigns as the destruction begins. The monstrous beast unleashes a devastating beam of pure destruction. No one is safe from its lethal, glowing onslaught. A devastating blast of pure energy tears through the structure, obliterating everything in its path. Total destruction erupts as the building crumbles under the overwhelming power. The battlefield erupts in chaos as a devastating blast tears through the landscape. The dragon reigns supreme, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. A massive explosion tears through the grand structure, reducing the building to nothing but rubble and flames. Chaos erupts as the foundations crumble under an overwhelming, destructive force. The dust settles on a scene of absolute ruin. Battered and drenched, he collapses in a desperate struggle for survival. The ancient artifact lies discarded as he hits the ground with a bone-chilling splash. With a blur of motion, the protagonist effortlessly leaps over his stunned opponent. The battlefield erupts in shock as he strikes with cold, calculated precision. He demands to know why the dragon was released, and the answer is as petty as it gets. A sudden, irrational fit of rage because of a hated face. He points out the secret plan went out the window, but his leader doesn't seem to care as long as he didn't touch the blood families. He is certain of his twisted logic. The city crumbles as a terrifying beast descends in a storm of fire and destruction. Total annihilation is just one strike away. He reminds his leader that they were supposed to be secretive. The rumors will spread like wildfire now. What's the plan? He suggests just wiping them all out. Problem solved. If you're enjoying this recap, smash that like button and subscribe for more. The crowd panics as rumors swirl, demanding to know why this chaos was orchestrated in the first place. Pandemonium erupts as masked figures suddenly crash the scene, leaving everyone wondering who these intruders are. A chilling, glowing gaze pierces through the shadows. The hunt is officially on. A flash of white hair catches the crowd off guard. It's him. Panic hits a new high as they realize exactly who has just walked into the room. A muffled, desperate cry echoes as the conflict turns physical. Someone dares to strike the Holostoma family, and they are about to regret that decision deeply. The stakes have never been higher. The legendary masked hero makes his grand appearance, striking fear into the hearts of his enemies. The atmosphere is tense enough to snap. A chilling smirk curls across his face, signaling that someone is about to meet their end. The hunt has officially begun. He brushes off the threat with an arrogant wave, clearly tired of the same old routine. The enemy boils with hatred, ready to lash out at the masked warrior. The long-awaited confrontation finally begins with a desperate challenge. A plea for mercy rings out, but it falls on deaf ears. With a thunderous strike, he plants his foot to halt his momentum. The sheer force of the impact tears through the very ground. A single, devastating stomp shatters the ground beneath him. The sheer force of the impact leaves no room for escape. Beneath the glow of the full moon, a lightning-fast strike descends to claim its mark. The battle reaches a heart-stopping climax as the warrior unleashes a lethal blow. The battlefield is left in ruins after that display of raw power. The beast lunges with a terrifying, bone-chilling roar. Death is closing in with every razor-sharp tooth. The monstrous beast lunges with lethal intent, forcing our hero into a desperate, high-stakes dodge. One wrong move means certain death in those terrifying jaws. A clumsy stumble leads to a pathetic end for the unlucky target. Denying everything, the survivor seizes the chance to flee while the dust settles. Chaos provides the perfect cover, and they scramble to make their escape. Shrieking in terror, they sprint away, hoping to save their own skin. The only two witnesses to the disaster vanish into the void, leaving no evidence behind. History books will forever label the fall of the Holostuma family as a mysterious, unsolvable tragedy. The sun rises on a new day, but the shadows of the past still linger. Determined to focus on the shop, he prepares for a busy day before the inevitable interruptions arrive. A massive, rowdy crowd descends on the shop, eager to get their hands on legendary weapons. Talk about a morning rush. The impatient customers are practically breaking down the door, demanding service. With a cheerful grin, he welcomes the mob into his legendary shop. Gold coins change hands as the weapons fly off the shelves at record speed. The shop is a gold mine. Everyone is grabbing whatever they can get their hands on. He plays the salesman perfectly, matching gear to his customers with practiced ease. A buy two, get one free deal is too good to pass up. The customers are eating it up. The guild hall erupts into chaos as a massive crowd swarms the counter. Our protagonist watches in stunned silence as the pressure hits an all-time high. Even the most cynical observers can't deny that the business is absolutely booming. He lets out a heavy, tired sigh. Fame and money aren't quite the thrill he expected. He realizes that despite the humans' greed for wealth, the reality is far more boring than the fantasy. Abandoning the chaos for some well-deserved rest, he retreats upstairs. The heavy doors creak open, revealing a blinding light that signals an irreversible shift in fate. Nothing will ever be the same once they step through. The deluxe room offers a sanctuary from the madness of the shop floor below. The silence breaks as the mysterious figure steps into the room, exuding an aura of undeniable power. All eyes are on him, and the tension is absolutely electric. He sinks into his bed, finding bliss in the simple comfort of fluffiness. Being wealthy is overrated, sleep is truly the ultimate luxury. The tension reaches a breaking point as a piercing gaze meets an unexpected intruder in the dark. Caught off guard, our silver-haired protagonist stares down the visitor with chilling intensity. The intruder confirms their presence, wasting no time getting to business. A jab at his lazy lifestyle follows, but it clearly bounces right off him. If you're enjoying this recap, smash that like button and subscribe for more. He witnessed every detail of the Holostuma incident, and he's not happy about the broken peace treaty. The inevitable question hangs in the air. Are they finally going to war? He scoffs at the idea of fighting for anyone else's benefit. Money is the only motivator here. As long as the price is right, he's listening. He calls out the long-term deception, proving that nothing escapes his notice. A wave of overwhelming grief washes over her as she collapses into the firelight. Her world is falling apart, and there's no turning back now. She demands the truth regarding the broken promises of the peace treaty. The air grows heavy with the weight of her inquiry. The hardliners have gone rogue, and now they're paying the price for their hubris. He dismisses the conspiracy, keeping his cards close to his chest. He admits the mycelium attack is real, but refuses to let it be called the way of the dragons. She questions the very nature of their pride and their traditions. He explains that dragons don't stoop to cowardice. They fight with honor, not by manipulating their own kin. Using family as a weapon is a disgrace that goes against everything they stand for. His instincts are sharp. Something about this whole situation just doesn't add up. The mention of the mycelium is the key to the entire mystery. He deduces that no dragon would create such a disgusting, cursed weapon. Someone else is behind the curtain. A mastermind is lurking, pulling the strings from the shadows. They are weaponizing the rage of the youth to serve their own dark agenda. He reiterates the code of the dragon, pride above all else. Dragons charge head-on. They don't hide behind curses and deceit. Turning their own people into puppets is the ultimate sin against their race. The pieces are starting to fall into place, but the picture is still ugly. The mycelium is a stain on their history that must be purged. He's certain now. Someone is exploiting the younger generation's anger for their own gain. The manipulation of the children is the most vile part of the plan. He yells at everyone to stop the bickering. The hardliners are just causing a mess, and it needs to end now. He demands a swift, brutal conclusion to the whole affair. He's tired of the politics and just wants to return to his peaceful life, wondering why everyone else loves making things so complicated. He tells them to clear their minds and just get along, but they look at him like he's speaking a foreign language. A soft, mocking chuckle escapes his lips. The Demon King preaching peace is enough to make anyone question their sanity. The atmosphere in the room is thick with disbelief. He shrugs it off, letting the others wallow in their own confusion. He calls the dragons idiots. If they really wanted to win, they shouldn't be playing games. The harsh reality is that they simply cannot achieve victory. The bloodline they fear is the reason they are doomed to fail. He wonders if everyone has been brainwashed into fearing a mere drop of blood. He reminds them that they haven't seen what he has, the true terror of that day. The future is set, and in 20 years, everything will change when the promised day finally arrives. They will never surrender. They are driven by a force that cannot be extinguished. Even with a cross on their backs, they will rise time and time again. Their resilience is their greatest weapon, even in the face of defeat. You can crush them, but they'll just keep coming back until the very end. The cycle of conflict is eternal and exhausting. They are like moths drawn to the flame, knowingly sacrificing themselves for a cause. The problem isn't one hero. It's the endless swarm of them. Eventually, even the strongest demons will learn to fear their unshakable courage. The last hero is coming, and he is the one who will face the Demon King in 20 years. Golden eyes ignite with lethal intent. A chilling gaze locks onto the target, sealing their fate. He warns them that the battle ahead isn't just against humans. It's against a legacy. They are fighting the collective courage of tens of thousands of years of human history. A dark, knowing laugh breaks the tension. Even he finds the idea of the future confrontation surprisingly amusing. He proposes a simple solution. Kill the bloodline now and save everyone the trouble later. He mocks the demon's strategy. Why wait 20 years for a hero to grow up when you could just end it now? He questions why he's even being asked, considering he wasn't even the one who chose this path. Everyone is just following tradition blindly, assuming it must be right because it's always been done that way. The beast within awakens with a bloodthirsty glare. Her predator instincts have officially taken control. He demands to know why everyone is so obsessed with such ridiculous notions. He challenges them to look at the world clearly. It's not what it seems. Why bother fighting for the surface when life underground is perfectly manageable? He reminds them that the surface is a blessing, while the dark is a curse they've had to endure. He questions the nature of God. If he's so great, why does he play favorites with the light? The question of God's intentions hangs in the air, unanswered and heavy. He defines God as the absolute creator, the one who holds all the cards. If God is so absolute, then why is the world such a chaotic mess? He rants about the absurdity of it all, wondering if God is just having a midlife crisis. He feels like the only sane person in a world full of lunatics. He calls her an idiot and tells her to get out before he loses his patience completely. A final, mocking laugh echoes in the room. Despite the gloom, hearing such insane ramblings actually made him feel a bit lighter. He kicks his guest out, the shop is closed, and he's done with the drama for the night. A chilling glint ignites in her eyes as a dangerous scheme takes root. The silence breaks, and someone is about to pay the price. She leaves him with one final request. Find the one distributing the mycelium. He points out that if the god of dragons doesn't know, a simple shopkeeper certainly doesn't. He suggests that the Duke might actually have the answers they need. He recalls the Great War from 10,000 years ago, a time of pure carnage. A single demon duke managed to lead a rebellion that nearly ended them all. The dragon race was brought to the brink of extinction by a master strategist. The name of that strategist is still whispered in fear: Duke Alex. He boasts of his own strategic genius, clearly offended by the comparison. He admits that someone as skilled as Alex could definitely infiltrate the youth easily. A barefoot step lands with thunderous impact, signaling the arrival of royalty. The golden aura ignites as the scene shifts into high gear. He acknowledges the possibility that the world is far stranger than he ever imagined. The reality they thought they knew is beginning to crumble. A sudden, blinding tear in space rips open right in the middle of the room. Something is breaking through the fabric of reality. A panicked underling bursts in, but our protagonist just wants to go back to sleep. He points to the evidence, his voice trembling with urgency. The Hell's Puppet mushroom is the culprit behind the dragon's corruption. This isn't just any mushroom. It's a weapon of mass influence, amplified 1,000 times over. The horror is traced back to their very own backyard, the demon realm. Only one person has the sick expertise to weaponize these cursed fungi. Among the 7 dukes, one stands out as the master of poisons and plagues. The Plague Lord, Dyke Darash, has finally been unmasked as the true villain. The Plague Lord is a name that commands terror throughout the realm. He asks the obvious question: can they hide this disaster, or is it already too late? There's no covering up the actions of a 66,000-year-old dragon. The truth is out. The demons are the ones sabotaging themselves from the inside. A civil war is brewing, and the demons are the ones holding the match. He aggressively demands to know if his rival was the one behind the civil war, mocking him as a specialist in internal strife. His opponent scoffs, calling the accusation absolutely ridiculous. He defends his reputation, claiming his high-level, elegant psychological style is leagues above that sticky, damp mushroom technique. If he were the mastermind, he argues, why would he ever admit it? His companion is forced to concede the point. It actually makes sense. But the burning question remains, why would he do it in the first place? He looks confused, asking what on earth he's talking about. He presses him on the mycelium-controlled human attacks, demanding a straight answer regarding his motives. He rolls his eyes, reminding him that he already explained it. It was all to force a war between humans and dragons. His companion shakes his head, noting that if that were the true goal, he'd have used poisons or curses, something that screams demonic rather than this amateur display. He drops a bombshell, asking if he's forgotten Daroshu's golden law, which he recognized the very moment they met. He confirms it with a curt nod. Of course he remembers. He wonders aloud just how many times that specific day has repeated itself over the last 665 centuries. They recall their brutal face-to-face combat on the front lines. Something feels off. The mechanics of this situation are sloppy, and he suspects a much deeper conspiracy at play. He decides it's finally time to break out the classic Demon King torture techniques from their childhood to get the truth. He reveals he's scoured the entire demon realm, but there isn't a single trace of him. The guy has vanished into thin air. He lets out a frustrated cry, lamenting that all he wants is a quiet, peaceful life, but reality is driving him absolutely insane. He shouts that this is madness, blaming his companion for digging up useless information that's ruined his plans. His companion tries to defend his intentions, but only makes things worse. He shifts the focus to the Grand Duke, noting that only he has the power to mobilize Daroshu, one of their 7 secret servants. The Predator awakens, his glowing eye locking onto his next target with lethal intent. Something just caught him off guard, and it's about to get ugly. The realization hits hard. Could the Lord himself be the one pulling the strings behind this entire mess? He recounts the chaos. The dragon poaching cartel, the weakened heroes, and the leaked clan list that's basically handing the Golden Law a reason to shatter the peace. By leaking that evidence, he's ensured that even the most stubborn hardliners will refuse to stay quiet about the treaty. The entire structure of the demon-human-dragon world is beginning to crumble right before their eyes. For the first time in history, a massive three-way war between humans, dragons, and demons is about to explode. He can't help but marvel at the scale of the plan. It's a true masterpiece. He agrees, calling it an overwhelmingly brilliant grand scheme. The weight of the situation settles in, leaving them both in stunned silence. He realizes that even if they get caught now, there's no evidence to prove the Lord was the one leading the charge. On the contrary, he realizes they might even be recorded in the Book of Gods as heroes who actually prevented the war. Could it be true? The pieces of the puzzle are finally snapping into place. He wonders if the Lord calculated this entire outcome before vanishing. Why else would he just quit being king? He looks around at the floating flower petals, noting how unusual it is. Even past demon kings wouldn't have appreciated such beauty. He's starting to enjoy life on the surface a bit too much. A rare moment of peace washes over him as he finally lets his guard down. Even the deadliest souls need a place to rest. He's genuinely enjoying the surface. It's a nice change of pace from the gloomy depths. He notes that this lord craved the surface more than any predecessor. When asked why he abandoned them, he just offers a cryptic laugh. It's nothing special, really. He just constantly complained about why he quit the throne. He sighs, calling his lord an incorrigible fool and realizing he's been played like a fiddle this whole time. He shouts for his lord, only to be met with total confusion. He mocks his companion, telling him his eyes are as small as a needle's eye. Finally, he sees the beautiful, grand picture the Lord was painting all along. He wonders if his companion took the wrong medicine, as he's suddenly spouting complete nonsense. Despite the confusion, he offers to risk his life to cover up whatever is going on. He has no idea what's happening, but he's happy to play along if it keeps things hidden. He's relieved his companion finally understands the big picture. He demands he start the cover-up immediately, but his companion is already tuckered out and ready for a nap. Out of nowhere, he wonders, do the gods actually exist? He's taken aback by the question. Of course they do, why would he ask that? He just has a feeling that things don't quite add up. He notes that while the gods drone on about rules, they don't seem to care that a demon king just packed up and quit. He chuckles, telling him not to doubt it. The gods are definitely watching everything. He casually mentions that he's actually seen them before. His companion is floored. What did they even look like? He pauses, trying to find the right words. He admits he isn't sure, as he only ever caught a brief glimpse from far away. He calls him a punk for getting him all worked up over nothing and tells him to go to sleep already. With that, he wishes him a good night. The night settles in, quiet and filled with secrets. Silence reigns as the gears turn in their heads. He begins to break down the most plausible scenarios for the current conflict. Could the hardliners have joined forces with Doroshu to incite war against the humans? The Golden Law seems to be trying to stop it, which is how they accidentally ended up on Yulgum's side. If that's the case, the Golden Law is being framed as the mastermind, and someone is clearly weaponizing the dragon's anger. He considers a second theory. Perhaps humans stole Doroshu's mycelium to justify hunting down the dragons. In that scenario, the dragons are the victims, and the peace treaty is doomed once the hardliners find out. It's a tangled web of lies and shifting loyalties. And finally, the third possibility. What if this is all just a conspiracy by the Golden Law herself? She's hiding her human identity. But if the real Golden Law isn't even here, then Yulgum doesn't exist at all. The call to hunt the dragons rings out, echoing through the halls. If they exclude the Golden Law from the equation, everything changes. It would just be a demon king and a duke causing havoc on the surface, attacking everyone indiscriminately. With only 20 years until the reincarnation, the timing of this chaos is absolutely perfect for a disaster. He realizes that by bringing in external enemies, the factions might be forced to reunite to suppress the civil war. If they play their cards right, they might just be the ones to take control of it all. The tension peaks as the weapons are drawn. He turns to greet his old acquaintance, Zeke, with a friendly shout. He introduces the legendary senior Alexia. He introduces her as the pride of Jorix and a top-tier hero. She just wants to be called Alexia. Though the introduction is clearly overkill, it's quite the contrast. Two families, one rich and one completely ruined, meeting in the same shop. The room erupts in hushed whispers as she stares down the legendary relics. Tension fills the air, and she can't take her eyes off the prize. She laughs, thanking him and noting that his new sponsor seems to have excellent taste. The tension is palpable as he kicks his feet up, radiating pure, unbothered arrogance. He's playing a dangerous game, leaving her absolutely speechless. He asks why she's staring so hard. Is it her first time seeing an A-rank hero? He hits back with a sharp question. If she's such an elite hero, where was she when the dragons attacked last time? She bristles at the accusation, explaining that her family proudly served in the Great War, but dragons are strictly a D-rank problem. Everyone has their place. He retorts that if catching a dragon were easy, everyone would be D-rank. But he's still curious. Why is she actually here? A heavy pause hangs in the air between them. She admits she came to see the artifacts and check out the sponsor who chose a pathetic F-rank over an elite like her. She scoffs that he's just a rich kid with zero respect for hero traditions, which explains why he doesn't know her family name. He laughs, saying he was just lucky, and if his master had met her first, he'd have picked her instead. She's livid, demanding to know how he dares insult a family that didn't show up for a simple dragon fight. He shrugs, noting that the Demon King probably views them all as mosquitoes anyway. He tells her to get lost, causing her to lose her cool completely. She storms out, declaring she's lucky she didn't get such a terrible sponsor, leaving him to roll his eyes. She tries to get the last word in before she leaves. She warns him that now that he has a sponsor, he'd better get a blood aptitude test. He hasn't even been properly ranked yet. He looks genuinely surprised by the news. She asks if he really doesn't know. He's never taken the blood aptitude test? He explains it's too expensive, but she insists he try it anyway. He might just get lucky. He wonders if they charge for everything in this world. Is nothing free? She explains that while basic classes are free, serious heroes go to academies and pay for private lessons to keep up. He thinks that sounds like a convenient excuse. She argues that geniuses succeed on their own, becoming the elite heroes who rise above the A-rank. He mutters to himself, is it all just survival of the fittest? She confirms that the top 5% carry the world, and the rest are expected to just give up. He realizes that heroes are basically ranked by their bank accounts, not their skill. She insists that excellent heroes always make money, but he's not buying it. He asks the million-dollar question. What happens to the ones who don't make it? She claims the support department helps them find independence, but that sounds like a fairy tale. He brings it back to the reality of his own situation. She says he could make his siblings work if he really wanted to graduate, even at the bottom of the class. He points out the flaw. Even if he scrapes by, he's just setting himself up for a lifetime of poverty. Clearly, nothing about this system is resolved. She insists that true talent will always reveal itself, no matter the circumstances. He asks their ages, 17 and 18? He sighs. They've clearly had it tough in this broken world. He tells him to close the shop and get moving, they've got errands to run. He asks where they're heading. To the testing center, of course. He's ready to see what he's really made of. The registration office looms ahead, cold and bureaucratic. They arrive, ready to confirm his blood rank and make it official. The clerk tells them to take a number and wait. Just another day in the soul-crushing bureaucracy. The waiting room is filled with nervous hopefuls. He reminds him that people care about his success, so he'd better stop acting like a jerk and follow the rules. A ripple of nervous laughter spreads through the crowd. The fate of the protagonist is sealed with a single ominous number. Everything changes the moment that paper is revealed. The tension breaks as an unexpected letter brings a glimmer of excitement to the room. Our hero can barely contain his joy while his stoic companion remains completely unfazed. A lightning-fast strike stops just inches from his face. The tension is absolutely suffocating. The clerk welcomes them, ready to start the process with a smile. The crowd wonders why he gets a free pass. Who does he think he is? It's Mawkant, the strongest warrior near Jorix, famous for strength that rivals a G-rank hero. He questions his rank, learning that Alexia's father is the true A-ranker, and she's just expected to surpass him. The clerk calls for number 45. It's finally time. He steps forward, ready to face the music. The atmosphere freezes as he scans the document, his expression hardening in silent shock. A single revelation has just turned his world upside down. 17 years old, graduated elementary school, the basics are checked off. No aptitude test, blood purity unknown, the file is suspiciously empty. And from the Hollybish family? The clerk looks at him in confusion. He goes to stamp it as F rank, but is interrupted by a sharp shout to stop. He demands they do a proper test, arguing that this one stamp shouldn't decide a kid's entire life. The clerk admits he was just trying to save them money since they're obviously poor, but he's happy to do it if they can pay. He asks for the price, 5 gold pieces. He doesn't hesitate, he's paying 12. He demands the full test be performed immediately. The silence is deafening as he stares down the chaos, his eyes burning with cold, calculated rage. The clerk scurries off to fetch the testing kit. He tells his lord it wasn't necessary to spend that much, but he's already committed. He muses that he wouldn't trade his future for 5 gold, and he's getting more annoyed by this world by the second. He stares at the device. What in the world is that thing? It's a magical science device designed to measure blood purity, despite its humble appearance. It's simple. Just place a hand on the crystal and let the magic do the rest. The clerk asks if he's ready to see his true potential. He reaches out, his hand hovering over the core. The tension hits a breaking point as they reach for the pulsating core. One wrong move could mean everything. If you're enjoying this recap, smash that like button and subscribe for more. Tension hits the boiling point as he frantically channels raw power into the glowing relic. With eyes wide and destiny on the line, there's no turning back now. The device flickers, displaying a blood purity rate of 10.825%. The tension in the room is suffocating. The screen glitches, showing a pathetic 10.05% purity. The numbers fluctuate wildly, 10%, 86, 9. It's all over the place. He screams in shock, a measly 10%? That's rock bottom. He panics, demanding to know the rank. A? F? Tell him the result before he loses his mind. The system throws a massive error, leaving everyone staring at the screen in pure confusion. The operator claims the kit is defective, smugly suggesting a 5 gold reset fee. Talk about a daylight robbery. They laugh it off, deciding it's not worth wasting 10 gold on a potential dud. The operator prepares to slap an F-rank label on him without a second thought. He snaps, demanding they do their job properly instead of trying to sweep the results under the rug. 5 gold isn't pocket change. They demand a proper ranking, refusing to accept an F without a fight. Cold sweat drips as the operator freezes in absolute terror. Something truly monstrous has just shattered his reality. He turns to Mr. Zeke, reminding him that he is a 4th-generation hero. Zeke stares back, completely lost in the confusion. Even the legendary 5th-generation heroes barely crack 9%. A 10% rating is statistically impossible. The operator insists the device is broken, claiming D rank is the peak and pushing for that F rank downgrade. Someone in the background screams for a B rank. They double down, calling for a B or a D, anything but that pathetic F. The operator scoffs, calling 10% nonsense and insisting that B rank is just a pipe dream. They decide to run the test again, betting 5 gold that the 10% wasn't a fluke. Lord Deus is watching closely. It's painfully obvious what's going on between these two. The manipulation is real. They accuse the other of exploiting poor, clueless heroes, treating their lives like a rigged lottery. If the results don't fit the agenda, they just toss the hero aside like trash and find a new one. It's a ruthless business model, and they are the ones profiting from these poor heroes. Forcing a higher rank is just deceit, and since rank determines missions, it's a death sentence. The silence between them is deafening. He loses his cool and tells the operator to cut the chatter. If he's scared, Just admit it. Time to put up or shut up. Do they bet the 5 gold, or is it B rank? He admits he hates the idea of a D rank and proposes a deal to sweeten the pot. He calls the malfunctioning kit excuse out for exactly what it is. A blatant lie. What happens if that 10% pops up again? The operator panics, insisting that 10% is far too rare to be real. Yet, the doubt continues to gnaw at them. What if it drops to 1% instead? 5 gold is 3 months of salary. He vents his frustration, calling the kid a spoiled brat who needs his rich parents to survive. They finally concede, settling for a C rank just to get it over with. The operator claims to be worried about the hero's life, but we all know it's just about the money. B-grade monsters would wipe the floor with an F-rank hero. He's just trying to save his own skin. Good. Let's lock in that C rank before anyone changes their mind. A sudden, thunderous impact shatters the air. The force of the strike leaves nothing but destruction in its wake. The numbers climb steadily, finally settling at +6. The certificate is printed. Zeke Pan-Hollybish is officially qualified as a C-rank hero. The Hero Management Office makes it official. Signed, sealed, and stamped by the authorities. A sinister chuckle escapes him. He mocks the brat for being a cowardly punk, demanding gold 1 minute and refusing to pay the next. How dare he try to outsmart Lord Deus? The ego on this guy is off the charts. The air turns cold and heavy with malice. The C-rank certification stares back from the paper. He mocks Zeke for having F-grade blood, suggesting he drop out of school to save himself the embarrassment. He insults the Hollybish family, claiming their blood is no better than a commoner's. What a charming guy. Zeke tries to plead, mentioning his starving siblings, but the mockery only intensifies. A blissful smile lights up his face, radiating pure, unadulterated joy. Everything is going exactly according to plan. The world freezes as realization hits, a silent storm brewing behind those intense, glowing eyes. He turns to Lord Deus, ready to speak his mind. The mysterious giant and his companion step into the unknown, forging an alliance that will shake the world to its core. The stage is set for a legendary journey. For the first time, he feels a strange warmth blooming in his chest. Wide, trembling eyes lock onto the impossible as the truth finally hits home. Everything he thought he knew has just shattered in a single, heart-stopping moment. He makes his choice. He will dedicate his entire life to his new master. He realizes their meeting wasn't a coincidence. Lord Deus is his divinely sent angel. The intensity of the vow hangs heavy in the air. With a sudden, explosive step, the ground trembles beneath his feet. The hunt begins right now. He orders Lord Deus to hurry up. They have a world to conquer together. Time skips forward. A full month has passed. An ominous, glowing rift tears through the dark, swirling clouds. Something terrifying is about to descend upon this world. The heavens crack open as a devastating bolt of lightning tears through the sky. Absolute destruction descends in a blinding flash of raw power. A blinding beam of pure destruction tears through the battlefield. Our hero barely dodges as the earth erupts in a storm of golden lightning. They spot Zeke in the chaos. Is that really him? He looks around, paralyzed, wondering what his next move should be. The world burns as a lone warrior faces the terrifying, cosmic scale of an eldritch abomination. He charges headlong into the heart of the apocalypse. The scale of the threat is beyond comprehension. Is this really the end of the world instead of the Demon King? Flashback over, we are back in the present day. The quest board looms before them, filled with deadly opportunities. Zeke wonders why they're staring at the quest board again. Since he's an official hero, he needs to take an official quest. He spots an A-rank quest to handle a lich and his followers at the cemetery. He's itching for glory. That's a bit out of his league. Better stick to a C-rank quest unless they want to die today. They sift through the board. Spider eggs, eternal flames, and child ghosts. A typical Tuesday for an adventurer. A quest to defeat a merman terrorizing the local village catches their eye. What's a merman? Just a ferocious, 2-meter-tall fishman hybrid that loves raiding villages. No big deal. The details of the threat are grim. He tells them to grab their goggles. It's time to go for a swim. He screams at the fish bastards to come out and play. The water ripples with unseen danger. Wait, he thought this was a water quest, but it's a sea of fire? Something isn't adding up. That's a sharp observation. Maybe someone lied about the mission description? Total chaos erupts as the town is consumed by a sudden, violent blaze. Our protagonist stands frozen in terror amidst the crumbling ruins. He cries out as the heat intensifies. The world burns as he stands amidst the ruins, ready to unleash his fury. Destruction is just the beginning of his brutal vengeance. Mermen are weak to fire, so they won't approach. Light the flames and finish them. Hurry up. The fire needs to be bigger if they want to survive. A cold sweat breaks as sheer terror paralyzes her face. Something unthinkable just happened, and she can't believe her eyes. A monstrous predator leaps from the inferno, trident raised for the kill. Terror freezes the witness as death descends from the burning sky. Pure, unadulterated terror shatters her composure as a blood-curdling scream rips through the air. She's completely lost her mind to the nightmare unfolding before her eyes. Chaos erupts as the settlement is torn apart in a sudden, catastrophic strike. Our protagonist looks on in pure, frozen shock as everything turns to flames. A vicious beast lunges from the shadows, shattering the ground as our hero barely dodges the lethal strike. The hunt is on, and there's no room for error. A brutal suplex sends shockwaves across the battlefield. With a malicious grin, she slams her opponent into the dust. A towering, monstrous foot crashes down amidst the inferno. Despair fills the air as the survivors are cornered by pure destruction. The intensity of the combat reaches 4,000. A groan escapes as the pressure mounts. They scream into the void. Where's the hero when you actually need him? Turns out, mermen are actually strong against fire, so everyone who tried to fight them with flames just died. Whoops! How strong are these guys? Anyway, there's not enough data to calculate the odds of survival. A C-rank mission? This is looking more like a suicide mission. He wonders if Zeke can handle this slaughter all by himself. Should they step in and help, or just watch from the sidelines? No, he points the finger. Zeke has to do this alone. Me? Fight a monster army solo? Zeke's heart skips a beat. Of course. You're the hero, aren't you? Get out there. He reminds Zeke he's just a merchant, and Alex is only a butler. No help coming from this direction. Zeke stammers, unsure if he can actually pull this off. A reminder of his F-rank status hits him like a bucket of ice water. Wasn't it Zeke who claimed to be an F-ranker in the first place? He's the party leader, the hero. It's time he acted like one instead of hiding behind Alex. You haven't forgotten that you're a hero, have you? He is officially a C-rank hero now, recognized by the state. Look at the people in danger. They are waiting for their savior. This is his quest, his moment. Go save them, hero Zeke Pan-Hollybish. Zeke nods, finally finding his resolve. He accepts his past as a fool and a loser, but thanks his master for waking him up. Zeke Pan-Hollybish is dead. Long live the C-rank hero. He swears to save the village or die trying. That's the spirit. Let's go get hero. You were an idiot, but you're being reborn right now. The tension skyrockets as a sinister grin emerges, catching our mysterious hero completely off guard. Something wicked is definitely brewing in the shadows. He chuckles. The Sea of Fire trick is a classic, and it's hilarious how easily Zeke falls for it. The Demon King's behavior is as predictably beautiful as ever. He launches forward with explosive speed, leaving nothing but scorched earth in his wake. The hunt is on, and there's no turning back now. The air vibrates with the intensity of his movement. With a single, thunderous step, he shatters the earth beneath him. The shockwave marks the beginning of an unstoppable assault. A pained cry rings out as the impact hits. Get up, stop whining and get back in the fight. A brutal, lightning-fast strike shatters their world. Terror grips them as death swings down in a blur of violence. Another strike lands, leaving no room to breathe. The sound of metal clashing and bones breaking fills the air. Pure terror grips their face as the inferno erupts. There is no escape from this blazing nightmare. A bloodthirsty predator descends with lethal intent, cornering its helpless prey. Death is just one swing away. The battlefield turns into a slaughterhouse. The ancient artifact erupts in a blinding, infernal blaze. Power surges as the mystical eye awakens to unleash pure destruction. The ground shatters as he unleashes a lightning-charged strike with earth-shattering force. His raw power turns the battlefield into a literal hellscape. The clash of power creates a shockwave that knocks everyone back. If you're enjoying this recap, smash that like button and subscribe for more. Terror grips their faces as they stare into the face of absolute nightmare. With nowhere left to run, the duo watches in frozen horror as their world goes up in flames. The situation is spiraling out of control. They look up, desperate, calling out to the mysterious hero. A critical strike lands, turning the tide of the battle. He stands tall. Zeke Pan Hollybish from the Hero Management Office has arrived to save the day. A hero has come. Thank God. They are finally saved. The crowd hesitates, their eyes wide with confusion. They demand to know where the real adults and wizards are, looking at the young protagonist with utter skepticism. A bystander points out the obvious. The boy isn't even carrying a sword or wearing armor. The villagers vent their frustration, shouting that they waited for a hero only to be delivered a literal baby. He stammers in response, completely caught off guard. He sheepishly admits he just arrived on the scene, flashing a nervous, awkward grin. The tension in the air is thicker than the plot armor this guy clearly doesn't have. A sudden warning screams out, "Behind you!" as he whirls around in shock. Panic sets in as he realizes he's in deep trouble. A brutal strike lands, and he lets out a gut-wrenching cry of pain. The situation goes from bad to run for your life in record time. The ambush is brutal as a savage strike sends the warrior crashing to the ground. Chaos erupts in an instant of pure, heart-stopping terror. The savage beasts lunged with lethal intent, but he met their strike head-on in a blur of pure chaos. It's a desperate clash of claws and steel as the bloodbath begins. Someone screams a desperate order to run for their lives. The sheer panic is contagious. Even the readers are sweating now. A frantic shout echoes through the chaos. "Behind you, Mom!" Danger is looming, and it's looking hungry. He snaps at someone to stop what they're doing before it's too late. He screams for everyone to scatter while he desperately buys them some time. Pure terror consumes him as the inferno rages behind his eyes. He's witnessed something truly nightmarish. A blinding flash of energy rips through the air with devastating speed. The intensity is off the charts. Steel clashes against steel as the warrior narrowly dodges a lethal strike. He's turning the tide with pure, adrenaline-fueled instinct. The battlefield is turning into a total scrapyard. A monstrous titan delivers a bone-crushing blow that rattles the very ground. The impact is absolute, leaving his target nowhere to run. A lightning-fast strike sends the enemy spiraling into the dirt. The battle reaches a brutal, electrifying climax. He coughs up blood, the reality of the fight hitting home. Betrayed and broken, he stares into the abyss as his life hangs by a thread. The shock of reality hits harder than any blade. The shadow beast lunges with lethal precision. A single glint of steel marks the end for its unsuspecting prey. A sharp gasp escapes him as he takes a direct hit. A devastating blow sends the warrior spiraling through the air. He crashes into the ground in a brutal display of sheer power. He lets out a pained grunt, struggling to find his footing. He really needs to work on his dodging skills, or at least invest in better health insurance. With a thunderous crash, he slams his spear into the ground, shattering the earth beneath his feet. The battlefield trembles as he unleashes raw, unstoppable power. He lets out a pained cry as the recoil slams into his weary body. Gravity is currently his worst enemy. A sharp, sudden ACK rips through the air as he takes another heavy blow. The hero unleashes a raw, crackling surge of power to swat his monstrous foe mid-air. With a single, explosive strike, he turns the tide of battle. With a lightning-fast kick, the protagonist shatters the distance. His opponent is left in absolute, wide-eyed terror. He grunts in pain, his voice straining under the immense pressure. He lets out a frustrated cry, pushed to his absolute limit. Someone give this guy a break, or at least a health potion. Another painful SCK echoes as he struggles to stay in the fight. The action is so intense the screen is practically vibrating. A massive, crushing blow descends from above, narrowly missing as the target dives into a desperate dodge. The battlefield erupts in pure carnage. Time seems to slow down as he barely escapes death's icy grip. A deafening explosion tears through the air as raw power obliterates everything in its path. Chaos erupts in a blinding flash of destruction. With a flash of raw power, he unleashes a devastating strike that shatters the very air. The battlefield trembles as his overwhelming force tears through everything in its path. He lets out a rough, pained growl as he fights to maintain focus. With a lightning-fast strike, he deflects the lethal blow. The battlefield erupts in a shower of sparks as he narrowly escapes certain death. This guy is definitely dodging more than just blades. He's dodging his fate. A thunderous strike shatters the battlefield. The hero descends with raw, crackling power to crush the monstrous horde. A monstrous fist descends with lethal intent. Our hero barely deflects the bone-crushing blow with his mystical shield. A terrifying beast unleashes a lethal strike, catching its victim in a brutal, point-blank blast. The savage hunter shows no mercy as it obliterates its target in one swift, crushing blow. He lets out a choked, pained cry. A brutal, bone-crushing blow lands with devastating force. The impact sends shockwaves through the battlefield as he is slammed into the earth. He's down, but he's definitely not out yet. A massive explosion tears through the building, shattering the walls in a storm of fire and debris. The shockwave leaves everyone stunned as the inferno consumes everything in its path. He gasps for air, his lungs burning from the smoke. The heavens ignite in a blaze of ominous crimson. A storm of apocalyptic proportions is brewing on the horizon. If the sky turns red, it's usually a bad sign for everyone involved. He mumbles something under his breath, contemplating the situation. He shifts the topic to Zeke, asking if he's really as bad as everyone says. After all, he seems to have grown up a bit, right? Talk about poor timing. Discussing personality growth while the world is literally burning. A massive explosion shatters the wall, leaving nothing but ruin and roaring flames in its wake. Someone just made a chaotic entrance. He stutters, trying to find his words amidst the rubble. He declares himself a hero, though he sounds more like he's trying to convince himself. A massive explosion rocks the battlefield as our hero unleashes a blinding magical strike. The monsters are caught in the blast, sent flying through the burning debris. The hero barely holds his ground as a monstrous claw slams into his shield with earth-shattering force. Sparks fly and shockwaves ripple through the air in this desperate clash for survival. With a thunderous stomp, he shatters the earth beneath him. The battlefield trembles as he prepares to unleash absolute carnage. He grunts as the impact rattles his very bones. The beast unleashes a guttural roar as it prepares to tear its enemy apart. Absolute carnage is only a heartbeat away. A devastating strike shatters the air with raw, unchecked power. The collision point erupts in a blinding flash of pure impact. The sheer amount of property damage here is giving me a headache. He shouts out a bold declaration of his identity. The shadow descends with lethal force, screaming for the hero's head. Our protagonist braces for the ultimate impact as the battlefield erupts in chaos. It's all or nothing now. A savage strike cleaves the air as the beast lunges with lethal intent. There's nowhere left to hide from this brutal, bone-crushing assault. A thunderous roundhouse kick shatters the battlefield. The warrior unleashes a devastating strike that sends his opponent flying. The protagonist launches a gravity-defying strike, catching his opponent completely off guard. With a burst of explosive power, he descends like a meteor to crush his foe. A massive, bone-crushing blow lands square on target. The protagonist is sent flying as the beast's lethal strike tears through the air. Drenched in blood and pushed to the brink, he grins through the agony. This warrior refuses to fall. A devastating, magical strike shatters the ground. The hero's enchanted shield flares with blinding power as he deflects a lethal blow. A lethal blade slices through the air with blinding speed. The enemy doesn't stand a chance against this brutal precision strike. He's really pushing his luck at this point, still hanging on by a thread. Bloodied and battered, he makes a desperate last stand against a towering nightmare. The tension explodes as he braces for the final, lethal clash. The beast lunges with terrifying speed, seizing its prey in a crushing, bone-rattling grip. There's no escaping this lethal ambush. A terrifying, glowing red eye snaps open in the darkness. The beast awakens with a soul-shaking growl. A massive, monstrous limb surges forward with overwhelming power. The very air trembles as this terrifying force looms closer. This is getting way too close for comfort. With a bone-crushing grip, he seizes control of the ancient mechanism. The power surges as he forces the artifact to obey his command. The hero unleashes a terrifying, ice-studded relic to crush his foes. Absolute chaos erupts as his demonic power tears the battlefield apart. Our hero launches into a high-octane brawl, delivering a bone-crushing blow against the encroaching monsters. He's turning the tide with pure, explosive power. The behemoth lunges with earth-shattering force, but our hero dodges the strike in a mid-air display of pure adrenaline. A single, earth-shattering step tears through the ground. The battlefield trembles as the sprint begins. The hero slams his shield into the beast with bone-crushing force. Impact shatters the air as the monster recoils in pure agony. If you're enjoying this recap, smash that like button and subscribe for more. The action is relentless, and he's not backing down. He lets out a ragged, triumphant breath. He watches in awe as the massive threat is finally demolished. Pushed to his absolute limit, he gasps for air as his body begins to overheat. He's reaching his breaking point. Covered in blood and fueled by pure rage, he unleashes a terrifying roar. There is no turning back now as he pushes past his breaking point. The battlefield erupts in chaos as the hero collapses amidst the flames. His resolve is tested as death looms right before his eyes. Cornered amidst the raging inferno, our hero stares down a monstrous threat with nowhere left to run. The tension is palpable as the beast prepares to strike. He looks like he's having the worst day of his life. He struggles to regain his composure while his vision blurs. He curses his own weakness, swearing he can end this in just a few more shots if he can only hang on. He's running on fumes and pure spite now. He asks if they should move forward, his voice trembling with exhaustion. The onlookers suggest holding out a bit longer, confident he isn't going to die just yet. They watch in amazement as the kid continues to dodge every single one of the dragon's attacks. Even the local spectators are surprised he's still breathing. He agrees to follow their advice, steeling himself for one final push. A massive, glowing strike slams into the ground, sending the warrior flying. The sheer force of the impact leaves him reeling in the dust. Bloodied and battered, he refuses to back down. His eyes blaze with a terrifying, unstoppable intensity. A monstrous beast descends with lethal intent, forcing our hero into a desperate, last-second stand. The clash is imminent. A brutal ambush is met with an explosive defense. The warrior narrowly blocks a lethal strike, unleashing a blinding surge of magical power. He's hanging on by a literal miracle. A blood-soaked warrior freezes as a lethal predator looms directly behind him. The hunt is on, and death is breathing down his neck. This is definitely the part where I'd suggest running away. A brutal, point-blank strike shatters his defenses and sends him reeling. The battlefield turns crimson as he takes a devastating hit. He's taking some serious hits today. A ruthless slash tears through the air as the warrior is struck down in a spray of blood. His desperate scream echoes across the battlefield as he faces a brutal end. Someone call an ambulance? Or maybe a priest? He lets out a final agonizing cry. A brutal, point-blank strike leaves our hero shattered and bloodied. The fight has just reached a terrifying new level of violence. The protagonist is cornered as monstrous, glowing-eyed titans descend to claim his life. There's no room for error when death looms this large. A brutal, bone-crushing impact sends the hero spiraling into the dirt. The shadows strike with unrelenting, lethal force. A desperate plea for help echoes through the chaos. He cries out in sheer agony as the darkness closes in. Panic erupts as the village is swallowed by flames. Driven to the brink, the terrified townsfolk prepare for a desperate, final stand. He gasps, realization hitting him like a freight train. A sudden strike catches her off guard. Terror flashes across her face as the chaos erupts. She screams for Noah, desperately trying to stop him from running into the danger. The stakes couldn't be higher. He shouts that the hero is the one actually in danger. Chaos erupts as the villagers desperately scramble to escape a lethal, incoming blow. The flames of ruin consume everything in their path. Another gasp of pure terror rings out. She screams at everyone to help the hero before it's too late. The villagers rally together, shouting words of encouragement to the falling hero. They realize the hero is fighting for strangers, and they refuse to let him die alone. The entire village decides to stand up. They simply cannot watch their savior perish. A sudden, razor-sharp strike tears through the air as panic erupts in the burning village. Terror grips the survivors as the lethal onslaught catches them completely off guard. A final cry of alarm as everything goes wrong. They scream for the hero to get up, begging him to hold on just a little bit longer. The tension is absolutely off the charts. They are swarming the battlefield to lend their support. They beg the hero to get up, shouting for him to stay strong and not give in to the darkness. The villagers promise to hold the line so he can finish the fight. This is truly a team effort. He breathes heavily, the weight of their hope resting squarely on his shoulders. The intensity skyrockets as a sudden, frantic shout echoes across the field. The number 22 glows ominously, signaling that something catastrophic is about to unfold. Confusion and panic erupt as cries of despair fill the air. A massive beast slams into the ground with bone-shattering force. The earth crumbles instantly under its overwhelming power. The screams of the dying reach a fever pitch as the chaos deepens. A desperate command is barked out, but will it be enough to stop the impending doom? The crowd can only gasp in horror as their hope begins to fade. Panic sets in. The source of the terror is simply too far away to reach in time. A blinding surge of ancient power erupts as the forbidden seal shatters. The eye of destruction awakens, signaling total chaos. A terrifying crimson seal erupts, unleashing an ancient and overwhelming power. The battlefield trembles as the magical eye awakens to consume everything in its path. The atmosphere is heavy with the impending weight of total annihilation. A blinding flash of pure energy tears through the sky, obliterating everything in its path. Absolute destruction is coming for this unsuspecting town. Bloody and desperate, he unleashes a surge of raw, crackling power to turn the tide of battle. His eyes burn with absolute, terrifying resolve as the forbidden artifact hums with lethal energy. Bathed in blood and madness, he flashes a terrifying, wide-eyed grin. The battle has finally snapped his sanity. A final warning rings out, signaling the beginning of the end. He screams for everyone within a 10-meter radius to retreat immediately or face certain death. The air vibrates with the hum of unstable magic. A cry of sheer terror erupts. The shield is failing under the immense pressure. A blinding beam of pure destruction erupts from the ancient eye, tearing through reality itself. No defense can withstand this cataclysmic surge of power. A desperate strike is blocked by a shimmering barrier, leaving our hero stunned in the face of overwhelming power. The clash ignites in a blinding explosion of energy. A bloodthirsty predator descends with lethal force, unleashing a barrage of magical strikes. Our protagonist is cornered, bracing for the bone-crushing impact. The battle is reaching a level of intensity that defies logic. A blinding beam of pure energy tears through the crimson sky. Absolute destruction follows in its wake. The ancient artifact awakens, unleashing a devastating beam of pure destruction. Nothing can withstand this overwhelming surge of power. The mysterious relic erupts with blinding power. Our hero struggles to contain the overwhelming surge of raw energy. Drenched in blood and pushed to the brink, our hero's eyes burn with a cold, terrifying fury. The slaughter has only just begun. With a final, ragged breath, he declares the beast defeated. The adrenaline is still pumping, but the threat isn't over yet. The villagers shower him with praise, calling him the greatest shield the world has ever seen. They rejoice in their survival, hailing him as the ultimate hero who saved them all. A final, haunting cry echoes as the last of the enemies fall. Suddenly, a realization hits like a physical blow. The village is still under attack from the rear. The heroes turn their attention back to the fray, eyes locked on the hidden threat. With a spray of blood, he lunges forward with everything he's got. The final strike is about to collide. The villagers rally, begging to fight alongside him to protect their home. Bloodied and battered, he flashes a chilling, triumphant grin amidst the chaos of battle. The carnage only fuels his twisted resolve. The air changes instantly as the survivors find their courage. The humans, once cowering in fear, are now hunting the mermen with newfound ferocity. Inspired by Zeke's presence, murmurs spread through the crowd. Could this really be the legendary hero? There is a strange, unsettling aura surrounding him. It's an atmosphere that makes even his allies uncomfortable. He looks rough, but his impact on the battlefield is undeniable. Despite his appearance, a strange, lingering hope begins to bloom in their hearts. They notice that Zeke is fighting with a level of skill that far exceeds their expectations. He isn't the weak link they once thought he was. A warmth grows in their chests as they watch his steady rise to power. They can't help but wish to see him grow even stronger, even cooler. The shadows shift as a piercing, crimson gaze locks onto its target. The hunt is officially on. They find themselves wishing for him to lighten up and smile more often. The air turns icy as a mysterious, glowing-eyed figure emerges from the shadows to confront their target. A lethal showdown is brewing under the setting sun. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a blade. Our heroes prepare for a clash that will shake the very foundations of the earth. Cheers erupt as the last of the monsters is finally put down. Victory is theirs, and the village is safe at last. The hero is celebrated for his incredible contribution. The villagers thank him profusely, promising that the merman will never dare to return. Blood splatters the air as he loses his grip on sanity. A chilling, manic grin is the last thing you'll ever see. They apologize for ever doubting him, acknowledging him as the village's true benefactor. The apologies pour in as they admit their initial lack of trust. The villagers beg for forgiveness, their voices trembling with genuine regret. Covered in blood and pushed to the brink, he lets out a chilling, maniacal laugh. The madness has truly taken hold. A breathtaking, fiery horizon ignites the sky, signaling that everything is about to change. The calm before the storm has never looked this intense. The peaceful beach day is shattered as a mysterious, ink-stained figure looms over the unsuspecting vacationers. Danger has arrived in paradise. He reflects on the day's events, wondering if he really handled it well. He returns, looking slightly disheveled but triumphant. He is asked how it felt to complete such a massive task all on his own. He admits he started with the goal of saving everyone, but things quickly got out of hand in the best way possible. He recounts the initial struggle, admitting he was completely drained and nearly overwhelmed. He describes the moment he was nearly trampled, only for the villagers to step in and turn the tide. They fought with the ferocity of lions, desperate to keep him alive. He explains how a surge of power he'd never felt before suddenly flooded his veins, fueled by their support. A lone butterfly drifts through the blazing, ethereal horizon. Silence falls as a mysterious omen unfolds in the golden light. He beams, realizing just how cool he must have looked in that moment. A sinister smirk spreads across his face as he plots his next lethal move. The game has finally begun, and he's clearly in control. He's asked if he had fun. The answer is a resounding yes. A radiant butterfly emerges from the inferno, signaling a breathtaking transformation. The golden light ignites, marking the dawn of a new power. He confirms his victory with absolute certainty. The celebration concludes with a demand for noodles. A happy ending indeed. He calls out to Deus, pausing the celebration for a moment. He presents the quest confirmation form, documenting his hard-earned success. He explains that this simple piece of paper is the key to a nice silver reward. The tension hits absolute zero as our hero stands unfazed. Vacation vibes clashing with a monstrous threat. Silence speaks volumes while he stares down death in style. He questions why he's receiving the reward instead of his master. He is scolded for his hesitation. The reward is rightfully his for doing the work. He's told to stop wasting time and get the water boiling for dinner. They head off together, the mission finally behind them. He brings up a conversation from the previous day, casting a shadow over their victory. Zeke tries to recall the details of their earlier discussion. He's reminded of his younger siblings and the financial stress he's been under. He's told that those 3 silver coins are exactly what he needs to help his family save face. A wave of realization washes over him. He can hardly believe his master's unexpected kindness. He offers a heartfelt thank you for the life-changing gesture. The night comes alive as the bustling noodle stall serves up a steaming hot feast. Beneath the glow of the moonlight, the village is buzzing with hungry patrons. The atmosphere is warm and inviting, a stark contrast to the earlier carnage. He takes a bite and is immediately blown away. It's the perfect taste. He jokes that Zeke should quit the hero business and open a noodle shop instead. A newcomer arrives, demanding a bowl for themselves. Everyone is stunned by the commotion caused by such a simple dish. The newcomer questions why they are there, keeping an eye on the situation. He asks after the long-haired companion who is usually attached at the hip. He's told, quite bluntly, that even subordinates have private lives. He announces he's returning to his duties. The question hangs in the air. What exactly is he planning? He expresses his need to find Darash before the situation escalates further. He sighs, complaining about the constant hero quests taking up his time. He makes a quick exit before any more questions can be asked. He wonders if the newcomer knows more than they are letting on. A moment of awkward silence follows. Zeke introduces himself with a friendly, eager grin. The mage, Yulgium, introduces themselves, noting they've heard quite a bit about the hero. Yulgium mocks the current situation, calling them all fools for their dedication to such a messy life. A calm, knowing smirk plays across his face as he braces for the chaos to come. Despite the scars, he's never looked more dangerous. Zeke remarks on the resemblance between the master and this new friend. A bond of death, perhaps? The long-awaited order of anchovy noodles arrives to the delight of the table. The newcomer is shocked by the quality of the food and tries to poach Zeke for their own team. The conversation turns to the results of the hero test. Zeke reveals he achieved a grade C, with a purity level over 10%. Everyone is in disbelief. They suspect the machine must have been faulty. The implication of such a high score begins to sink in. If true, Zeke could be the one to finally end the war. The rumor spreads, the weight of the possibility heavy in the air. Could he really be the final hero of the 4th generation? A scoff breaks the tension. The logic is challenged. The first hero couldn't end the war, so why would a 10% bloodline succeed? They warn Zeke not to get ahead of himself, reminding him that he's just a pawn in a larger game. Even so, the prospect of wealth and fame is hard to ignore. They bicker about who earned their status, each claiming to have suffered more for their position. The master finally snaps, telling them to stop causing a scene and get lost. He remembers why he actually came to visit in the first place. He reveals a legendary gift to celebrate Zeke's official registration, the Doomslayer sword. He explains that it's meant to match Zeke's shield. A perfect, lethal set, A playful scuffle breaks out over who gets to hold the blade. A sharp, pungent scent fills the air. It carries the unmistakable, dark essence of the abyss. It is confirmed to be forged from demonic materials. It's a terrifying weapon, crafted from rhino horn and tentacle oil, capable of piercing any shield. The silence is deafening as he unleashes a malevolent, pulsating power. Death glares through those glowing crimson eyes. The monstrous mask snaps shut, sealing a terrifying power within. Absolute carnage is about to be unleashed. The question remains, how does it feel to wield a dragon-grade weapon? The master questions the wisdom of gifting a demonic sword to a hero, but brushes it off as a coincidence. He urges Zeke to take the gift and be proud. Zeke accepts, overwhelmed by the sudden upgrade. Pure, unadulterated rage ignites within his eyes. He's finally snapping, and there's no turning back now. A blinding surge of raw power erupts, swallowing everything in its path. Our hero is left suspended in the heart of an apocalyptic inferno. The smell of sulfur is unbearable, and he makes no effort to hide his disgust. He looks around, completely bewildered by the sudden shift in scenery. Everything in his line of sight is being consumed by flames. He realizes with a jolt that he has entered the heart of the demon realm. Real mead. The battlefield shifts as reality itself bends under an unseen force. The protagonist is caught off guard as a terrifying, spiked blade erupts from the molten depths. He barely leaps for his life before the hellish weapon claims its next victim. Dun Lar. A cryptic finality hangs in the air as the strike lands true. A demonic blade descends from the heavens, radiating pure malice. The world trembles as the cursed steel prepares to claim its next victim. If you accept me, I will protect you, the sword whispers, its dark promise echoing in his mind. A terrifying, blood-stained grin emerges from the shadows. Pure, unadulterated madness is about to be unleashed. A surge of raw, explosive power erupts as he pushes past his limits. The battlefield trembles under the weight of his desperate, fiery resolve. He gasps for air, his lungs burning from the sheer intensity of his new power. How is it? Do you like it? The voice taunts, eager for a reaction. He admits the sensation is unlike the old legends. The infusion of demon power brings a dark, intoxicating whisper he's never felt before. Then, the voice purrs. Let's see what you're made of. A test is proposed, but one observer screams for the hero to take a break. Someone tell this narrator to stop breaking the fourth wall. The horses bolt at breakneck speed, tearing through the forest with our heroes in tow. They're making a desperate dash to escape whatever lurks in the shadows. What are you doing here? That's my spot. The bickering continues even in the face of death. Classic. With the adrenaline fading, the looming question remains. Where are they actually headed? A new quest pops up. Miners have vanished at the foothills of Cairn Mountain, and the heroes sent to find them have gone silent. He brought a new recruit along for the ride, hoping a few goblins would be the only thing standing in their way. Since they've got a fancy new toy, they decide it's high time to paint the ground red. A haunting, silent smile masks the turmoil beneath. What dark thoughts are hidden behind that expression? He finally asks the big question. Just what kind of monster is the Demon King, anyway? What kind of being spends 60,000 years tirelessly orchestrating chaos and suffering just to see the world burn? He's genuinely curious if the Demon King feels even a shred of guilt for the sins he's committed. A nod of agreement. The absurdity of it all is hard to ignore. He ponders why the king is so obsessed with fighting when, frankly, he's not even that great at it. Perhaps there's more than meets the eye. Maybe the Demon King doesn't even want this war. A cynical laugh rings out. Believing the root of all evil is a pacifist is a bit of a reach, don't you think? A soft, chilling chuckle follows. They agree the very idea is laughable. It's nothing more than pure, unadulterated absurdity. The carriage bolts forward, disappearing into the mystical, starlit woods. Their daring escape has only just begun. Over there, point in the distance breaks the trance. Cairn Mine, the target is in sight. The lazy commander decides to nap while everyone else does the heavy lifting. "I'll be right back," the hero yells, but the commander is already checking out. "Ugh, fools," the commander mutters, unimpressed by his companions. Despite the exhaustion, he feels powerful, energized by his new gear. He's scolded for his reckless pace. Even with a buff, a hero needs to respect his own limits, or he'll be a corpse before noon. The protagonist beams with pure, unadulterated joy. Even the bandages can't hide that sparkling, triumphant grin. With sword and shield in hand, he sprints through the brush in a desperate race against time. Terror fuels his stride as he charges forward, leaving the path behind him in a blur. Here, he skids to a halt at the entrance. Silence. No goblins, no miners, no movement. Just an eerie stillness. A sudden discovery stops him in his tracks. What kind of legendary loot is buried beneath these ruins? Armor and swords. Abandoned, pristine, and chillingly untouched. A sudden, chilling realization freezes him in his tracks. Whatever he just witnessed has left him absolutely stunned. The scavenger strikes gold as he unearths a powerful relic hidden in the brush. With loot secured, he prepares to vanish before danger catches up. Feathers. He stares at the ground in confusion. The warrior freezes as a sudden, chilling realization hits him. Something unexpected just crashed the party. An eerie melody pierces the silence of the dark forest. Our hero stops dead in his tracks as the mysterious song echoes through the night. An eerie, magical melody cuts through the silence of the dark forest. Our hero stands frozen as the mysterious notes surround him. A song, he whispers, his heart hammering against his ribs. A cryptic signature, Somnium 4488, appears in the void. Total shock registers on his face as he witnesses something completely unthinkable. The unexpected turn of events leaves him frozen in absolute disbelief. Our hero snatches a mysterious relic right from the forest floor. The loot is his for the taking, but who knows what dangers lurk in the shadows. Feathers? Again? He realizes he's not alone. Total shock. Something absolutely unexpected just caught him off guard. An eerie, supernatural melody drifts through the silent woods, catching him completely off guard. Something hidden in the darkness is calling out. An eerie, melodic spell descends upon the forest, catching the wary traveler completely off guard. Danger lurks in the music, and there's nowhere left to hide. A song, he repeats, his grip tightening on his sword. A melody of pure power surges through the air, vibrating with intense, rhythmic energy. The stage is set for a performance that will shatter reality itself. A woman's voice. Nearby, he shifts into a combat stance. Panic sets in. If this song reaches the goblins, he's done for. But the question remains, why on earth is a woman wandering this deep in the forest at night? A chilling melody echoes through the silence as an ominous figure closes in. Panic sets in. There's nowhere left to run. A haunting melody pierces the night, weaving magic through the dark forest air. The silence shatters as the rhythm takes control. A desperate crowd bows in silent devotion, surrendering their very souls to a mysterious power. The air crackles with an eerie, rhythmic tension as they offer everything to their enigmatic savior. A ham? Wait, that's just a random sound effect. Don't ask me, I just narrate. A haunting melody escapes their lips, chilling the very air with otherworldly power. The stage is set for a supernatural performance that commands total silence. The air crackles with terrifying power as she lets out an eerie, bone-chilling melody. A haunting song echoes through the darkness, signaling that something lethal is about to unfold. A chilling encounter unfolds as a spectral figure looms over the forest clearing. Our hero stands frozen, staring down an otherworldly threat. A chilling confrontation erupts as the lone warrior locks eyes with his monstrous foe. Death looms in the shadows, and there's no turning back now. A grotesque, feathered horror rises from the darkness, letting out a chilling, otherworldly shriek. The nightmare has truly begun. Ah! He breathes, realizing what he's dealing with. Beautiful. The monster mocks, its voice dripping with sarcasm. A harpy. He identifies the beast, but it's too late. They lure humans with their songs. The demon explains, "They're your kind, really." And after they lure them, he asks, "They play until they're bored, then they eat them." The demon replies casually, "Want me to step in? This isn't exactly a walk in the park." The demon offers. A low growl vibrates in his chest. "Let's just wait and see." He decides, clearly trying to test his own limits. Pure terror grips them as a chilling melody signals their impending doom. Their souls are literally leaving their bodies in the face of an unstoppable nightmare. "Come here. It's warm here. Stay forever," the harpies chant. A chilling realization breaks through the darkness. For the first time, a whisper of genuine peace echoes in the void. The corruption spreads, clawing up their legs as the battlefield lies in ruins. With the blade shattered, the path forward is paved in broken steel and dark despair. "Deus Eulogum, get over here quickly." The command is barked out. Sinister, bird-like sirens emerge from the shadows, their haunting melody echoing through the dark forest. The hunt is on, and their deadly song marks the beginning of a nightmare. They promise a paradise that doesn't exist, luring their prey into a false sense of security. "Everyone, come quickly." The trap tightens. "Hurry up. Time is running out for our hero." A lethal crimson strike cleaves the night, sending the enemy's head flying in a spray of moonlight. The beast has been silenced in one brutal, decisive motion. A single, lethal strike sends a fountain of dark blood erupting into the night sky. The battle just took a gruesome turn. A twisted grin spreads across his face as blood splatters the air. The madness has truly taken hold. Pure terror flashes across the harpy's eyes as it realizes it's completely outmatched. 10,000. He growls, counting his kills. "Slayer." The title echoes, striking fear into the surrounding monsters. The demonic spear erupts with cataclysmic energy. A deafening shockwave tears through the battlefield. The air crackles with raw power as he draws a cursed, glowing blade. Terror and adrenaline collide. Will this legendary steel be his salvation or his undoing? "Did you really think you could enchant me with your pathetic, inferior tricks?" He roars at the shrieking harpies. A monstrous, metallic terror tears through the scene with a blood-curdling grin. Absolute chaos erupts as this nightmare unleashes its fury. "Kill them. Just off with their heads." His orders are as brutal as his combat style. A swarm of grotesque, hollow-eyed harpies descends from the shadows. Their lethal screech pierces the silence as they close in for the kill. A deadly choir of harpies descends, their haunting melody masking the hunger in their glowing eyes. There's no escaping this lethal siren song. A violent clash of metal and claw shakes the ground. "Archie," he calls out, channeling even more power. A swarm of monstrous harpies descends with a blood-chilling shriek. Their glowing eyes pierce the darkness, signaling an instant, lethal ambush. "Did you really think that would work on a high demon like me?" He mocks, his pride flaring. A terrifying monstrosity lets out a blood-curdling roar. The battlefield trembles as this lethal beast unleashes its primal rage. "Learn the difference between a high demon and a low-life like you." "Oh!" The harpy gasps as its life force drains away. A brutal, crimson energy tears through the air, obliterating the beast in a shower of feathers. The onslaught is relentless. The ancient eye awakens, unleashing a devastating beam of pure, destructive energy. Total annihilation is imminent. Raw, unbridled power surges as he unleashes a devastating magical blast. Everything in his path is about to be vaporized. A cataclysmic surge of power erupts, consuming everything in a blinding flash of red. The battlefield shatters under the weight of this overwhelming strike. The legendary blade crackles with raw, lethal energy as it is unsheathed. A terrifying, watchful power awakens to claim the battlefield. Total panic hits as a glowing, lethal blade inches toward his face. He's caught completely off guard by the sudden strike. A deafening roar tears through the night as a cataclysmic surge of power shatters the horizon. Our hero stands firm, bracing for the absolute chaos about to unfold. The hunter's eyes widen in terror as a sinister, dark energy blade materializes right before him. Death is only a heartbeat away. Amazing, he mutters, impressed by his own destructive capability. The desperate group huddles together in sheer terror, raising their hands in a final act of surrender. Their broken spirits are laid bare as they await their grim fate. Huh? What happened? I'm back. I can move my body. The relief is palpable. That's. They stare in awe at their savior. It's the hero. Wow, the hero. A chorus of cheers erupts. Thank you so much. I thought I was going to die. They weep with joy, genuinely grateful to be alive. Hey, this demon sword isn't bad at all. Should we upgrade all our kids' weapons to demonic ones, too? He jokes, totally missing the gravity of the situation. A chilling, predatory smirk curls on his lips as he sets his sights on a wicked new game. Nothing escapes those piercing eyes. Be careful, he warns, his tone turning serious. I'm talking about Zeke. It's blood after all. Hey, aren't you underestimating the Demon King? There's no way someone like Zeke could defeat me, right? He laughs, but the doubt is clearly there. Don't make that kind of expression, not in front of Zeke. It'll just make things harder for both of us. Don't make that kind of expression, not in front of Zeke. Why? He asks, genuinely confused. The air turns frigid as her piercing gaze locks onto the target. No mercy remains in those cold, calculating eyes. Because it's annoying. Brutal honesty at its finest. Annoying? Why would I even bother with this jerk? He sighs, clearly annoyed by the annoyance. Just quit it and finish what we were talking about last time. Last time? He demands to know why the Demon King quit lower ranks. A vacation? What's the real reason? I told you back then. What do you mean? You said you'd tell me later, then just left. The frustration is real. But it's annoying, so I'll just keep it a secret. Talk about a cliffhanger. Fine. Do whatever you want. It's not like the reason would make any sense anyway. Thanks for understanding, indeed. But thanks to you, I got to talk to a Demon King, so it wasn't that bad. He wonders what the king was thinking. Being in that position must be a heavy burden. If you're enjoying this recap, smash that like button and subscribe for more. They're on opposite sides of the war, yet they share a strange, similar burden. Do they have their own secret worries? He asks about his predecessor. Was the 665th one anything like him? The lethal glow in his eyes reveals a predator hiding in plain sight. Beneath that floral exterior lies a chilling power waiting to be unleashed. I don't know, he admits. They were old-fashioned, distant souls. Hee. Yeah, one rock child is enough for you, you little brat. If only the previous kings had been like him. Maybe, just maybe, this never-ending war would have reached its conclusion years ago. I'm really tired of all this. The weight of eternity finally settles in. The frustration reaches a breaking point as he declares he's completely fed up with this situation. With a sharp snap, a foot hits the floor. The tension is mounting as they take a bold step forward. He erupts into manic laughter, offering bizarre congratulations to the room. He declares that the Demon King is no more, relegated to nothing but a dusty relic of fairy tales. He cheers for the arrival of a new era, claiming the long-awaited peace has finally dawned upon them. He invites everyone to dance and sing, insisting that the Demon King and the wars of the past are gone for good. Talk about being optimistic. I wish I had that much energy on a Monday morning. He spits in disgust, clearly unimpressed by the spectacle. He wonders aloud if the strange behavior is still within the allowable range of reality. He remains baffled, questioning how the other could even be here and suspecting a hidden, ulterior motive. The other is completely bewildered, having absolutely no clue what this talk of scenarios and planning is about. He sardonically suggests that the other must have caught the idiot virus, though he admits he's just as curious about the situation. He announces his departure, while the other shouts back, demanding answers for a fair trade. They really know how to make a dramatic exit, don't they? He hurls an insult, calling him a total bastard. He admits that while the allowable range is mysterious, they have spent an agonizing 66,580 years fighting, and this is their first real conversation. He confesses that, surprisingly, speaking with his longtime rival was actually somewhat enjoyable. He predicts the other will die in 20 years, while he remains to see the end of the world, though he admits he might actually miss these moments. A heavy, stunned silence fills the air as the weight of his words sets in. He fires back with fiery defiance, swearing he will never die and that he'll be around forever just to annoy him. Talk about a toxic relationship that refuses to quit. He chuckles, telling the other to keep that promise, as it might make their eternal, tedious scenario a bit more bearable. He calls out to Deus with sudden urgency. He reports that the quest is complete and his lackey has arrived on the scene. He reiterates that he is truly taking his leave now. He tosses an item over, demanding to know what it is as he catches it. He hands over a scarf, bluntly telling him to cover up that ugly mark on his neck. He holds up the scarf, looking utterly confused by the gift. He shouts in indignation, demanding to know what exactly is so ugly about his neck. A brief, sharp exclamation rings out in the air. He celebrates the quest reward of 7 silver, enough for 5 months of noodles. But wait, where did Yuljum disappear to? Those piercing crimson eyes lock onto his target with cold, predatory intent. The beast has finally awakened. He urges everyone to hurry and get some sleep since it's getting late, and his companion dutifully agrees. Under the vast, starlit sky, a lone traveler begins a mysterious journey into the unknown. The adventure of a lifetime waits just beyond the horizon. Under the glow of a full moon, a moment of peaceful camaraderie is shattered by a sudden, intense shift in focus. The calm is gone. Now, only a piercing gaze remains. The chaos fades as they find a moment of peace beneath a breathtaking, star-strewn sky. A rare, quiet respite before the storm returns. Under the cover of a starlit sky, the carriage races toward an unknown destiny. The quiet journey hides a brewing storm. They arrive at the infamous Devil's Weapon Shop. The tension rises as he steps into the grand hall, shrouded in silence and mystery. Every footfall echoes with the weight of an impending confrontation. A mysterious figure steps into the opulent, silent room, instantly shifting the atmosphere. The stage is set for a dramatic confrontation. He sighs happily, declaring that nothing beats the comfort of a good bed. Those piercing, blood-red eyes flare to life with a chilling, predatory intensity. A dark power awakens, and there's nowhere left to hide. A mysterious hand descends, casting a velvet shadow over the unsuspecting dreamer. The tension spikes as the crimson cloth drifts down like a silent omen. A sudden, ominous flash of purple magic tears through the stillness of the room. Something dangerous has just arrived. He dismisses everyone, stating he's going to sleep and they should return tomorrow. Deus. He repeats his demand firmly. Come back tomorrow. A mysterious, garbled warning is whispered into the void. A predator's gaze locks onto its target with chilling, crimson intensity. There's no escaping that lethal stare. He reveals the tragic truth. Darash couldn't speak, consumed poison, and took his own life out of pure concern for him. He solemnly notes that they have now entered the 6th campaign. He questions his lord, pointing out that despite 665 centuries of bickering, they have always fought together for the demon realm. He asks if there was something different in his actions that led to Darash's heartbreaking demise. He argues that if it wasn't a mistake, only someone with the Lord's own power could have forced the 7th demon lord to end his own life. The name is spoken with dread. The god of dragons, Jin Jiam-yong. He protests that it couldn't have been Yuljum, as she was right by his side only moments ago. He explains that history credits Jin Jiam-yong with creating 10,000 clones, which is how she survived for 66,580 years. He plants a seed of doubt. Is he absolutely certain the one with him was the true Jin Jiam-yong? With a surge of raw power, he grips the cloak and prepares to unleash absolute devastation. There's nowhere left to hide from this crushing strike. He asks about the funeral arrangements for Darash, noting that preparations are already underway. He commands them to ready the black clothes for the ceremony. Everything is being prepared in the shadows. He demands the garments be a color darker than the night and deeper than the abyss itself. The world burns as a nightmarish fortress rises from the ruins of a shattered reality. Total destruction has arrived, and there is nowhere left to hide. Mato Eidos stands tall, ready to unleash hell. He screeches, commanding his comrades to burn the world into darkness. He tells his enemies not to be afraid, for they are simply returning to where they truly belong. A skeletal hand emerges from the shadows, clutching a cursed relic as blood-red mist begins to coil. Darkness descends. The ritual has begun. He vows to march forward, stepping directly upon the towers made of his enemies' corpses. Talk about a dramatic entrance. The villainous elite gathers in a chilling display of dark unity, mourning their fallen comrade with an aura of pure menace. A storm is brewing as these monsters take the stage to demand blood. Ancient runes glow with forbidden energy, signaling that the end is truly near. A chilling gaze pierces through the darkness as the mysterious figure locks onto their target. The hunt is officially on. The predator awakens, his crimson gaze burning with pure, unadulterated malice. There is no escaping the lethal intensity radiating from those eyes. He mocks his foes, inviting them to watch their own defeat from the shadows. An entire army marches into the heart of a volcanic nightmare. They are venturing straight into the jaws of hell. The countdown to total annihilation has begun. Countless spectral hands claw through the crimson void, desperate to drag their prey into the abyss. Chains rattle as the nightmare tightens its suffocating grip. He declares his intent to descend into the very depths where his enemy hides. The pressure is mounting. A cataclysmic blast erupts, consuming everything in a sea of infernal fire. The devastation is absolute as the flames swallow the battlefield whole. A terrifying power tears through the volcanic horizon, shattering the sky with a blinding crimson beam. The world trembles as this unstoppable force descends upon the burning wasteland. A blinding crimson strike tears through the hellscape. He reaches out, bracing for the impending chaos. A minion asks if his lord is departing, receiving a sharp, definitive confirmation. He complains that his lord is leaving without a word, lamenting the chaos brewing in the demon realm and the 6 domains. He wonders in a panic what that fellow Alex is doing to force the lord out like this, stressing over how much is being hidden from the subordinates. It seems the Vulcan is highly dissatisfied with the 666th generation of the Demon King. The rant continues. The young Demon King is wandering the surface cluelessly, and the Dukes are too busy chasing green demon lords to help. With only 20 years until the Great War, the entire realm is falling apart. A villainous laughter echoes through the halls, dripping with dark irony. He taunts his peer, asking if the Vulcan intends to seize the throne himself to lead the Great War. How bold! A cold, sharp refusal silences the room. He snaps at his peer, warning them not to speak carelessly just because they command filthy nightmares. The other retorts that his peer is far too boring, sarcastically suggesting he blow out the candle, the life of his opponent, unleashing a terrifying, hellish aura. He grins with pure malice. The flames roar as his bloodlust reaches a breaking point. He gives his final warning. Shut up or pay the price. The mask slips and the true monster emerges. That terrifying triple pupil gaze signals absolute carnage is about to unfold. Someone in the back is just begging for them to kill each other already so they can finish their meal. Talk about a lack of team spirit. The King of Serpents and Naga scoffs, calling his peers fools. The masked warrior descends with lethal intent, his glowing eyes signaling certain doom. He strikes with terrifying speed, leaving only chaos and bloodshed in his wake. The King of Beastheads is too busy enjoying his hangover soup to care about the impending apocalypse. Priorities, people. The ultimate showdown begins as our hero stares down a table of terrifying monsters. One wrong move means certain death in this hellish dinner party. The sun sets on a lonely cabin, concealing the dark secrets hidden within the shadows. Peace is merely a mask for the chaos about to erupt. After a brutal battle, our hero finally finds a moment of peace in the deep silence of slumber. But for how long can he rest before the chaos returns? The exhausted hero collapses into bed, his battered body finally succumbing to the weight of his injuries. Total blackout as he hits the pillow, the fight has taken its toll. He calls out the name, Deus. A mysterious voice greets him, asking what brings him to such a humble abode. He simply tells the other to lie down and rest. A brief, weary acknowledgement follows. A sudden, blinding surge of power erupts right behind them. Something incredible just changed the game. A somber question hangs in the air. Did someone just pass away? He reflects on the fallen, noting how the man always kept to himself, playing with mushrooms and grass, yet remained strangely reliable. Millions wanted him dead, yet no one could finish the job until today when he fell so easily. A quiet, heavy apology is offered to the departed. A single, razor-sharp gaze locks onto the target with lethal intent. There's nowhere left to hide. He muses that while many could kill him, only one person could corner him into suicide. No matter how he racks his brain, all roads lead to one conclusion. Every clue points to that one damned bastard. He regrets not realizing the truth sooner when the traps were first set. He recalls his father's advice. Talk things out rather than relying on suspicion. A sinister smirk reveals hidden fangs under the pale moonlight. The predator is ready to strike. He accepts that it's too late for talk. The dead are gone, and he realizes he actually cared for his family more than he thought. He growls, enraged that anyone dared to touch his family. He calls out to Zeke, confirming his presence. He announces he will be away for a few days and places Zeke in charge of the shop. Zeke gives a steady, obedient response. The air turns grave as he adds a final condition. He leaves a grim inheritance. If he doesn't return, the shop belongs to Zeke. Zeke is stunned, stammering in confusion at the sudden, dark announcement. He cries out for Deus one last time. Absolute terror grips him as he realizes he's staring into the face of pure danger. Everything just changed in a split second. A solitary hand reaches out to grasp the cold, distant moonlight. The destiny he seeks is just beyond his fingertips. Under the cold glow of the full moon, he stands poised for the darkness to come. The hunt begins tonight. The cry of Deus echoes through the night, filled with desperate resolve. A blinding crimson flash tears through the night sky. The beast unleashes a lethal strike under the moonlight. The beast awakens with eyes burning like hellfire. Absolute dominance radiates from his terrifying gaze. He declares his goal: to ensure no more innocent children are used as tools of war, suffering and dying in isolation. He reminds his opponent that this is the harsh, unyielding rule of the world they both inhabit. He admits he's actually looking forward to this, the first Demon King in 665 generations to step down. His gaze fixes on the collar around his neck. He is told to cover it up, as it looks unsightly against his skin. The ancient seal shatters as blazing chains erupt from the depths. An unstoppable power is finally breaking free. The air ignites with malice as he emerges, his cold, crimson gaze promising nothing but total destruction. He notes that the doppelganger will lose its power if the Lord steps in, forcing Jin Jiam Yong to reveal his true form. He encourages his lord to showcase his true strength to the enemy. He agrees, hoping that if his lord fights, he can finally end this tiresome, endless scenario. A bloodthirsty grin stretches across his face as he prepares to unleash chaos. The predator has finally found his prey. Mysterious signals scramble across the battlefield. A gasp ripples through the crowd. What is this incredible energy? The question echoes. What on earth is that? At that moment, numerous bloods sense the anomaly, and among them, a presence stirs. The sanctuary on the surface and the divine light begin to react. The Divine Light Emperor reacts with pure disgust at the encroaching filth. He declares that he has never felt such enormous, repulsive filth before. Our hero plunges into the heart of the forbidden ruins. Shrouded in shadow and mystery, the ancient gates stand wide, awaiting the chaos he's about to unleash. A lone figure emerges from the ruins, radiating a menacing, crimson aura that shatters the silence. The battlefield trembles as the true terror finally steps into the light. He scoffs that he finally found it, mocking the dragon head for trying to outsmart him. He observes that while it's hard to tell at first glance, the truth is clear. Monstrous, clawed hands tear through the very fabric of reality. The gate is wide open, and there's no turning back now. He dismisses the situation with a cold observation. He insults his opponent, calling them nothing more than a pathetic trick of a reptile. A shrill, terrified scream pierces the air. He laughs, having finally cornered the little lizards. The dragons demand to know who he is and how a mere human bypassed the universal barrier. He tells them to go call their mother, as the adults need to have a serious discussion. Talk about a savage burn. The dragons roar in defiance, demanding to know who he thinks he is to give orders. The mysterious Olet looms in the background, watching the scene unfold. The sky shatters as two legendary dragons emerge in a display of pure, terrifying power. Their sudden arrival leaves everyone frozen in absolute shock. The battlefield erupts as he unleashes a terrifying, raw surge of power. With a wicked grin, he tears through reality itself to crush his enemies. He muses that it's probably fine to reveal his true power here. He declares he is about to show them what real power looks like. Enemies scream as their eyes burn from the blinding, hellish light. A colossal, terrifying eye snaps open, burning with raw, violet malice. The beast has awakened, and its target is already doomed. A monstrous aura erupts as he sheds his humanity. The true form of terror has finally been unleashed. The beast has been unleashed, and those glowing eyes spell absolute carnage. A terrifying power awakens, leaving a blood-soaked grin that promises total destruction. A monstrous beast lunges from the shadows, its glowing eyes locking onto prey. Death is just one snap away. The command to disappear echoes as the slaughter begins. A demonic transformation erupts as a surge of raw, blue energy tears through the battlefield. The predator has arrived, and he's ready to unleash pure carnage. The beast awakens, his demonic claws poised for a lethal strike. Pure, unadulterated carnage is about to be unleashed. A blood-stained grin creeps across his face as his true, terrifying power finally awakens. No one is safe from the madness unfolding now. Flesh is torn apart in the blink of an eye. Another strike rips through the remaining defenses. A lethal claw snaps shut with terrifying precision. The silence is broken as a deadly strike seals their fate. Even the soul is not safe from his reach. After the carnage, there is nothing left but silence. The winged menace descends, his wicked laughter echoing through the battlefield. Absolute chaos erupts as he unleashes his terrifying power upon the world. The frantic order to stop the intruder rings out. Panic spreads as the guards scream for help to stop the attacker. They call for bloody revenge against those who invaded their sacred land. The rallying cry intensifies. Eliminate him, protect the land, and take revenge at all costs. He laughs, mocking them for where they've been hiding all this time. A wicked grin spreads across his face as his eyes ignite with pure, unadulterated bloodlust. The beast within has finally been unleashed. He declares that no matter who they are, not a single one will survive this encounter. The beast draws a jagged, desperate breath as his demonic power surges to the brink. With eyes glowing red, he prepares to unleash a cataclysmic strike. A piercing, blood-red gaze locks onto the target with lethal intent. The predator has finally awakened. The beast is torn apart in a spray of dark blood. A brutal, one-sided slaughter unfolds in the blink of an eye. A terrifying power awakens as a crimson eye flares with lethal intensity. The battlefield trembles before an unstoppable force. A monstrous beast erupts in a surge of pure, unbridled destruction. Its overwhelming power shatters the very air itself. A sudden, blinding burst of energy tears through the scene. The air itself shatters under the sheer force of the impact. A demonic aura erupts as the corrupted warrior claims his dark crown. The world trembles before his terrifying, newfound power. The beast descends like a shadow, tearing through the air with lethal intent. Its dark form plunges into chaos, signaling an unstoppable onslaught. He declares that the time for action is right now. An aide reports in panic that an unidentified intruder has smashed through the commander's entire barrier. They plead with the noble dragon elder to defeat this enemy and protect the commander's pride. The elder is in disbelief. A single fool actually broke through the barrier. The wings of the green jade commander stand on high alert. They cry out for their comrades, desperate to protect their commander from the incoming assault. A massive surge of razor-sharp crystals erupts, tearing through the air. The beast is caught in the path of absolute destruction. The hunter watches from the shadows as a crimson dragon descends upon the horizon. A lethal confrontation is about to shatter the silence. The warriors of the Shadow Jade Commander rally their forces. They vow that their land has been sullied, and it is time to show the enemy the true wrath of a dragon. The elder growls in disgust at the thought of the intruder stepping on the commander with such filthy feet. Such defilement cannot be forgiven. If you're enjoying this recap, smash that like button and subscribe for more. They roar in unison, swearing to repay their fallen kin with the blood of their enemies. Desperate cries echo across the field as the warriors call out to the White Jade Commander for salvation. A cold, suspicious gaze falls upon the horizon. An intruder dares to step foot in their sacred lands? A lethal claw tears through the air with blinding speed. The hunt is officially on. With a frantic shout, they demand the immediate release of all stored mana to combat the threat. A terrifying shadow descends upon the serene horizon, unfurling massive wings that blot out the light. The heavens tremble as an unstoppable power makes its grand, ominous entrance. Their voices tremble with righteous indignation, labeling this intrusion as nothing short of pure blasphemy. They scream in defiance, questioning how any mortal dares bring such carnage to the sanctuary of the Dragon Guardians. The air warps with static as the sheer pressure of their presence distorts the very fabric of reality. A mocking sneer forms on his lips as he taunts his opponent, asking why they were so quick to call for their big brother. A chilling, predatory grin spreads across his face as bloodlust takes complete control. The monster within is finally unleashed. They shriek in outrage, offended that anyone would dare address their supreme dignity with such blatant disrespect. He snaps back, commanding them to shut their filthy mouths once and for all. The colossal beast slams into the earth with earth-shattering force. Absolute destruction follows in its wake. They sneer at the intruder, calling him a pathetic, demonic shadow abandoned by the gods, unworthy of setting foot in their barrier. He offers a cold, dismissive farewell to his foolish older brother. Talk about a rocky family reunion. A chilling, predatory gaze ignites in the darkness. Their bloodthirsty aura has just been unleashed. A monstrous, glowing red force tears through the darkness with earth-shattering power. Total chaos erupts as the beast unleashes its devastating might. A cataclysmic shockwave of raw power erupts, shattering the very ground beneath the monster's feet. The battlefield is torn asunder as this devastating strike levels everything in its path. The twin-headed terror emerges, eyes burning with a lethal hunger. Chaos erupts as the monstrous beasts prepare to strike. The monstrous beast lunges, but our protagonist defies gravity with a terrifying, demonic aura. The stage is set for a clash of absolute carnage. A terrifying beast looms from the shadows, demanding total silence with a single, chilling gesture. Death is knocking, and it's telling you to keep quiet. A chilling silence falls as the beast looms, its razor-sharp teeth bared for the kill. With a single, cold gesture, the hunter demands absolute stillness before the carnage begins. The skies tremble as a colossal dragon lunges toward its winged adversary. The clash of titans begins now. Raw, chaotic energy surges as a clenched fist crackles with devastating power. The atmosphere shatters under the weight of this unstoppable force. He bellows at his allies, urging them not to let the commander linger any longer in this fight. With a single, devastating strike, the beast is sliced clean in two. Absolute power dominates the sky as the monster falls to his overwhelming might. The beast's eyes flare with primal rage as it lets out a deafening, soul-shaking roar. Nothing can stop this monster's bloodthirsty rampage. With a flick of his razor-sharp claws, the monster displays his terrifying power. There is nowhere left to hide from his lethal reach. The earth shatters under a monstrous, overwhelming strike. Pure destruction ripples through the air as the beast unleashes its lethal power. The colossal beast awakens, shattering the sky with its terrifying, otherworldly presence. A showdown of cataclysmic proportions begins as the shadows descend. The beast erupts in a terrifying display of raw power as its armor shatters. Doom is written all over its twisted, glowing visage. With a chilling flick of the wrist, he beckons his prey to their doom. The hunt is on, and mercy isn't on the menu. A strangled gasp escapes their throat as the realization hits them. They tremble, whispering in terror that the being before them is nothing but a demon. He declares his title with arrogance, claiming his throne as the one and only Demon King. The predator emerges, eyes burning with a bloodthirsty glare, as a wicked smile cuts through the carnage. Total destruction is the only thing on the menu tonight. With a chilling flick of a clawed hand, the predator seals their opponent's fate. The silence is broken only by the sharp, lethal strike of impending doom. The heavens shatter as an ancient, monstrous power awakens. Reality itself bends before the overwhelming might of this looming celestial terror. A monstrous claw rips through the veil of reality, signaling the arrival of an absolute nightmare. The abyss has reached out, and it's hungry. A crushing force surges as the gauntlet tightens. The air itself trembles under this terrifying display of raw power. With a flick of his blade, the hero shreds the colossal beast into nothingness. The sky erupts as the monster is torn apart in a brutal display of overwhelming power. A terrifying legion of dragons descends, their savage roars silencing the battlefield. Absolute carnage is about to unfold. The beast emerges from the shadows, eyes locked on its prey with lethal intent. A terrifying roar shatters the silence as the true nightmare begins. A monumental, armored beast lies defeated in the shadows. The once unstoppable titan has finally met its end. A monstrous, jagged horror emerges from the abyss, unleashing a bone-chilling roar. The nightmare has finally awakened to claim its prey. He boasts with pride, claiming that the strongest dragon in the world has finally been perfected. He gloats about his creation, marveling at the success of his greatest dragon project yet. A sinister shadow consumes his face, leaving only a chilling, glowing gaze behind. Pure malice has taken control. A lethal glare pierces the darkness, signaling that someone is about to meet their end. The predator has locked onto their target, and there's no turning back now. A pained groan escapes him as he struggles to comprehend the sheer power before him. Panic ensues as the survivors scream for everyone to run, identifying their attacker as a true demon. He laughs mockingly, calling them all nothing more than pathetic little lizards. Someone's got an ego problem. A low, rumbling growl vibrates through the ground, signaling that the beast is ready to pounce. He repeats his warning with a dark smirk, asking if they didn't hear him the first time he said he was the Demon King. A blinding surge of pure energy erupts, obliterating everything in its path. The power is absolute and unstoppable. The screen flashes with chaotic, raw energy. The battle is reaching a fever pitch. A monstrous shadow lunges from the dark, unleashing a devastating blast of pure destruction. A chilling crimson gaze pierces the darkness, signaling that the beast has truly awakened. Pure, unadulterated rage consumes his senses. He yells at them to get lost, claiming he is the great dragon and they are just annoying gnats. Blood-drenched and radiating pure malice, The monster unleashes a terrifying, predatory grin. There's no escaping the nightmare now. He commands them to stop the disgrace, protecting his children from further insult. A chilling, blood-soaked grin reveals the true monster lurking beneath the surface. The hunt has officially begun, and there's nowhere left to hide. The beast has been unleashed, and its blood-soaked grin promises nothing but pure carnage. Total annihilation is the only thing on the menu tonight. He insults their intelligence, claiming they've chased mushrooms for so long that their brains have completely rotted away. The monstrous dragon looms over its prey, dripping with murderous intent. A lethal strike is imminent as the nightmare closes in. A terrifying swarm of jagged, monstrous beasts erupts from the darkness to unleash absolute carnage. Their razor-sharp fangs glisten with malice as they close in for the kill. A blood-soaked grin tears across the predator's face as razor-sharp claws emerge for the kill. The hunt has truly begun. He screams at his foe to hurry up and die for his mother's sake. Talk about a dysfunctional family outing. A mysterious, glowing hand reaches out to weave the threads of destiny. The magic is awakening, and nothing will ever be the same. A single, decisive strike obliterates the enemy into nothingness. The battlefield erupts as the target is torn apart in a blinding explosion of power. A mysterious, winged figure descends from the heavens, leaving our heroine stunned in its wake. The atmosphere crackles with tension as an otherworldly power makes its grand entrance. He laments the loss of his children, honoring their sacrifice and wishing them peace in the afterlife. He chuckles darkly, asking his opponent who they think they are praying to in his presence. His rage boils over as he accuses his enemy of defiling his children, claiming they have finally crossed the line. A chilling, sadistic grin spreads across his face as his true, monstrous nature finally takes hold. He's ready to tear everything apart. He shrugs off the threat of death, claiming that since they can handle it, he might as well finish them off. A chilling shadow looms as his eyes flare with lethal intent. The predator is ready to strike. He screams a name into the void. Buddy. It seems this fight just got personal. A cataclysmic explosion of dark energy erupts, leaving her stunned in the wake of pure destruction. A look of sheer shock crosses his face. There's a hole in the barrier, and he knows he won't survive a direct hit from that kind of strength. He steels himself for the next move, knowing there's no turning back now. He challenges his enemy to follow him, demanding they take their fight somewhere else. Confusion takes hold as he realizes they've been transported somewhere entirely different. The realization sinks in. They are no longer in the physical world. They are trapped inside his mind. He declares that since the damage outside is too great, they can finally unleash their full strength here to see who walks out alive. The predator awakens with a chilling grin and eyes burning with bloodlust. Total chaos is about to be unleashed. They whisper in disbelief, noting that no demon king has ever dared to breach the commander's territory until this very moment. He admits he was far too complacent, mistakenly believing they had grown close enough to avoid this war. He reflects on his long life, admitting with a heavy heart that he is still just a child and not worthy of being the dragon god. Darkness consumes him as a sinister, ink-like corruption spreads across his face. The transformation is absolute and terrifying. The beast has finally unleashed his true, terrifying form. With that bloodthirsty grin, he's ready to tear reality apart. He demands to know what his opponent is babbling about, clearly losing his patience. He laughs, claiming he knew all along that his opponent was too stubborn to admit the truth. He unleashes a devastating technique, crying out the name of his shadow of darkness spiral burst. He screams in agreement, declaring that demons and dragons were always destined to be enemies. He sneers, inviting his foe to witness the true, devastating power of 666. A devastating golden strike cleaves through the void. The battlefield trembles as an overwhelming force shatters everything in its path. A mysterious, armored hand reaches out into the void, seizing the very fabric of power itself. The air ignites as an unstoppable force begins to awaken. The Shadow Monarch unleashes a devastating, reality-shattering strike. With a single swing, he obliterates everything in his path. A colossal blade cleaves the air, forcing our hero into a desperate, high-stakes dodge. One wrong move means total annihilation. A lethal strike slices through the air with blinding speed. The blade whirls in a blur of deadly, crimson-edged steel. He screams the name of his ultimate attack. True Jade Explosive Orb. A colossal, golden shockwave erupts with devastating force. The impact shatters the very air in a blinding display of raw power. He grumbles in frustration, clearly annoyed by how persistent his opponent is. He wonders aloud if his opponent has completely lost his mind, daring to unleash such a technique in this space. The demon awakens, his eyes burning with an unstoppable, bloodthirsty rage. Absolute destruction is only a heartbeat away. He declares with finality that he will end this entire struggle in just one shot. He chants the incantation for his technique. Soul Suppression Shadow Aftermath. A blinding explosion of golden energy erupts, shattering the darkness with raw, overwhelming power. A celestial power erupts, tearing through the darkness with blinding radiance. The goddess descends, ready to shatter everything in her path. He channels his energy, preparing to execute the true Jade martial arts. The air hangs heavy with anticipation as the two forces prepare to collide. He pauses, catching his breath, knowing the hardest part is yet to come. He mutters to himself, confident that he is closing the distance. Little by little, he watches as the light begins to flicker and fade. Darkness consumes the remaining light, turning the world into a void of pure malice. The air cracks with raw, overwhelming power as a clenched fist prepares to shatter reality itself. One devastating strike is all it takes to change everything. He laughs, taunting his foe that even grazing his attacks will rot their soul. Good luck dodging those supersonic blades. A surge of menacing purple energy tears through the darkness. The air itself shatters under the weight of this raw, overwhelming power. He acknowledges his opponent's skill, admitting that the title of Dragon God is no mere bluff. He warns his enemy not to get cocky just because they've managed to fight him from the inside. A surge of malevolent purple energy tears through the darkness, signaling an unstoppable power awakening. Absolute destruction is imminent. He screams the name of his technique, claiming it is the true darkness that burns even the light. He unleashes his Super Soul Suppression Shadow Spiral Burst, intent on ending the battle once and for all. Her eyes ignite with a terrifying, otherworldly power. The awakening has begun, and there's no turning back now. A swarm of terrifying, razor-toothed monsters descends with lethal intent. There is nowhere left to run from this nightmare. The darkness shatters as a monstrous beast descends with predatory hunger. Those glowing eyes lock onto their prey, signaling absolute carnage. The heavens shatter as he awakens, radiating a terrifying, godlike power. Absolute chaos follows in his wake. The apex predator emerges from the shadows, its glowing eyes locking onto its next victim. Absolute carnage is about to unfold. The mysterious commander unleashes a blinding, celestial power. The battlefield trembles as the Jade aura surges to life. He focuses his mind, preparing to enter the inner game of combat. The beast has finally awakened, and his predatory gaze spells certain doom for his enemies. With eyes burning like hellfire, he's ready to unleash pure chaos. The battlefield ignites as a demonic force descends to challenge his foe. With a flick of his wrist, he prepares to unleash absolute devastation. A sudden cry rings out. Names are called, but the battle doesn't pause for a second. A razor-sharp hand strikes with lethal speed. Chaos follows in the wake of that sudden, deadly motion. A single, devastating strike tears through the air, shattering the silence of the ancient ruins. The battlefield trembles as raw power surges forth in a blinding flash of purple energy. He bellows in fury, cursing the Demon King for his accursed nature. They swear that their kin will never forget this humiliation. Not in 10,000 years, nor in 100 million, until the Creator claims this world. They vow to record these events in word and spell, passing down their hatred to their descendants and cursing him for all eternity. The beast has awakened, and those piercing crimson eyes spell nothing but absolute destruction. A chilling smirk plays on his lips as he prepares to unleash chaos. He scoffs at their threats, dismissing their curses as nothing but empty wishes. A lethal blade tears through the fabric of reality. The terrifying beast is caught in the crosshairs of an unstoppable strike. A single, heavy step marks the arrival of a legend under the moonlight. The hunt begins now. With a lightning-fast motion, he snatches his target by the collar. There is no escaping that cold, predatory gaze. If you're enjoying this recap, smash that like button and subscribe for more. The loyal servant prostrates himself, crying out in reverence as his master finally returns. A single, chilling glance reveals nothing but pure, unadulterated bloodlust. The predator has locked onto its target. He declares that Darash's time has come to an end, his voice echoing with finality. The servant trembles, stuttering in disbelief that his lord would ever dream of abandoning the demon realm. Pure terror flashes in their eyes as the final strike descends. Everything changes in this heart-stopping moment of shock. He casts aside the chains of fate, renouncing the demon realm to exist simply as himself. He roars the name Deus, a challenge to the heavens themselves. He stands tall, asserting his identity with a ferocity that rattles the very foundations of the earth. The servant can only gasp, "My lord!" as he witnesses this unprecedented rebellion. He clarifies his position. Darash was family, and vengeance was merely a chore he had to complete. Nothing more, nothing less. With his mind made up, he announces his intention to return to Zori. The servant begs him to reconsider, claiming that place is far too dangerous for a lord of his stature. He warns that the dragons will hunt him for 20 years, using every dirty trick in existence to destroy the demon kind. He dismisses the concern with a wave of his hand. He isn't the demon king anymore, so they can handle their own messes. The servant is aghast, questioning how he can claim to value family while being so indifferent to their survival. A heavy foot slams into the earth, signaling the arrival of a ruthless predator. The hunt is officially on. He rants about the difference between a peaceful family being murdered and fools who run off to die in unwinnable wars. Talk about a reality check. He describes the cycle of demon surface invasions as a pathetic, recurring disease. They've been living in the dark for 666 generations. Why change now? The servant insists that his slaughter of Jin Jiam-yong proves he is the long-awaited savior of their people. He couldn't care less about savior titles. He's just worried about where the next paycheck is coming from now that his VIP client is dead. If you're enjoying this recap, smash that like button and subscribe for more. The silence is deafening as those piercing crimson eyes lock onto the target. Something dangerous is about to unfold. The servant frets over the vacancy left by the King of Plagues. Who will take Darash's place? He tells the 6 dukes to sort it out themselves. He's officially off the clock. The servant protests that those dukes are too busy measuring their own egos to ever agree on a leader. Fed up with the drama, he tells them to just pass the title to Darash's kid and storms off. Problem solved. The frantic servant cries out, "My lord, what now?" But his master is already walking away. A cold, curt, "Thank you," is all he offers before vanishing into the distance. He snaps, demanding they stop following him and get lost. A colossal surge of pure energy obliterates the landscape. The battlefield trembles as he unleashes a devastating strike that tears the very earth apart. A silent, moonlit night cloaks the jagged peaks in mystery. The calm before the storm settles over the dark, sprawling wilderness. The sign reads Devil's Weapon Shop, but business looks anything but usual tonight. He sits alone in the shadows, crushed by his own dark thoughts, as he fights to keep his fractured spirit from shattering. Blood-red eyes lock onto their target with lethal intent. The silence before the storm is absolutely terrifying. He calls out to the hidden figure, and with a wicked smirk, he admits, "Heh, you caught me?" A mysterious, shimmering mark ignites on her skin, pulsing with dangerous power. The transformation has begun. He muses that his plan was perfect. After all, a demon king is a demon king, regardless of the situation. A dangerous obsession takes hold as he traps her in a suffocating, electrifying embrace. The tension is absolutely lethal. He warns her not to waste strength here. If he reveals his true power, every hero and enforcer will be on his tail. She demands he cut the act and explain why he switched to a clone just to die at the last second. He chuckles, praising her acting skills and thanking her for the dramatic wrist injury performance for the kids. They share a grim look. It's official, they've walked right into a trap. He reveals he knew the army belonged to Darash and suspected her of playing both sides to sow discord between dragons and humans. She retorts that his suspicion is outdated. That's all in the past now. She points out that he was so blinded by revenge, he nearly destroyed everything in his path. A single word hangs in the air. Who? He rages, demanding to know who dared to set up such a massive trap to force the Demon King and the Dragon God into a mutual slaughter. He turns on her, demanding to know why she's been playing dead this whole time. She whispers a single, cryptic answer, a variable. He wonders aloud if that was exactly what the mastermind wanted all along. A chilling shadow washes over her face as she prepares to make her move. The tension is palpable, and there's no turning back now. She concludes that the outcome remains the same. If their goal was her death, they have no choice but to proceed with their plan now. They decide to wait and watch. Whoever benefits most from her death is their true enemy. He asks if she still suspects the dragon hardliners of conspiring with the demon realm behind their backs. She confirms that everything, including that, is currently on the table. A chilling gaze pierces the darkness, signaling that the predator has finally locked onto its prey. There is nowhere left to hide from that lethal golden stare. He complains that his head is about to explode. He hates getting involved in this mess, but he has no choice. If he tries to escape alone, he knows he'll be the one taking the fall for this entire catastrophe. She reminds him they are in the same boat. If the demon realm's axis collapses, the dragon god's axis will surely follow. Two bitter enemies decide to put their differences aside to hunt down the mysterious party planner. He asks about the kids and Kyung-eun. Everything is in ruins, and he wants to know how she plans to fix it. She admits she wants to rip his throat out for her kids, but the larger threat takes priority. He points out she's lost one of her 7 dukes, and that anger should be aimed at the one who orchestrated this tragedy. She retorts that after 665 centuries, she doesn't care. They were just idiots who lost the war anyway. He counters that he remembers every detail of the hellscape she created. She drops the bombshell. She's joining his party tomorrow as a mage. She claims she'll keep a close eye on him while living as a human. Since he's the prime suspect, she's not letting him out of her sight. He mocks her, asking if she thinks she can fool Alex, but she just laughs. Her magic is too good for anyone to recognize her. She vows to watch him 24/7, while he internally calls her a cunning reptilian head. He agrees, noting that she's his number 1 suspect, too. She simply replies, "Sure." They agree to dance through this hellish party together. "Thank you," she says with a grin. She lets out a pathetic, shaky sniffle. "Duchess," someone calls out softly. They tell Duchess Emily to stop grieving and try to cheer up for the sake of the future. She stifles a sob, mourning the loss of both her husband and child in a single tragic day. The capital is in shambles, and the workers are being barked at to move faster. There is no time to rest. Lady Emily wails, wondering how she's ever supposed to go on living. A servant cries out, "My lady!" as she collapses in grief. Patrick steps up, promising to rebuild the Holostutia family if she just goes away to rest in a nice, quiet place. He'll handle all the troublesome stuff, overcome with pure, unadulterated joy. She breaks into tears of absolute relief. The long-awaited miracle has finally arrived. She exclaims that only Patrick could save them, thanking him profusely while he smirks. Ouch! Something hits the ground. A series of startled ouch, ouch sounds fill the room. Who's there? the guards shout, drawing their weapons. A figure emerges with a laugh, apologizing for interrupting their interesting little conversation. He introduces himself as Cadence, an investigator from the Sanctus Populi. The room goes cold. The Sanctus Populi? Could it be? He is revealed to be one of the 12 individuals in the world granted a sacred weapon. It's a Zodiac Knight, AD+ grade blood organization member. The room panics. How did a Zodiac Knight end up here? Patrick is sweating bullets, wondering if this guy outranks him. Cadence tells them that if they already know who he is, this should be a very easy conversation. He calmly offers to explain everything. He details the collapse of Arcoma Castle and the rumors of a masked dragon hunter appearing everywhere. A hunter they haven't been able to identify. He questions how a hunter with such incredible skills hasn't reported to the Sanctus yet. What could be the connection? He asserts that such power must be acknowledged, whether it belongs to an ally or a threat. He mentions that while tracking this hunter, he stumbled upon something much darker. He reveals that high-ranking blood organizations have been poaching dragons, and the Holostutia family is right at the center of it. He notes that the castle's collapse was a rather convenient coincidence. The Duchess stammers, trying to find an excuse, but the words die in her throat. "My lady," the servant whispers, sensing the end. Cadence warns her that dragon poaching is a serious crime, and for a noble family, the punishment will be severe. He strips them of their noble status, their position, and all their assets, including the castle. He mocks them, asking if it's awkward to lose their beautiful home. After all, the cold outside is much more suited for someone like him. The Duchess begs him not to report this to the sanctum. The hero flashes a legendary artifact, leaving his enemies frozen in pure, unadulterated shock. The power radiating from those rings is absolutely undeniable. He mentions he's heard there's still a young child left in the Holostutia line. He demands they raise the child to be a warrior, as he'll be back in 20 years to recruit them for the gods. He reminds them that families like theirs, which rose to power without effort, rarely have other options. He tells them to prepare the poaching ledger in 5 days. He'll be back to collect it, and the children of those families will make excellent recruits. "Well then," he says, turning to leave. He smiles and tells them to live comfortably. After all, a parent's happiness is supposedly crucial for a child's mental health. The room is left in ruins as a mysterious, hooded figure makes a swift exit. Terror grips the survivors as they watch their assailant vanish into the shadows. Terror freezes them in their tracks. Something absolutely terrifying has just shattered their world. A cheerful hello rings out across the room. The newcomer introduces himself as Yuljum, the party's new weapons merchant. Alex, the butler, is stunned by the newcomer's beauty and welcomes him warmly, excited to work together. Zeke introduces himself as the party's warrior. He handles the cooking, cleaning, and laundry. Yuljum is impressed, oblivious to the true nature of his new friends. Yuljum asks about blood grades and Zeke claims to be C grade. Yuljum is floored, unaware he's talking to a legendary dragon. Talk about a master of disguise. The boss tells them to get to work and heads off to sleep, leaving the new recruit in the dark. "Hey, party leader?" the new guy calls out. He asks for a tour of the town and to share some deep stories. A date with a 667-year-old dragon? Good luck with that. A breathtaking vista unfolds, hiding the secrets of a world on the brink of chaos. Beneath this serene mountain landscape, a legendary journey is about to begin. With eyes burning like molten rubies, he stares down his opponent in dead silence. The tension is thick enough to cut with a blade. He asks her, "What do you think?" He gestures to the horizon, noting it's her first time seeing a dragon being born. He asks if she's curious, but she's bored. What's the point of dragging her here? She demands to know why he's wasting time when he could just use his power to crush the heroes and hardliners right now. He reminds her about the peace treaty. If the dragon god intervenes, it's an automatic declaration of war against humanity. She yells that he could just go in his human form, but he's too stubborn to listen. "Why?" she asks, exasperated. He explains he can't become a singularity in this world. He clarifies that as a human, sweeping through lower-grade families is fine, but anything more would attract the attention of the transcendence. Transcendence? You mean the gods? She asks. He nods solemnly. He explains that while a rainstorm isn't a singularity, reversing the rain would be. He has to play by the laws of the world to avoid being caught. Then, she starts thinking. She asks if she's already figured it out, since she's been destroying castles and killing dragons without restraint. He admits he's dying to know the answer to that himself. "Ah, you startled me," he exclaims. "It's happening. The dragon is being born." He tells her to hide quickly. "How is it?" he asks. She watches in awe at the sheer greatness of nature. He points out that it's completely defenseless. One hit right now would end it. That is exactly why they came here. A massive dragon descends from the heavens, casting a terrifying shadow over the stunned pair. Silence breaks as pure dread fills the air. "Here they come," he whispers. "It's the hardliners, led by the black obsidian dragon, June." A terrifying shadow engulfs the sky as a colossal dragon descends upon them. Total panic erupts as the beast makes its lethal arrival. The tension spikes as a group of enemies charges toward the scene. Ready for blood, they announce the arrival of June, the hardliner's black obsidian dragon. A spectral dragon descends from the heavens, its ethereal aura choking the forest air. The ground buckles under the sheer force of its manifestation. A mysterious woman emerges, sneering at her foes with a look of pure, unadulterated villainy. Honestly, she's really working that evil mastermind look today. She pauses, eyes narrowing as she takes in the situation. She scoffs at their plan, questioning why they'd infect the dragon at birth instead of waiting for its mature form. She clearly knows her monster biology better than they do. She spits on the ground, mocking the humans for their filth. She declares that this forest isn't just underground. It's a living hell. She admits her past ignorance, realizing that the parasites belong to Darash, but she's certain the hardliners wouldn't stoop to such an alliance. Something doesn't add up. She suspects a hidden puppet master pulling the strings from the shadows. A taunting voice echoes, noting how much her children have grown. More reinforcements pour in, turning the battlefield into a total war zone. The sky tears open as two colossal dragons plummet toward the earth. The mysterious woman stands firm, bracing for the inevitable collision. The air crackles with residual energy as the power levels hit an all-time high. A massive tremor rocks the forest floor as a powerful figure lands, halting the chaos for a fleeting second. Oaken welcomes Julia back, though he can't help but note her late arrival. The mood shifts instantly as they realize something crucial is missing. The tale is gone. With Jean Jiam-yong dead, the reformists are leaderless. June declares that the world finally belongs to them. June isn't so sure. She warns that until a new dragon god is appointed, they are all just one human discovery away from total annihilation. Oaken boldly suggests that June should step up and claim the title for herself. She shuts that talk down fast. She reminds him that they are mere creations and have no right to question the divine will. A predator locks onto his prey with eyes that burn like liquid rubies. The hunt has officially begun. A deafening roar tears through the silence. They have no choice now. They must see this through to the end. Every action they take is a calculated step toward their grim goal. He cruelly taunts his enemies, reminding them that they'll go mad and have no family left to mourn their pathetic ends. Everything is sacrificed for the glory of their race. A desperate soul cries out, wondering why they have to take things to such extremes. They turn their attention to the weapon merchant, ready to finish this. One of them suggests a simple kill-all-three strategy, but a sudden shout stops them in their tracks. The voice pleads for reason, demanding they consider the long-term consequences of their actions and the future they are creating. The retort is swift and brutal. The speaker calls their companion a coward and demands they stop overthinking and just fight. The voice tries to argue that they are part of a greater flow, but the destruction is already spiraling out of control. Fed up with the moralizing, they decide on the second option, a nice, long, painful interrogation. Kidnapping, confinement, and a little bit of torture should be enough to loosen some tongues. Her golden eyes lock onto the target with a chilling, predatory focus. The temperature drops to freezing as she prepares to strike. She tells her target to take it easy, but that's clearly not going to happen. A beast lets out a blood-curdling roar, its primal fury ready to tear the world apart. With a final declaration, the carnage begins. A whisper of false comfort promises that the end is near. The victim freezes, bewildered by the sudden shift. A terrified voice demands to know who is behind the attack. The name Deus echoes through the chamber, striking fear into their hearts. Panic ensues as the order to flee is screamed across the battlefield. A wave of cosmic destruction erupts, leaving nothing but vapor in its wake. His eyes glint with malice as he unleashes a wave of dark, palm-driven destruction. With a simple flick of his wrist, a void opens to swallow his foes whole. He crushes an artifact with his bare hand, reducing it to worthless dust. The power display is so overwhelming, even the air seems to surrender. Pure shock washes over the duo as they realize they've walked into a death trap. As one target tries to flee, the hunters decide which one is the tastier prey. A mocking game of guess who begins. Is it the blue one? Their guess is spot on. The blue one it is. The numbers don't lie. The situation is spiraling into a total wipeout. Her golden eyes burn with lethal intensity. Silence has never been this deadly. Panic sets in as they realize there's no way out. They recognize the name Deus, the demon who slaughtered the true dragon. How did he find them? Could there be a traitor among them? A monstrous titan emerges from the shadows, eyes glowing with pure, unadulterated intent to kill. A devastating blast of energy cracks the sky itself. The hunter descends like a god of war, ready to crush the titan beneath his feet. The corruption spreads, infecting the very fabric of the fight. Every movement is calculated for maximum lethality. He dismisses his opponent with a cold, "I'm busy," a chilling parting gift. They won't be seeing each other again. The sky tears apart as a surge of raw energy erupts with unstoppable force. The chaos is reaching a fever pitch. Oken apologizes. He has to survive to warn the others. He's betting his life on his speed to escape the Demon King. The ancient beast lunges, fangs bared, ready to shred everything in its path. A lethal projectile zeroes in, turning the dragon's confidence into sheer terror. The target looks up, confused by the sudden turn of events. Oken's own blood is being used against him. The dragon screams for a fire breath counterattack. A torrent of flames erupts, but it might be too late. Our hero descends like a demon god, leaving a trail of dust and despair in his wake. A dragon unleashes hellfire, but our protagonist just drifts through it like he's taking a stroll in the park. Seriously, does he even know how to sweat? A dragon charges in blind fury, but our hero isn't even blinking. He channels the void chain. A dark portal rips open, binding the enemy in inescapable chains of shadow. The hunter dives headlong into the fray, ready to face the titan. A pillar of flame incinerates the sky, leaving no room for survival. She closes her eyes, bracing for the final blow. The tension is suffocating. A pained grunt escapes her as the reality of her situation hits home. A razor-sharp gaze reveals the truth. The game is over. She stares at the manifestation, unable to comprehend the power before her. She gasps for air, calling out for Oken one last time. The captor leans in, whispering a taunt that cuts deeper than any blade. It's time for the truth segment of the evening, and by truth, he means violence. She swears to curse him, but he just laughs. He's an expert in curses. He even aced it in school. What a nerd. He begins the interrogation with a simple question. Where did they get it? She accuses him of being a petty thief. He fires back. Aren't they the ones who stole it to hurt humans? He demands to know who is pulling the strings behind the hardliners and their mycelium project. She spits in his face. She's not talking. He grins, watching her struggle. The trap is sprung, and she's the main attraction. She screams out for Oaken. A bone-crushing blow lands with zero mercy. A guttural cry of agony echoes through the chamber. He mocks her silence, noting she can't even scream anymore because her throat is ruined. Brutal. She begs him to torture her instead, trying to shield the others. He laughs at her. She doesn't know the first thing about real torture. He won't touch her. He has much worse planned. He vows to make her watch as every single dragonling dies in agony right before her eyes until she breaks. She collapses, sobbing for Oaken. A clawed hand slams down, trapping her in a grip of absolute terror. She coughs, struggling to find the strength to hold on. She cracks under pressure, swearing there's no one else behind them. He doesn't buy it. A group this meticulous must have a leader. She whispers the name June. He chuckles. The leader is already absorbed. That makes his life so much easier. She tries to explain. They aren't regular hardliners. They are the ones with the deepest grievances. The others are just cowards. He asks for their name. The Four Seasons Society. 4 Seasons? He questions if that's really their best name. He's genuinely annoyed by their lack of creativity. She lists the members. Zen, Pep, Mark, April, May, June, and Oaken. He sarcastically lists the rest. September, October, November, December? She confirms it. Seriously, they couldn't come up with cooler code names? These guys are the villain's equivalent of a calendar. He's genuinely baffled. Are their names just a coincidence, or were they picked for this? She admits it was just a funny coincidence that they decided to embrace. He demands to know who started it. Was it June? She honestly doesn't know. It just happened at some point. He's skeptical. It's too perfect to be an accident. Was it June who orchestrated the whole thing from the shadows? She insists they all joined voluntarily for the cause. He demands to know what oppression they're even talking about. She rants about the non-aggression treaty and how humans are destroying the world. She points out that the birth of the dragon proves this land belongs to them. She claims humans stole their land and the gods just watched it happen. He laughs at her senseless rambling. He thinks it might be time to just level the whole place. He pivots back to the important stuff. How did they get the material from Darash? He leans in, promising to make her talk one way or another. A sudden glint in her eyes reveals she spotted something truly horrifying. What is that thing? It's the parasite, but it's not the one they expected. The berserk hell puppet mushroom. Wait, the color is wrong. It's pink, not purple. This isn't Darash's work. Where did this come from? She tries to stay silent, but she can't hide the truth forever. She unleashes a storm of chains, intent on crushing her enemies beneath her power. A cry of shock rings out as she strikes. The shadow chain catches her off guard. The trap has been turned against her. She realizes the spore in the dragons is completely different from what they anticipated. The berserk hell puppet mushroom is back in the spotlight. Again, the pink color confirms it. This is a different, more dangerous source. Who could have created this? She's shaking, unable to keep the secret any longer. If you're enjoying this recap, smash that like button and subscribe for more. She lets out a pained gasp as the truth begins to tear her apart. Silence hangs heavy as the mystery deepens. She coughs, dazed and confused, wondering where she's been transported. A wave of tortured souls rises up, freezing her in her tracks. The abyss is screaming, and there is no escape. He leans in close, ready to show her exactly what she's dealing with. Deep in the lowest pits of the demon realm, where even the most wretched souls are discarded, a monstrous entity waits for the rare arrival of fresh, living meat. The beast roars in agony, begging for a swift end, but there is no salvation here. Only eternal suffering for those who fall into this abyss. Even the gods turn their gaze away from this godforsaken place as the horror of the demon realm echoes through the dark. The predator looms, locking his prey in a chilling, inescapable grip. Absolute terror takes hold as she realizes there is no way out. A cold voice cuts through the darkness, demanding to know if the promise is remembered. He boasts that not a single scratch will be laid upon them. He points his finger, vowing that the real suffering will be reserved for that bastard. Oken cries out in shock as the situation spirals out of control. He explains that he obtained the item from the Southern Root Clan dwarves to save himself from this mess. A sudden, brutal strike lands, leaving Oken gasping for air. Julia screams in terror, rushing to check on Oken as he collapses from the impact. Doubts arise instantly. The mention of dwarves sounds like a desperate, pathetic lie. Jin Jiam-yong suddenly appears, revealing his presence to the stunned group. They stare in disbelief. They thought he was dead, but he stands before them, very much alive. The name echoes in the chamber as the reality of his survival hits them like a truck. They can't believe their eyes. The man they assumed was finished is standing right there. Jin Jiam-yong mocks their naivety, noting that they were being manipulated by yet another dragon behind the scenes. He accuses them of conspiring with the Duke, claiming they've crossed the line of their own kind by betraying their heritage. They fire back, questioning if he even knows who he's standing next to, accusing him of being the one who sold his soul to the demons. He points out the obvious: those parasites are clearly the work of Darash. A lethal void erupts from his palm, tearing through reality to strike the towering nightmare. The battlefield shudders as his dark power surges, catching the enemy completely off guard. A powerful hand surges with crackling energy, crushing the pendant in a display of pure, unbridled force. The seals are shattered, and chaos is about to be unleashed. He grumbles in frustration, wondering why anyone would act so rashly when there was more to learn. He notes that these specific parasites are slightly different from Darash's typical designs. A closer inspection reveals distinct differences in color and eye patterns, suggesting a different origin. Confusion sets in. If it wasn't the southern dwarves, then who is truly pulling the strings? They conclude that dwarves are master smiths, not alchemists. They lack the expertise for such twisted chemistry. The mystery deepens. Is a new type of parasite circulating, or is someone else mimicking the long-dead Darash? A debate ensues about whether the kid was lying, but they admit the truth was likely spoken under extreme pressure. The impossible question hangs in the air. Could there be another Darash? The absurdity of it is just too much to handle. A voice breaks the tension, demanding attention. He questions the foundation of their entire mission. Are they absolutely sure Darash is actually dead? The radical theory is dropped. Did the poison genius fake his own demise? It feels wrong. The greatest poisoner in the world dying by his own poison is a narrative that just doesn't sit right. He mocks the idea, claiming even the funeral was attended. Yet the question of how this happened remains unanswered. They ponder the alliance between the Four Seasons Society and the demon realm. Is it a simple case of the enemy of my enemy is my friend, or something far more sinister? Their thoughts are scattered as they try to piece together the fractured clues. A chilling gaze pierces the shadows, revealing a power that demands absolute submission. The hunt has officially begun. The involvement of the dwarves adds another layer of complexity to this headache of a mission. The legendary berserker emerges from the shadows, eyes burning with a thirst for absolute destruction. Steel yourself, because this unstoppable force is ready to carve a path of carnage. Who benefits from this chaos? Between the hardliners, the humans wanting dragon-slaying weapons, and the demons, everyone seems to have an agenda. The Four Seasons Society is definitely the one carrying out the dirty work. Whether they are the masterminds or just mindless puppets remains to be seen. It feels like the entire world is tangled in this mess, except for the two of them. With the leader captured and members missing, they see a window of opportunity to strike before the enemy regroups. They set their sights on the southern lands to hunt down the dwarf responsible for the parasites. They arrive at the official territory of the dwarven clans. They stand before the ominous entrance of the Southern Root Clan dwarf dungeon. The ground trembles as he takes a decisive, heavy step onto the battlefield. The hunt begins now. The atmosphere grows heavy as they prepare to breach the inner sanctum. With a merchant, a stewardess, a warrior, and a mage, the party finally looks like they might actually survive this mission. He grills Alex about when exactly those parasite samples were collected. Alex fires back, indignant at being questioned, claiming he grabbed them from the very first capture. When it turns out he hasn't collected any recent samples, the group realizes how unprepared they really are. He keeps his suspicions to himself, but he's definitely keeping a close eye on Alex now. Deus speaks up, breaking his long, silent streak. He reflects on his role as a low-level warrior, unaware that his cover as a D-rank hunter is wearing thin. He demands that if there is something to be said, it should be said right now. The ultimate question of their mission is laid bare. What are they actually looking for? He reminds them that they are tracking the link between corrupted dragons and the demon threat. He wonders if the dragon that attacked his village was connected to this grand conspiracy. The confirmation comes, that dragon was indeed infected with demonic parasites. The realization hits him hard. The pieces of the puzzle are finally snapping into place. He laments the suffering of his neighbors and questions why the gods allow such horrors to persist. He offers a vague, uncomforting agreement. Sometimes the world is just cruel. He realizes their quest is massive, and he's clearly being used to keep their identities hidden behind a low-level mission. He apologizes for his presumption, fearing he's overstepped his bounds. He is told to stop worrying about things that don't concern him. He is advised to just live his life, as if he could ignore the cosmic war unfolding right in front of him. He's warned that if he ever feels deceived, he should just keep his head down and keep living. He expresses his gratitude for everything they've done, feeling a debt he can never truly repay. A sharp, lethal gaze pierces through the shadows. The hunt is officially on. He is told to leave it at that. All will be revealed when the time is right. The air turns ice-cold as a heavy, suffocating silence descends between them. One wrong move could trigger a storm. Massive blades pierce through the canyon walls, turning the narrow passage into a lethal death trap. One wrong move means instant annihilation in this treacherous climb. The party ventures deep into the dark, uncharted cavern. Tensions rise as they brave the unknown depths together. The party ventures deep into the suffocating darkness of the dungeon, their flickering lights the only thing standing between them and the unknown. Every step echoes with the tension of a journey from which they may never return. The party plunges deep into the treacherous cavern, braving the jagged dark with nothing but torchlight and sheer grit. They press forward, deeper into the bowels of the earth. Complaining about the lack of action, he wonders how long they'll be walking in this miserable tunnel. The guide explains that even dwarves get lost in this labyrinthine nightmare, which is 1,000 times worse than the Minotaur's maze. He threatens to burn the whole place down if they don't find something soon, and his partner is clearly unimpressed by his temper. Something is wrong. The silence is deafening and the lack of dwarves is suspicious. Where are the locals? A dungeon without a single inhabitant is never a good sign. He threatens to rip out a dwarf's hair in frustration, while Zeke is told to get a grip before he loses it. Zeke stumbles, his strength failing him as the environment takes its toll. The realization hits like a physical blow. The air itself is poisoned. He questions how this is possible, considering dwarves are supposed to be immune to toxins. If this is Darash's signature poison, then even the immune are in grave danger. He repeats his disbelief. Are they truly not immune to this? The answer remains the same. Darash's work is on another level entirely. He can't help but wonder what kind of hell they've walked into. Priority 1 is saving Zeke before he succumbs to the fumes. A moment of relief as he recovers. Talk about a close call. He's stable for now, but they aren't out of the woods yet. The mastery of poison immunity magic shown by the magician is noted. It's truly a rare talent. A deafening blast shatters the silence, leaving the group in complete shock. The cave walls crumble as raw. Explosive power tears through the path ahead. They aren't alone. Someone else has found this place. A standoff ensues as both sides demand to know the identity of the other. They are immediately accused of being the demons responsible for the spreading poison. He responds with a sarcastic threat. What happens if he just admits it? He doesn't hesitate, promising to end them right then and there. The stranger poses another question. What if he says no? He's undeterred, demanding to know exactly what they're doing in this restricted zone. The stranger claims innocence, denying any involvement in the tragedy. Confusion reigns as they try to figure out what R24 actually is. The stranger questions how they can be so gullible. Do they really believe everything they're told? He admits he's been chasing the mystery of R24, realizing he might have been chasing a ghost. The debate over R24 continues. What is this mysterious place? Tensions rise again as the threat of violence returns, but the secret of the sacred door is finally dropped. The connection between a door and a poison epidemic makes absolutely no sense, but they have to listen. The Southern Root clan messed with the gate, and now everyone is paying the price. They are all talking at once, making the situation even more chaotic and confusing. They explain their dispatch mission. They arrive to find everyone dead and the area soaked in poison. They've both been hunting the same mastermind, only to find the trail cold and everyone already perished. The villain keeps slipping through their fingers, and the frustration is palpable. He wonders where the culprit is heading next, knowing they are surely plotting something even worse. He brings it back to the R24 gate. Is it the source of the plague? The gate was discovered 30 centuries ago, made of an unknown mineral, and has defied every attempt to open it. The Southern clan's obsession with breaking the gate with explosives triggered a curse that resulted in the current disaster. The gate, supposedly enraged, unleashed its wrath, or perhaps the dwarves simply used poison to stop the foolish explorers. The theory of a curse is mocked, as they know a man in jeweled clothes is the real culprit behind the toxicity. The description matches June perfectly. The pieces are finally falling into place. They demand more information on this mysterious human agent. Rumors of the black-clad man in the sacred R24 zone confirm their worst fears. There's no time to waste. They have to move out immediately. They demand a guide to the R24 zone, sensing that all roads lead to that cursed place. The poison is too strong for their gear, so they settle for a map instead. The party descends into the eerie, glowing depths of the dungeon. Every step echoes with the heavy silence of impending danger. A single, brilliant spark of light pierces the suffocating, toxic gloom of the cavern. Our hero plunges into the unknown, ready to face whatever lurks in the shadows. The toxicity is reaching impossible levels. Even a poisoned dragon would struggle to survive in this nightmare. With a heavy thud, he collapses to his knees in the dirt. The mysterious, jagged markings on his leg pulse with dark energy as he hits the ground. He struggles to breathe, the poison finally overpowering his defenses. He is told to relax. Even with his magic, there are physical limits to what a human body can endure. They urge the others to push forward while one of them heads back to safety. He confirms he knows the way, leaving the others to face the final challenge. A sinister, toxic miasma erupts from the darkness to consume everything in its path. Panic sets in as the lethal green fog signals a deadly threat. A swift, crushing footfall seals the fallen warrior's fate. The final blow has landed, and there's no coming back from this. They finally arrive at the fabled R24. The sight before them is baffling. Is this the source of all their trouble? The energy radiating from the door is unlike anything they've encountered before. The dwarves were hiding something massive, and it's clearly going to be a nightmare to deal with. He questions why the other claims it's going to be difficult, even though he clearly doesn't know what it is either. The irony is rich. He's lived for over 600 centuries but is completely clueless about a door that's been there for 30. A mysterious figure suddenly appears on the cliffside, catching our protagonist completely off guard. The tension skyrockets as their eyes lock in a standoff. He's making a run for it. The chase is back on. He orders Alex to intercept him before he vanishes into the depths once again. The group stumbles upon an ancient relic, the sheer scale of which is mind-boggling. They finally realize the mastermind behind the chaos. The pieces of this twisted puzzle are finally clicking into place. With a single touch, the seal is broken and the true power awakens. Her eyes blaze with intensity as the hidden trap is sprung. A colossal warship descends from the heavens, crushing the battlefield beneath its immense weight. Chaos erupts as the shockwave obliterates everything in its path. He questions his companion, wondering if this relic predates even the ancient records of a 665-century-old being. She recalls tales from the Age of Silver, a time from before the current world even existed. The origins of this artifact go back even further than that, reaching into the deepest mists of history. Could it be from the legendary Age of Gold? It was an era ruled solely by humans, a time when dragons and demons were nothing more than myths. The Age of Gold, a name that carries the weight of a forgotten, powerful history. Long, long ago, in a time before the records we know today, the gods crafted the world and humanity, bestowing upon them a life of pure joy and purpose. Humans stood as the absolute masters of the world, thriving in their golden paradise. Two souls collide in a blinding flash of destiny. The air crackles with unspoken tension as they finally face each other. The era they forged was known as the Age of Gold, a peak of civilization that no one speaks of anymore. They possessed the power to converse without magic, bridging gaps that should have been impossible. They reached for the stars, dreaming of leaving this world behind for the vastness of space. But their ambition was their undoing. They were ultimately annihilated by the very weapons they created. A cataclysmic beam of pure destruction tears through the earth. The world trembles as an unstoppable power is unleashed. Fire rained down, scorching the earth until nothing remained but ash. War turned the oceans to blood, and for 1,000 days, the sky wept a crimson rain. With the final blow of their own weapons, their civilization met its end. The gods looked upon the destruction and were filled with profound sorrow. Caught off guard, he freezes in his tracks as a mysterious beauty steps into his world. The tension is palpable. The gods tried again, creating a new humanity, but this time they stripped away the dangerous knowledge of science. This was the second world, the Age of Silver, where magic became the foundation of existence. Armed with simple staves, they commanded the elements, flew through the clouds, and even defied death. Yet even this beauty was doomed to crumble. The beast awakens in a blaze of fury, wielding raw, untamed power. Death follows the path of his burning blade. The masked figure unleashes raw, crystalline power. Death arrives in a flash of blinding blue energy. A 500-year war over magical stones shattered the peace, leading to the total destruction of the Second World. Once again, the gods wept for their children who could not stop fighting. A piercing gaze ignites with golden intensity, signaling that the hunt has officially begun. Beneath the mask, a predator readies to strike. And that leads us to the current world, the final iteration. In this age, the demon race and the dragon race were finally born into existence. The gods gave the world one last chance to prosper. Humanity was granted the continent of Horsens as their sanctuary. The dwarves retreated into the depths of the earth, carving out their own kingdom in the shadows. The demons claimed the Purgatory Hills, establishing their own dark nest. And the dragons? They settled beyond the boundary of the Age of Darkness, born from the remnants of those magical wars. She admits she barely paid attention to these stories as a hatchling. But now, the absurdity of it all is finally hitting her. It's hilariously ironic that humans, who live in the most dangerous age of all, have managed to survive the longest. Though they lost the ability to sail the stars or command universal magic, they are still kicking. Perhaps stripping away their power was the only way to keep them from blowing themselves up again. Behold, the pottery of the stars. She identifies the strange artifact, revealing its name to the shocked group. This metal is 3 times harder than diamond. It's the ultimate armor that allowed humans to sail across the stars. It is the pinnacle of the Age of Gold, a forbidden technology that even beings like them shouldn't be able to touch. A terrifying roar echoes through the chamber as the defense system kicks in. He screams in surprise as the situation goes from bad to worse. He barks at his companion, wondering what kind of trouble they've just walked into. A single, earth-shattering punch tears through the air with unstoppable force. The sheer power behind this strike is enough to bring everything to a grinding halt. He's baffled that his attack did nothing. He really needs to stop punching indestructible ancient tech before he breaks his own hand. She tells him to back off before his temper causes an explosion that kills them both. She demands he step aside. If he's going to be useless, she'll handle the tech herself. She finds the activation point, though at first glance it looks like there's nothing there. A single touch triggers a high-tech mechanism, revealing a hidden interface with a blinding flash. The wall yields to reveal a secret terminal that changes everything. Data streams across the screen, flickering with the ghosts of a dead civilization. Images of light dance on the tablet. She's not sure if it's magic or something far more advanced, but it's booting up. It's ancient tech, using lightning-like energy to power magical effects. A lost art that shouldn't exist anymore. He's suspicious, questioning how she could possibly know how to operate ancient machinery. He wonders if she's actually met someone from the Age of Gold, given her uncanny knowledge. A deadly silence falls as she stares down her target with eyes cold enough to freeze time. The atmosphere turns lethal in an instant. She speculates that the demons might have inherited the fire and ambition of the Age of Gold. They share the same obsession with power and domination that led to the downfall of the First World. Even if she knows how to use it, she admits she has no idea how to actually build this advanced technology. Perhaps, with enough time, he could learn to recreate these wonders. Our hero comes face to face with a massive, buried relic of terrifying power. The true scale of the mystery is finally revealed. She concludes that dragons must have inherited the legacy of the Age of Silver, since their existence is tied so closely to magic. He is mind-blown. He never realized that dragons didn't necessarily need wings to fly, but rather used raw magic to defy gravity. Success. The lock disengages with a satisfying click. The systems are finally coming online. They stare at the strange, alien-looking ship appearing before them. He warns her not to go inside, but she ignores him. It's not like there are going to be space landlords waiting for them. It turns out they've broken into an ancient 100,000-year-old pantry. He's ready to fight whatever is in there, even if it's just ancient, stale space rations. The system surges to life as a blinding, mysterious interface ignites before her eyes. She stands frozen in awe as the cryptic data reveals a terrifying truth. The screen flashes with strange, ancient terminology. She tries to make sense of the Moketh designation appearing on the console. This was the very last project of the Age of Gold. The 10 arcs, designed to save humanity from their own self-destruction, are revealed to be the root of the project. They realize this sector was meant to store food for the ships that never made it off the planet. This place wasn't meant for poison. It was a sacred site for the dwarves, which is why it stayed hidden for so long. He finally demands to know who she really is. She gives him a vague, cryptic answer. When you've lived as long as she has, you learn to keep your secrets. He realizes she knows far more than she lets on, and he wonders if her body is just a tool for her true self. She asks if he's feeling offended, but he's too busy being confused to care. He decides to stop overthinking it. They have a mastermind to catch and no time to lose. A lethal beam of pure energy tears through the battlefield, barely missing its target. The intensity is off the charts as total annihilation strikes in a split second. He's shocked. The beam passed right through him without a scratch. It's not magic, and it's not biological. It's something entirely different. It's a golem from the Age of Gold. A robot. He repeats the word, stunned by the existence of a mechanical life form. It's a relic of the past, still faithfully guarding its post after all these centuries. She screams at him to watch out. This thing isn't playing around. The machine lunges with lethal intent. He barely dodges the strike, his heart racing. He decides to fight fire with fire, or rather, robot with whatever he's got. The mechanical titan surges forward, unleashing a blinding, lethal red energy strike. No one can escape the crushing weight of its mechanical fury. A blinding torrent of lethal energy shreds the target from above. The sheer intensity of the assault leaves no room for escape. A deafening blast shatters the silence as chaos erupts in a blinding flash of fire. With their escape path crumbling, the duo narrowly avoids total annihilation. He's getting frustrated and decides to go for a bigger attack. She stops him. If he fires that off, he'll level the whole cave. She explains it's nuclear-powered, and he just stares at her like she's speaking a dead language. She begs him to listen. There is no time for a physics lesson, just don't blow up the world. Steel clashes against steel as a devastating strike is perfectly deflected. The battlefield erupts with sparks in this lethal exchange. The golem continues its relentless, soulless assault. A lethal blade of pure energy erupts into the fray. The strike is instantaneous and absolutely devastating. He realizes this thing isn't just a toy, it's a lethal machine. He tells the golem to get lost, though it clearly doesn't understand him. He takes a hit, feeling the weight of the ancient machine's power. With a single earth-shattering punch, he brings the mechanical giant to a dead halt. The machine's defenses crumble under the sheer force of his raw power. He's still trying to process what these ancient relics actually are. The fight isn't over yet. The machine is recalibrating. He unleashes his void chain to bind the Titan. The battle continues. Don't look away now. The blade ignites with lethal precision. A blinding streak of energy cuts through the silence, ready to claim its next victim. Even his strongest attacks are struggling to make a dent. The mechanical menace unleashes its glowing blades in a lethal, crimson-soaked strike. There is no escape from this cold-blooded onslaught. He's reaching his limit. This level of frustration is dangerous. He's finally had enough of this glorified toaster. He screams at it to just die, ready to go all out. The tension is rising. Will they survive this ancient security system? She screams at him to calm down. If he blows this place up, they're trapped in the rubble forever. She reminds him that they have more important people to catch, but he's far too annoyed to be logical. They bicker back and forth, completely failing to coordinate their defense. A brutal barrage of gunfire shreds the soldier's armor. Metal sparks fly as the enemy takes a direct, devastating hit. The onslaught is relentless and the situation is spiraling. He's completely losing his cool, screaming at the top of his lungs. The chaos is absolute. They are barely holding it together. Total shock freezes their expression as a terrifying truth comes to light. Their eyes widen in pure, unadulterated disbelief. She brings up his cloth from earlier, and he's clearly embarrassed to be reminded of it. She orders him to wrap the entire ship in his cloth to create a safe zone. A lethal blade strikes with blinding speed. The impact shatters the silence as the weapon slams into the ground. He gets the idea. He needs to separate them from the golem's range before they're turned into confetti. Golden energy erupts like a tempest as she unleashes her overwhelming power. The battlefield trembles before this divine display of raw might. Gravity-defying chaos erupts as the mechanical terror lunges to intercept its airborne targets. The stage is set for a deadly mid-air collision. She yells at him to get the guard up. Now or never. He channels the Demon King's power to create a barrier. A blinding surge of pure energy erupts, obliterating everything in its path. The target is caught in the heart of a devastating, lethal strike. A massive metallic blade slams into the earth, obliterating everything in its path. The battlefield is silenced in a single, earth-shattering strike. The golem is finally down for the count. They receive word that the mastermind has been captured. The interrogation is about to begin, and the heat is finally turning up. She insists on checking one last thing before they head out. She's not leaving until she knows what this place was really hiding. A chilling silence falls as those piercing red eyes lock onto their target. The battlefield holds its breath. Danger is clearly in the air. She delivers a cold ultimatum. Give up now or make the end even more painful. The mastermind greets them with a mocking, carefree attitude. He seems completely unbothered by the fact that he's been caught. If you're enjoying this recap, smash that like button and subscribe for more. Finally, it's time to unmask the villain and see who's been pulling the strings all along. The shapeshifter trembles, bowing low and begging for forgiveness from the sovereign. The king demands to know why a demon count is skulking around in the human realm instead of his own territory. The terrified count stammers. claiming he was just following the secret orders of the gluttonous king to keep everything under wraps. The sovereign's patience snaps. He demands the truth right now, or he'll make the count regret ever being born. The count spills the beans. The grand scheme was to corrupt heroes and incite a dragon rampage, all while he played the part of a lowly dwarf traitor. The king narrows his eyes, questioning if this was truly all Darash's doing, or if something more sinister is afoot. The count explains that with the demon king missing, they've been left to fend for themselves, and his messages to Darash have gone unanswered for ages. A cold realization hits. Darash is dead, having allegedly taken his own life in a mysterious turn of events. The count is in total shock, insisting Darash would never commit suicide. It's clear they are all being played like puppets. A light bulb goes off. There's someone else pulling the strings behind the scenes, a mastermind the count has always suspected. The count points the finger at the hidden leader of the hardliners, the one who orchestrated every meeting with Darash. The king cuts him off. They've already got the leader, June, in custody. The count shakes his head frantically. He's talking about the true shadow leader, a figure even the hardliners fear, the white dragon. He vividly recalls the moment it all began. He recounts how the white dragon confronted him, asking with chilling confidence just what he was planning to do with the humans. The dragon's twisted smirk says it all. He leans in, voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. The trap is set, and the count is listening to every word. The white dragon lays out a brilliant, blood-soaked plan to wipe humanity off the map. Join forces, strike hard, and drive the humans out during the 666th war. Simple, right? The count asks what comes next, already hooked on the chaos. The count reveals how he relayed this to Darash, leading to the secret meetings, the dwarf disguise, and the sinister parasite plot. The king demands to know about the other parasites currently in play. They found parasites that don't match Darash's stock. So where are these new ones coming from? The count is adamant. Their engineering is the peak of the demon realm, and no one can replicate their work. So, the mystery remains. The hidden leader is still playing a game they can't see. The frustration is mounting. They've hunted the hardliners, but the true mastermind is slipping through their fingers. The count panics as he realizes he isn't alone, only to find the king's own party members looming in the shadows. He cracks under pressure and reveals he knows exactly where the secret hideout is. He admits to visiting the Agiata Canyon to help them stabilize their parasite creations. The king asks for the location of this mysterious site. It's the sacred burial ground of dragons, a place no one dares to tread, tucked safely past Zorik's castle. The king decides it's time to head home, leaving the count confused about the immediate mission. Home first. Rest, food, and a nap are on the menu, even if the team is itching for a fight. The king reminds them that Zeke almost died last time. This isn't a game, and the kid needs a break. Someone is getting a bit protective, aren't they? Parenting is hard work, especially when your subordinate is a walking disaster. The loyal subordinate bows accepting the order. Now, what to do with the turncoat count? The king grants him his freedom. He's worked hard enough, and now he's a free man. 7 hours later, the crew arrives at Zorik's village. Finally, a chance to breathe. The drinks are flowing, and the party is in full swing, with someone waxing poetic about the hardships of parenthood. Deus encourages the reckless spending, clearly planning to pad the tab later. The banter turns dark, suggesting a junior might be on the way, leading to immediate chaos. The apology comes fast, but the embarrassment is already peaking. They shift gears to talk about the sibling school trip, which went off without a hitch thanks to Deus. Curiosity gets the better of them as they ask about the kids' ages. 15 and 9. They're practically babies. A 9-year-old in a dormitory? The elite really do raise their kids differently. The double standards are real, generous to Zeke, but charging everyone else for a crust of bread. A drunken accusation hits the table. Do you like him, or what? The atmosphere gets awkward fast. Some ships are better left unsunk. A stranger approaches the table, uninvited. He introduces himself as Cadence, an investigator from the Holy See. The mood drops to freezing as the Holy Sea's name is dropped. Cadence knows exactly who he's talking to, and he's here for Zeke. He's digging into that suspicious C-rank evaluation Zeke just picked up. Zeke plays it cool, asking what the problem could possibly be. Cadence lays out the suspicion. A penniless family suddenly paying for a high-rank test? It screams corruption. Zeke denies everything with a nervous smile. The investigation is just beginning, and Cadence isn't buying the act for a second. Deus jumps in, tired of the interruptions. Cadence knows exactly who Deus is, the merchant with the weird god complex. He rattles off the names of the entire party, proving he's done his homework. Deus tells him to get lost. He's interrupting the flow of business. Cadence shifts tactics, acting like a customer in need of a travel dagger after the dragon incident. He was there. That makes him a lot more dangerous than he looks. He's been in a lot of places and he's seen a lot of things. He cuts straight to the point. What was the actual percentage on Zeke's pure blood test? Deus tells him to check the official report if he's so smart. The report is a lie, and Cadence knows it. He's hunting for the real number. Zeke is caught in the crossfire, struggling to remember his own cover story. Cadence pushes harder. 4.2% is a fairy tale, and he knows it. Zeke confirms the 4.2%, trying to stick to the script. Cadence drops the bomb. The real result was 3.62%. He pieces it together. Zeke intentionally lowered his rank to stay under the radar, a survival tactic for the poor. Cadence insists he's here to help the kid. Deus isn't buying it. If he wanted to help, he'd be sending cash, not questions. He reminds Cadence that he has the power to ruin Zeke's life with a single report. Cadence admits he's trying to ensure Zeke gets the credit he's actually due. Deus groans, annoyed that his investment is getting too much attention. Cadence finds the reaction absolutely baffling. Most mentors want their heroes to shine. Deus is acting like he's trying to keep Zeke hidden in the basement. Deus drops the truth. If Zeke gets too famous, he becomes a target and Deus loses his pawn. He explains the harsh reality of their social ladder. He needs a low-status hero to boost his own image. Cadence is horrified by the selfishness on display. Deus calls it a win-win, just don't ruin the scheme. Cadence argues that Zeke is being used, missing out on the glory and support he deserves. He asks the million-dollar question. What happens if the test comes back lower than expected? What if the hero is actually an F-rank fraud? Deus is confident. That simply won't happen. Cadence drops a bombshell. He thinks Zeke is the masked hero. He's certain of it, and he's here to prove it. The numbers don't lie, even if the person does. If you're enjoying this recap, smash that like button and subscribe for more. The investigation is still in the dark, but the suspicion is growing. It's just a guess, but it's a guess that could change everything. What if the test proves he's a total dud? Would the treatment change? Would the mask fall off? Deus scoffs that reality isn't happening on his watch. The question hangs in the air, unanswered. Is this really the right time to bet everything on a hunch? Cadence calls him out for being another privileged, out-of-touch rich kid. Money doesn't buy common sense, that's for sure. Deus tears into the hard work narrative, mocking the idea that effort alone fixes systemic poverty. Cadence is offended, but Deus is just getting started. He points out that Cadence doesn't even know what it's like to fail without a safety net. Zeke has been failing on purpose his whole life just to keep his siblings fed. He's lived in fear, apologizing to people who have no idea how hard he's actually fighting. Every failure was a trade-off for survival, and Cadence is too blind to see it. The tension is broken by a very hungry hero diving face-first into a bowl of noodles. Deus tells the investigator to beat it. The kid needs to eat, not be interrogated. Get out and let the man eat his noodles in peace. Cadence insists that high-ranking heroes are the backbone of humanity. Deus fires back. If they're so valuable, why was he working as a bellboy instead of getting an education? A new player enters the scene, and the temperature in the room drops to absolute zero. Cadence retreats, but he's clearly not finished with this investigation. Polite goodbye that feels like a threat. Deus isn't letting him off that easily. He demands the investigator undo whatever mess he started. The predator shows his teeth, and the hunt is officially on. A flick of the wrist, and the air begins to vibrate with lethal intent. Cadence plays dumb, but he's already trapped. The web has been spun, and it's far too late to run. Slurp. The sound of noodles is the only thing keeping the tension from snapping. The tavern turns into a prison. Nobody is leaving until Deus says so. Wires glint in the candlelight. He's been caught in the trap all along. A fake apology for a very real threat. The eyes go crimson, and the killing intent is thick enough to choke on. Laughter echoes as a magical trap begins to squeeze the life out of the room. The hooded figure realizes he's stepped into a den of lions. The rings glow, the threads tighten. No one is walking away from this. A final, nervous goodbye before the slaughter starts. The ground trembles as the power shift becomes absolute. Deus mocks his guest for failing to notice the Orbis web surrounding them. Zeke looks up, oblivious to the fact that he's sitting in a death trap. Just another day at the office for this party. Deus admits he's just using the kid, but at least he's honest about it. The full moon watches over the chaos, indifferent to the fate of these poor souls. The shop is a mess, and the business is even worse. Eating until you pass out. Now that's a power move. The shop needs cleaning, and the local threats are already on the hit list. Someone's having a great time in dreamland. The struggle to carry the dead weight of a sleepy hero is real. A sudden lunge changes the dynamic of the room in a heartbeat. The nightmares are creeping in, and she's not alone in her head. A name whispered in the dark. The Demon King talks about his retirement, realizing he's grown far too attached to these idiots. A warning. Don't show your strength, or every killer in the world will be at your door. The Demon King laughs, welcoming the challenge. It's been getting boring anyway. A thick, heavy silence suffocates the room as he looms over the sleeping figure, wondering what dark secrets are buried in the shadows. Without warning, a lethal strike tears through the air. The very foundations of the battlefield shudder as the blow connects with earth-shattering force. Like a predator cornering its prey, he stares down his target with eyes burning with lethal intent. One wrong move and it's game over. A razor-sharp blade descends, stopping mere inches from her defenseless head. Talk about a close shave. Death just knocked on the front door. He explodes in rage, screaming at her for being so hopelessly defenseless while standing right in front of the Demon King. The silence breaks as he strides into the room, radiating an aura of pure danger. Every single step he takes screams that chaos is coming to town. With a sudden surge of power, he slams his hand down. The room trembles as his raw, terrifying strength takes complete command. He casually announces he's sleeping here for the night, because clearly, the Demon King does whatever he wants. With a chilling gaze, he locks onto his target beneath the flickering chandelier. The hunt has officially begun, and the tension is absolutely off the charts. He curses under his breath, clearly annoyed by the unexpected turn of events. He demands to know what the deal is, bluntly asking his lord to explain the current situation. She takes a bold, decisive step forward, her eyes locked on the prize. The game is officially on. She scolds him for leaving without a word, reminding him how he used to cling to them as a child. Did he really forget so easily? He turns sharply, demanding to know exactly what these two are doing in his presence. Bound by a cold, restrictive collar, the protagonist is pushed to his absolute limit, his eyes flaring with the rage of a caged beast. He questions how long the protagonist intends to keep playing this ridiculous game of being a hero. The hero repeats the question with a deadpan expression, barely hiding his boredom. He dismisses the hero's charade, pointing out that there are only 20 years left before everything goes south. The hero snaps back, telling them to stop lecturing and get straight to the point because he's dying for a nap. They sternly warn him to stop digging into Darash's private affairs before he regrets it. He scoffs, repeating their demand with a look of pure, unadulterated sarcasm. They quickly backpedal, claiming it's just a friendly request, though nobody's buying that act for a second. He narrows his eyes, challenging them to try and convince him if they think they've got the guts. Our hero lounges in defiance, completely unimpressed by the shadows closing in. He's playing a dangerous game, but he's clearly not shaking in his boots. A cryptic message flashes, signaling that things are about to get even weirder. A silver-haired beauty emerges from the darkness with a chilling smile. Her blindfold is on, but her lethal intent is perfectly visible. She strikes with surgical precision, pinning her target down in a flash of cold intensity. There is absolutely no escaping that icy glare. She suggests they have a little fun for the first time in a while, flashing a grin that promises nothing but trouble. He rolls his eyes, sarcastically pointing out their pathetic attempt at convincing him. He groans in frustration, calling himself an idiot for even trying to have a serious conversation with these two knuckleheads. He rants about the incompetence of the Seven Dukes, wondering if there's a single decent person among them. No wonder they keep losing. He demands they stop dodging the question and tell him the truth about what happened to Darash. They smirk, acting as if the answer was obvious all along. The name drops like a bomb. Alex killed him. The predator awakens. Those glowing crimson eyes reveal a terrifying, ancient power surging to the surface. They taunt him again, asking why he's playing dumb when everyone knows Alex is the one who took Darash out. The beast snaps to life with a terrifying flash in his eyes, his primal instincts taking full control as he stares down his target. He asks if that's just a baseless guess or if they actually have some solid evidence to back up that claim. They admit it's mostly a guess, but note that the other dukes are all thinking the exact same thing. He asks for the why. Why would they jump to such a dangerous conclusion? They turn the tables, asking the king why he was the one who stopped Darash in the first place. He acts completely baffled, feigning ignorance as to why anyone would accuse him of such a thing. They call his bluff, noting that everyone knows he and Alex dealt with those poison-corrupted dragons. They demand to know why he protected the humans from the dragons and why he ordered Alex to execute Darash. They accuse him of betraying his own kind, siding with the humans after abandoning the demon world. He laughs off the accusation, dismissing the dragon situation as complicated, while demanding proof of his supposed orders. They argue that since Darash's death was claimed as a suicide by Alex, nobody can truly be certain of the truth. They point out that Alex is currently acting as the king's personal enforcer, which looks pretty suspicious to everyone else. He scoffs, retorting that Alex is just hanging around of his own free will, not that anyone believes that story. They point out the obvious. It's all incredibly confusing, and the king's excuses aren't helping. He asks them straight up if they've been investigating him and Alex the entire time. They admit to the spying, noting the king seems to be living without much thought, and they just want to know if Alex acted alone. The truth hits hard as those blood-red eyes lock onto the target. A terrifying power is waking up, and there's nowhere left to hide. A short, sharp affirmation cuts through the tension. He mocks the Seven Dukes for wasting their time monitoring each other while the Demon King is gone. Maybe it's time to just shut the whole realm down? They ask if that's truly what the king wants, clearly caught off guard by his apathy. He shrugs it off, claiming he doesn't have any grand, world-ending plans like that. A blood-red gaze pierces the shadows like a laser. The predator has finally found his mark. They beg him to stop resisting and return, reminding him he is the master of tens of billions of demons. He tells them he's already heard that lecture from Alex, so they can save their breath. He tells them to go investigate, fight, or do whatever they want. He couldn't care less. A mysterious figure emerges from the darkness, tipping her brim with silent intensity. The game is officially afoot. An ominous step echoes through the hallway. The hunt is on, and the atmosphere is heavy enough to crush a diamond. They promise they'll be back for him, leaving the king to his own devices. A figure steps out from the shadows, bathed in a pulsating purple aura. That smirk screams that danger has finally arrived in style. Reality itself tears open as a violet portal rips through space. Something absolutely terrifying is about to step through. An eerie silence fills the opulent chamber while he waits in the dark. The stage is set for a truly chilling confrontation. He lets out a frustrated curse, things are not going according to plan. A dark shadow sweeps across the moonlit sky, casting a terrifying silhouette over the village below. Nobody is safe tonight. The sky turns blood-red as the world crumbles under his godlike power. Floating ruins rain down like meteors as he descends to deliver total annihilation. A mysterious hand reaches out to knock on the forbidden door. Whatever is hiding behind that gate is about to change everything forever. The countdown begins. Time is running out for everyone involved. He asks with a mocking tone what brings the king to his office today. The king replies that he's been doing some serious thinking lately. Tense silence fills the room as the figure stands frozen in the study. What could possibly have caught his eye in this creepy, secluded spot? He drops the act and asks directly, "You killed Darash, didn't you?" The demand rings out, "Kill Darash!" The secret is finally out in the open. He argues that Darash had no reason to commit suicide, and since the king was the only one there, the math is pretty simple. It's time for the truth, and he promises the king a painless death if he just confesses right now. A single, heavy footstep hits the floor with bone-chilling intensity. The hunter is making his move. The king explains he was born for the demon world and would never harm its strength, even if he hates the other dukes. He tells the king that if he can't trust him after all this, then it's just a tragedy he can't do anything about. But there's a catch, and the atmosphere in the room takes a sharp turn. Without him, the demon world's defeat is inevitable, so he refuses to die here, not when the war is at stake. A terrifying red gaze locks onto the prey. The darkness is waking up and the power level is going through the roof. He shouts, "Past!" leaving everyone else completely confused. He tells the king that it was a typical, predictable answer, which is exactly why he passed the test. He reveals that Chantina was there earlier and accused him of killing Darash, and the king is rightfully shocked. He explains that the other dukes are just prone to misunderstandings, but everything will be cleared up once they bust the society tomorrow. He asks about the mastermind, confirming that Jin Jiamyong has already been dealt with. Oh right, small details. He admits that killing the god of an entire world was maybe a small mistake. Talk about an understatement of the century. He warns that the other 5 dukes are suspicious, so the king better watch his back. He orders the king to stay hidden until he receives further instructions. The king gives a curt nod. He understands the assignment. He asks if the king checked the parasites from last time, mentioning he's brought a brand new one for him to see. The king confirms he's been looking into it. His interest piqued. He notes that this parasite is definitely different from the ones Darash used. He wonders if someone copied Darash or if Darash made it himself before he met his end. He bets on the copycat theory, noting that Darash wasn't exactly the type to go changing his entire life's work. He points out that the king who lasted 665 years is gone now, or is he? The mystery deepens. He decides they shouldn't dig any deeper because the more they uncover, the more of a headache this is going to be. He suggests they just return everything to the way it was before the chaos started. The king asks, "Return it?" As if the idea is completely absurd. He asks if the king plans to go back, learn the tactics, and invade the human world in 20 years just to fight the heroes. He reminds the king that this is his destiny, plain and simple. The king asks if he's supposed to do all that even though the outcome is already decided. He insists the king is different from his predecessors and that this time, the demon world will finally win. He begs for the king's help to prepare for the war, looking desperate for a miracle. The king asks if he thinks this is all a waste of time, then turns to Alex for a second opinion. He tells them to give up on him already. Go elect a new king, do a vote, do whatever, just leave him out of it. They remind him that the demonic aura is still inside his body, so he's stuck being the boss. The king offers to give the aura back. Does he really want it that badly? Without that aura, he'd just be an ordinary demon, so he asks if they're absolutely sure they want to take it. He notes that the king is the strongest being under heaven and everyone fears him. Why would he throw that away? He can't fathom why the king is trying to toss away the ultimate power he's been given. He asks why the king climbed all the way to the top just to want to fall back down so badly. The king yawns, saying being the demon king is just a boring, sleepy job. The king snaps, telling them all their blabbering is pointless. If they aren't taking the aura, then shut up about the nagging. The king remarks that this detective story is way more interesting than the same old tale of the Demon King losing every century. He decides they'll resolve everything once they bust the Four Seasons Society tomorrow and prepares to leave. He gives one final order. Stay hidden until then, and don't make a scene. If you're enjoying this recap, smash that like button and subscribe for more.